Single mom?
I mean, single moms need love too. They can get a little recreational use only sometimes.
Wow. You believe that single moms are damaged? Are damaged goods?
Well, damaged goods. I believe that. This is your last chance. After this, there's no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I'll show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. You take the blue pill, the story ends.
Oh, the Matrix. With the chimey music, bro. We're doing so kind of. You have to understand, this is your last chance.
Okay, today's topic. We got a fresh and fit clone who got upset at our video recently.
All right, y'all. This is what we're talking about today. My absolute last time talking about this cornball, but it's not really about him. It's about red pill cornballism all together. I think it's finally time to just end all of this stupid mess and just stop with the red pill stuff, because it's all cornballs just saying cornball stuff. What's up, Teresa? What's up, Shira? So this is going to be a very important conversation to have. I'm not playing a whole bunch of talking points that this cornball has said, because we've all seen it. But this is a bigger conversation that we are going to have. So no, it's not going to be the same clips that y'all don't seen from other videos of people talking about this weirdo. This is a totally different conversation. So everybody drop your city in the chat. Let me know where you at. Drop your city in the chat. Let me know where you at. Drop your city in the chat. Let me know where you're at. So the first thing I want to do is start off by telling y'all like how I got into it with this dude in the first place. I exposed this weirdo, this little Cooley dude, back in November of 2023, because I looked for the clip and I seen the date on the clip. What's up, October 3074? So I'm gonna give y'all a little background, but before I do that, I want to play the rest of this video and then we're gonna move forward. Drop your city in the chat. Let me know where you at.
Remember that guy who was talking about the single moms, and it turned out he was with a single mom and all this stuff?
A black man playing stepdaddy to some white kids.
He made a response to everybody.
What's his name?
Yeah, Cooney. These guys are not even going to come up with their own thing, just biting off Kevin Samuels and Fresh and Fit. Then I'm not even going to bother to learn their name.
And spin that shit.
Isn't there an irony about a fraud calling his podcast No Fugazi? Isn't that like a next level irony?
That's great.
If these guys were a bit self-aware, they'd actually be hilarious people.
Yes.
So he comes out and basically he starts going after everybody who came for him, and he's like, "You guys are low IQ. You don't know what you're talking about."
Choices and $2. So why haven't you married her yet? 2016 is 2024.
The dude has been with this woman for like 10 freaking years and has a problem with single moms, but his woman is a single mom and is still a single mom, and they've been together for almost 10 years.
Low IQ people.
So let's go take a listen to what this No Fugazi got to say.
Man, it's just...
You know what?
What?
We're all acting and pretending. Let's do it properly. All right. All right. Let's begin today. Tell me about this blue pill, red pill shit.
You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and you believe whatever you want.
And that's the part right here, y'all. These little weirdos actually believe in this Matrix stuff. It's a damn movie. And for I don't know how long, they've been running around with this stupid Matrix red pill mess, but nobody lives by this stupid shit. Virtually every one of these weirdos I've said are a cornball, and then at some point they get exposed. Whether it's a Cooley dude, I exposed him in 2023. Y'all are just realizing that dude is a cornball. I knew he was a cornball a long time ago. Fresh and Fit are cornballs. They got kicked off of YouTube or whatever the hell. They got demonetized. So when I call somebody a cornball, believe me, these red pill, anybody that claims it's red pill mess is a cornball because it's not real. It's stupid. Only weirdos who sit around on YouTube all day whining about women believe in this stupid red pill mess. And this is how they get treated by the rest of the world.
Tell me about this blue pill, red pill shit.
You take the blue pill, the story ends.
Who the hell talks like this? Only cornballs.
You wake up in your bed and you believe whatever you want.
I'm sorry.
I can't.
No.
This man. Hey,
This shit is stupid. Like, who talks like that?
hey.
It's the Morpheus thing. Let's
You
go.
just laughing because you plugged in. Let's listen, bros.
You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland, and I'll show you how deep.
He said you take the red pill, and you stay in Wonderland. That's where these cornballs are. Wonderland. They're living a fantasy. These red pill dudes are literally just like the women that they complain about. They live in Wonderland. He literally says it because he's a weirdo.
The Morpheus thing. Let's
You
go.
just laughing because you plugged in. Let's listen, bros.
You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland.
He literally said it. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland. Is it finally time for us to let go of this stupid, idiotic red pill mess? And if anybody watching wants to come up, I would love to have a conversation. Like whether you're for this or against this. I think it's stupid and I think it's gay. Yes, everyone drop corn emojis if you agree with me. If you agree that all this red pill mess is cornballism, that's why I call it cornballism, drop corn emojis in the chat. Drop corn emojis in the chat if you think all this red pill mess is cornball behavior. Because here's the problem, y'all. I don't know exactly when Kevin Samuels died, but I'm quite sure it's been 3 years. I'm quite sure it's been 3 years that Kevin Samuels has been passed away. Has it? I don't know. A lot of you cornballs probably know exactly when he died, but it's been 3 years since the man died. Why are we still talking about all this stupid shit? It's over. It's freaking over. And I think it's embarrassing when black men talk like this on social media. Like, what kind of man are you to be on social media talking like
The
this?
Morpheus thing. Let's
You
go.
just laughing because you plugged in. Let's listen, bros.
You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland.
Who talks like this? There's no men outside in the real world that talks like that. I've never in my life been outside and somebody says all this weird cornball stuff in real life. But guess what? There's a specific reason why these dudes do this. There's a specific reason, because there's thousands of weirdos on YouTube that view it as entertainment. They love it. They need it. They search for it. Why? Because there's something called confirmation bias. So I'm going to explain why these cornball dudes are on YouTube saying all this stupid mess. There's something called confirmation bias, which means a guy's a cornball. He don't get no women. He's antisocial. He's socially awkward. He never leaves the house. And he sits on YouTube all day. What ends up happening, just as a human being, you start thinking externally. You start thinking externally and saying, the reason why I can't get a woman is because the women are trash. Because we naturally feel like, okay, it has to be somebody else's fault why I'm a loser. No, you're a loser because you're a loser. Red pill cornballs. So you start looking for confirmation that it's women that are the problem instead of men. Does that make sense? So you can't get women. And if every woman you see approach, DM, or run across looks at you like you're a weirdo, you start looking for confirmation that it's somebody else's fault. Actually, hold on a second. I got a video that would actually show you exactly how this looks, because I just seen it. Hold on one second. I'm gonna show it to y'all right now. Here it is right here. This is what confirmation bias actually looks like. There are men out here. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. Thank you, October 3074. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. This is an example of what some men go through when they walk out of their house. They walk out of their house and women view them in a negative manner. And what happens is they go back to their house and now they are mad at all women. Hold on a second. All right, put a 1 in the chat if you can see my screen. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see my screen. This is what you call confirmation bias. Okay, so I'm starting this off. So here we go. So right now, I'm going to show y'all the guys. And shout out to Angry Man. Angry Man is my people. But there are two different experiences of women on this chat. So the first, the guy with the hoodie on has a negative experience of women. The guy at the top named Angry Man, shout out to Angry Man. He's cool. You know, he's good people. He has a negative experience of women. And the two guys at the bottom with black shirts on have positive experiences of women. And here goes the confirmation bias and what makes red pill dudes angry at women. So watch this. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. Watch this.
Met me, I was having positive interactions with women, right?
Here's the.
All right, hold on. He said this.
Met me, I was having positive interactions with women.
So the guy at the bottom says, I have positive interactions with women.
Right.
See, here's the thing. Here's the thing about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I first came up here, there's a lot of dudes up here that have gripes with women because they have difficulty getting women. I never had a difficulty getting women.
He never had difficulty getting with women, right? Watch. And you can visually Anger Man is married. This is not about Anger Man. This is about two different types of perceptions of women. So now more men just came up on the screen, right? So you can easily tell there's a difference. Watch what happens. He said he never had a problem getting women. Cool. He's married. Cool. That's not the problem. Listen to what the problem actually is.
But just because I didn't have difficulty getting women, I can't turn around and look at another man and say,
okay, I can't turn around and look at another man and say, you hear that, right? So men are empathizing with other men and they are adopting other men's experiences and taking those men's experiences and making it theirs. Why? Listen. So these dudes are adopting other people's experiences.
oh, well, why you having difficulty getting women? It's easy to get women, blah, blah, blah. That dude might have other issues. That dude might be socially.
Why are they worrying about other dudes? Why are they adopting other dudes' experiences? I will not adopt another person's experience and make it mine.
Around and look at another man and say, oh, well, why you having difficulty getting women? It's easy to get women, blah, blah, blah. That dude might have other issues. That dude might be socially awkward. That dude might be considered a geek or a nerd, which is not conducive or cool to our culture.
Y'all hear that, right? What does that have to do with us? Let that man deal with his own shit.
So these are certain things that these dudes are frustrated about.
Why do you care? And this is the problem. It's pandering to socially awkward, weirdo men. This is the reason why Cooley is doing what he's doing. The red pill world, red pill space, whatever you call it, is a whole bunch of dudes pandering to socially awkward incels to make them feel good about themselves. And it's weirdo behavior. Why do you care?
Because we have a culture where in a lot of our neighborhoods and stuff, a dude to get more props for coming out of prison than he will for going to college.
Okay, we got to change the hood then, if that's the problem. Change the hood. Get off YouTube. And I'm talking about red pill dudes and not just Anger Man. I'm just using what he's saying and go talk to people in real life.
This is a reality. This is what's going. And you talk about how does it affect our day-to-day life, right? It doesn't affect my day-to-day life in my household because I'm married to a good woman.
Okay. It doesn't affect his life because he's married to a good woman, right? Now, look at the dudes on the panel. Watch this. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. This is a very important reason why we need to get rid of this red pill cornball bullshit. Watch this. Hit the like button.
But it does affect my life when I go to the store and I got to return an item and there's a black woman behind the counter and she's scowling at me and she don't even know me.
Here's the problem, y'all. Here lies the problem. Anger Man, and this is not against Anger Man. This is against what he's saying, because Anger Man is my people. He's cool. But if you, no matter who you are, if every time you walk out of your door, women are scowling at you, there's a reason why they're scowling at you. Does anybody want to guess why women are scowling at dudes over here, but dudes over here, women are smiling at? Does anybody want to guess? Because this is the reason why these dudes, these red pill dudes, are on YouTube complaining about women. These dudes have different experiences than the rest of the world. And they use confirmation bias to make the weirdo dudes, the socially awkward dudes, the dudes who don't go outside, feel good about themselves. Okay. October 3074, because my question is, why do you think women are scowling at him? October 3074 says, they could feel this negative cornball energy. Okay, they can feel his negative cornball energy. Okay. They're always on the defense. Okay. They're insecure. A woman is insecure because she's scowling at a man, or is the dude insecure because the woman's scowling at him? Which I don't, what do you mean? Who's insecure? Okay. Love Jones says, right. Confidence is the key. Okay. All right. So let's see what happens. Okay, the man is insecure. Okay, gotcha. Okay, let's see what happens. Back it up just a little bit so we can keep the context.
The store, and I got to return an item, and there's a black woman behind the counter, and she's scowling at me, and she don't even.
Now look at the dude down. Look at the dude in the hoodie. Put a 1 in the chat if you see the dude in the hoodie nodding his head. Put a 1 in the chat if you see the dude in the hoodie down at the bottom nodding his head. Remember, confirmation bias.
The store, and I got to return an item, and there's a black woman behind the counter, and she's scowling at me, and she don't even know me. She don't even know me, and she already got an attitude. You feel me? Or I go.
Put a 1 in the chat if y'all see the dude with the hoodie nodding his head, because I want to make sure y'all see this. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all see the dude with the hoodie on nodding his head. This is what you call confirmation bias. Angry man at the top literally said, I don't have these problems, but there are incels and socially awkward men that have these issues. So what these dudes on YouTube do, they like spew out this mess, this hatred to women, because they know other men hate women. So watch, because this is very important, y'all. Well, do I got it? Put it on the big screen. All right, so here we go. Watch the dude nodding his head, and we're going to keep going.
When I go to the store, and I got to return an item, and there's a black woman behind the counter, and she's scowling at me, and she don't even know me. She don't even know me, and she already got an attitude.
He is speaking the dude in the hoodie's entire life. He's like, yeah, man, yeah, they scowl at me too. Watch this.
You feel me? Or I go in the gas station to pay for gas or whatever, and there's a white guy in front of me paying for his gas, and she's like,
you see the dude? All he can say is, yeah, man, yeah. This is the problem with these red pill dudes. Watch.
Like, thank you, sir. Come again. And she's super nice. And then as soon as
his head is about to fall off, he's nodding so goddamn much. The man's head is about to fall off because he's nodding so much.
And she already got an attitude. You feel me? Or I go in the gas station to pay for gas or whatever, and there's a white guy in front of me paying for his gas, and she's like, thank you, sir. Come again. And she's super nice. And then as soon as he walks out of the way and she looks at me, scowl, angry.
Real shit.
See? So what is happening? Revenge of the nerds. Exactly. What is happening, y'all? What is happening in your opinion? And we want to get back to it. What is, in your opinion, what is happening in the gas station? What is happening in the gas station? Ladies, let me know. Revenge of the rejects, using other men's trauma to get them on his side. Exactly. Come on, y'all. What do y'all think is happening in the gas station? She's smiling at one dude, but when he walks up, she's scowling. Why? When he's in fact the angry one, clearly. See, this is what's happening to all these little red pill dudes. They're angry at women because women are interacting with them negatively. So they leave the gas station and they like, why are women looking at me with a scowl on their face? And then they go back home after they get gas and they get online with their microphones like, women are trash. Forget these women. The single mothers are da 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 da. This is what's happening. But it's not the women that's the problem. It's the man. Change your demeanor. Change how you look. Change how you act. Change how you think. Change how you walk. It is you. But guess what? Women do the same shit. When a woman has 4 kids by 5 baby daddies, she says men are trash because men don't want her. But she's the one that's trash because she got all these baby daddies. They go on Kendra G's show all the time. I don't understand. What is wrong with these men? Then she says, Kendra G says, how many kids you got? 5. Duh! You got 5 goddamn kids. What do you expect a man to goddamn do? But no, she's going to blame men for not wanting her. These cornballs on YouTube are doing the same exact shit. Men look a certain way. Men are a certain height. Men look whatever, drive whatever, and then women don't want them. And then they turn around and get so upset that women don't want them. And I'm not talking about Angry Man because Angry Man has a woman. But Angry Man has a tendency to speak this dumb shit to the incels, but he has a woman, but it feeds the incels. So it's like me turning around and saying, yeah, even though I have great relationships with women, I don't have good relationships with women. I'm not doing that. I'm never going to sit here and lie to my audience and say I have a bad relationship with women. But in order to get views or whatever, all of these dudes, they have to speak to the incels. They have to speak incel language. They have to be angry and shit. And it's sad. So let's keep going.
Okay.
Let me ask a couple questions. Go ahead, Chuck.
I was gonna say black women not doing that, scowling and why everybody I'll be talking like black women are the worst thing ever. Like,
so now, I'm sorry, I wasn't sharing my screen. Let me get back to it. Sorry, I was not sharing my screen. Everybody hit the link. I mean, hit it. All right, hold on. Let me back up. And back up a little bit. So the guy at the top in the glasses, he is from my club where we don't have women scowling at us. Therefore, we don't get on YouTube talking shit about women all day. So there are 2 types of men. There are men who get treated badly by women and they come back in the house and treat women badly online. And then it's men who get treated positively by women and treat women positively when they get online. two types of men.
And she already got an attitude. You feel me? Or I go in the gas station to pay for gas or whatever, and there's a white guy in front of me paying for his gas, and she's like, "Thank you, sir. Come again." And she's super nice. And then as soon as he walks out of the way and she looks at me, scowl, angry.
Real.
The dude at the bottom is like, yes, you're speaking my language. These women, that is the cornball that these guys love to talk to. They speak these guys' language. They speak these guys' pain points. I don't give a shit about your pain point. Let's keep going. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button.
Yo, shit.
Let me ask a couple questions. Go ahead, Chuck.
I was gonna say black women not doing that, scowling, and why everybody, y'all be talking like black women are the worst thing ever. Like, y'all gotta chill with that. Like, black women, anytime I'm up here watching or whatever, all I see is black women this, black women that. They don't do this, they don't do that. Other women are the same way. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, other women do the same shit black women do.
Is other women all women?
Huh?
Is other women all women?
No.
Okay, so that's not our issue. We talking about our women.
I'm just saying, y'all come at black women like they are just like you said they come scowl.
Like they come at us.
Scowl.
Like they come at
you when you
They don't come at us like that. They come at y'all like that. There's a us and there's a y'all. Y'all listen to this. There's an us and then there's a y'all. There's an us and there's a y'all. They don't come at us like that. They come at y'all like that. But this is the reason why these dudes get on YouTube and be so
just
like
you said they
come at us.
They don't come at us like that.
Like they come at us.
Scowl.
Like they come at
you when they scowl at you when you're out and about.
We come at them like they come at us.
Come on,
like they come at us.
See, and that's where I get lost at because my experience is so different.
Bro, you got chicks right now, bro. You got chicks
like
right
the wording,
now.
like the wording you use.
You got chicks
to talk
you
about
got chicks right now. You got chicks right now that a dude might try to talk to the chick.
Watch this, y'all. Watch this. Watch this.
On some, hey, let me holler at you, blah, blah, blah. And you know what they'll say? If they text the chick and say, what you doing? The chick will say, yo, don't hit me up with what I'm doing. Hit me with a cash app. You want to talk to me? Pay one of my bills. And you know where they got that from?
Niggas paying the bills. Yeah.
Niggas paying their bills. They wouldn't ask for it if they don't think they can get it.
Men paying their bills.
Niggas paying their bills. Angry man. That's what they do.
Look, now Angry Man is like, no, that's not it. What do you mean that's not it? Every man on the panel says yes.
They paying the bills. Doing that. It ain't just a one-time thing.
Let me ask you a question.
Got that from. That's not where they got.
You said that we're about the same age, right? And you start giving these examples of going to the gas station and X, Y, and Z and women's call and whatever you want to call it. And I understand that because stuff like that does happen. But I'm an analyst, man. I'm a fact dude, right? So give me some facts. I don't know how old you are, but you tell me how many times that's happened to get you to this point.
That's it right there. That's it right there. How many times did this happen for this to get you to this point? Red pill dudes at some point, I guess, have so many negative, terrible experiences with rejection and the scowls from women where they end up having an origin story. Just like Spider-Man, the Green Goblin had an origin story. 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 on Batman. The Joker had an origin story. You ever wonder why the Joker is walking around with all this paint on his face? Because he was rejected by women. These guys, these red pillars, are like the bad guys in Spider-Man and Batman. They have these negative experiences with women. And it's thousands of them. They have these negative experiences with women. They get rejected over and over and over and over again. And what happens, they come on YouTube and start spewing and projecting their anger towards women on YouTube. And they stop going outside and interacting with women. Because every time they interact with women, it's always a negative result. Then they get on YouTube with all this cornball bullshit, saying stupid shit, and there's a whole bunch of weirdos in the chat, yeah, giving them super chats and shit. Let me see what y'all are saying. So Angry Man made it a point to say that he has no problem getting with women, just to turn around and complain about how black women scowl at him. It don't add up. This ain't about Angry Man, y'all. Angry Man just happened to be the person that said it, okay? But if we keep going, the other guys on the panel concur, and you can see there's a specific difference between the guys on the right and the guys on the left. The guys on the right and the guys on the left, they have a distinct difference between them. Watch.
Here's a fact for you. Here's a fact for you. You asked for a fact.
So there's three guys on the right that agree with that have this negative feeling about women, and there's three guys on the left that have a positive experience with women. DJ Hamp is just a moderator. So ignore DJ Hamp. He's just there to moderate. So you got Angry Man, and you got the two dudes under Angry Man, and then you got Uncle Ant, Chuck D, and Master C. Watch how they have two distinct experiences with women. And guess what? The guys on the left are YouTubers that talk shit about women, but the guys on the right are not.
I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done.
Let's do this. So let him finish, and then you can give him the fact. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is you have to look at it in totality. When a person, if you're going out of your way to look at that, if that's an
Hold on, let's back up a little bit, because
I don't know how old you are, but you tell me how many times that's happened to get you to this point.
How many times did this happen to get you to this point?
Here's a fact for you. Here's a fact for you.
Hold on.
You asked for a fact.
I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done.
You asked for a fact.
Let's do this. So let him finish, and then you can give him the fact. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is you have to look at it in totality. When a person, if you're going out of your way to look at that, if that's in the back of your mind every time you're in a situation, you don't know what's going on in that woman's life. You don't know what's going on in that man's life. You have no idea. But in your mind, whenever somebody comes at you negatively, that's automatically going to mean a black woman hating a black man.
Boom. Y'all hear that, right? They receive some energy from a woman and they automatically internalize it. They internalize it. And then they come on YouTube and talking shit about black women. They negatively internalize it. Everybody hit the like button. We got to get these likes up. We got to get these likes up. We got to get these likes up. Everybody hit the like button. And I want to drop the link if anybody wants to come up. I'm dropping a link if anybody wants to come up. I want to have this conversation with y'all. And let's get these likes up. Let's get these likes up. Let's have a quick commercial break. And we're going to come back because this is not just about Cooley. This is about the whole red pill dudes. The whole thing. The whole thing needs to be thrown out the goddamn window. We'll come right back. Hit the like button, y'all. Get these likes up. I just came up with a solution that will help every woman watching, regardless of age, regardless of background. See, in my 7 years of coaching women, the number one thing that I hear in my coaching sessions is her issue or tumultuous relationship with her mother. So what I've done is come out with a card game that will actually help mothers and daughters come back together. We have to get to the source of a woman's pain, her inadequacies, her insecurities, and heal that little girl inside of her before she goes out in the world as a woman. I call Like Mother, Like Daughter, therapy in a box. Therapy in a box is 50 questions for the daughter to ask the mother, questions that you always wanted to ask. And it's also 50 questions for the mother to ask the daughter. But when you're able to ask the questions that you always wanted to ask to your mother without her getting upset, without her pulling rank on you, the lines of communication are now open. When women are finally able to forgive their mother, relationships outside of the household would then blossom. Because for most women, there's a hurt little girl inside of her that never had an opportunity to be seen or heard. But all that stops when you buy my new Like Mother, Like Daughter card game. Order it now. The link is under this video. Click the link and let's start healing. And a lot of you were asking me yesterday or the other day, hey, what are the questions in this mother-daughter card game? So this is a way for you can finally see what the questions are in this mother-daughter card game. So you see there's a mother set of cards and then there's a daughter set of cards. So the daughter questions would be, did you raise me the same way your mother raised you? Is this a good thing or a bad thing? And a question that the mother can ask to the daughter is, have I or how often do I act like a victim in order to avoid being accountable for my behavior? Another question a mom can ask, because a lot of times your mother can really be acting crazy, and simply because she's your mother, she doesn't have accountability for her own actions. And if you turn around and say something about her actions, she's going to say, I'm your mother. So this is a conversation that you can have with your mother using this mother-daughter card game that would get her or show her how she's actually interacting with you in a real-time basis. All right, so let's get back to the video. Stop sharing and then share again. Because this is a very important conversation we all got to have with these red pill dudes. All right. Let's keep going.
That's a fact. But if you go through all your interactions with black women your whole damn life, those women who treated you wrong is freaking 1%, if that. But you somehow or another, every interaction that you have now automatically says what all black women feel like.
Okay.
Y'all hear that, right? Does he have a point? Yes or no? Yes or no? Does he have a point? Yes or no, y'all? Does he have a point in what he just said?
Check this out. Check this out. Check this out, bro. First of all, let me ask you, what is your age?
I'm 51.
51. Okay, so you about 6 years older than me. Look, here's the thing. I don't have that experience with nobody else.
I don't have that experience with nobody else.
So what you're sitting here.
Look at the guy. Look at the guy at the bottom. Look at the guy in the hoodie. Here it goes again. It's the confirmation bias. Watch the guy in the hoodie. Watch him. Watch the guy in the hoodie.
Here's the thing.
Watch this.
I don't have that experience with nobody else. So what you're sitting here talking about
You didn't answer my question.
It's irrelevant. I'm not having that same, listen to me, I'm not having that same experience with nobody else.
What percentage
Nobody
of
else.
interactions with black women are them smiling at you when you get in your gas? Tell me.
You said what? What percentage of what?
Of your interactions with black women have gone the way you said? What percentage?
Okay. First of all, you're asking me for a fact about something that I can't quantify.
I bet you can quantify that. It's been more women who've accepted you and gave you
actually no.
Actually, no. Actually, no. Hey, Dana.
Hey, Aaron, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. How are you?
I'm okay. So I jumped on because what you said, I literally was saying in the comments, like they're not they're not having multiple experiences. They're just internalizing the few they're having, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then my frustration with, I guess, you and Uncle Ant is we've seen this before. Why do we respond to it? We've seen women say all men are trash when we know they haven't dated all men. So we know their sample size is skewed. You even helped me realize that when I used to talk about my experience with men, like you haven't even dated like 1% of men.
Right.
What are you talking about? And also, we in our culture have been conditioned to tolerate this behavior. So when he says, I don't deal with this with no other woman. Well, no other culture has their mother chastising them and yelling at them and building their tolerance for this kind of behavior. So you're not going to have the same kind of experience, or you're not maybe not going to tolerate it the same way. But when someone looks like your mother, sounds like your mother, there's a little bit of regression that's happening.
Yes, and there's that confirmation bias coming from your own life experiences. So confirmation bias can actually come from your past experiences confirming your present experiences. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, okay, she sounds like my mom. She's going to talk down to me just like my mom. This is the same thing. This is the same experience. And sometimes I had to be aware of this too, about our tone as women. Black women is similar to his mother's tone.
Yes.
So no matter what I say, no matter how I say it,
it triggers us.
Come off controlling. It's going to come off belittling sometimes, and it's going to come off diminishing.
Yes.
Because I've had...
Hold on. And quick question, Dana. Somebody in the chat says, oh, he's a dating coach. Am I a dating coach, or describe me to you?
No, you're a trauma coach.
I'm a trauma coach.
Trauma. No.
Yes. I don't care none about y'all dating somebody. I actually want y'all to stop dating certain people, because in most cases, that's the problem. We only date at our own level of self-worth, right? So if you have a low self-worth as a man or a woman, you're going to date another person with low self-worth. So dating coaches, they just hook you up with people. But if they don't fix the trauma in the person, they're going to just find another person that is as traumatized as you are. So dating coaches are actually hurting people and not helping them, because they're just pushing them out in the world as traumatized people to turn around and find another traumatized person to trauma bond with. I believe in getting rid of the trauma first. And that's why my card games are the way they are. My card games are meant to help you identify your trauma and identify the other person's trauma, so you can get rid of the person, or so you can get away from a person, not so you can get closer to a person. Because we got to work on ourselves before we go find another person. But go ahead, Dana.
One thing I realized, like, since doing the work and playing the card games and being out here and stuff, women have mother wounds. Men have rejection wounds.
Yes. Say
You
that.
have to be
Wait. You gotta say it again, Dana. Say it again. Gotta say it again.
women have mother wounds, men have rejection wounds.
Yes.
The first wound or the first emotional scar they get is when their mother rejects them. And I'm realizing that as a Black woman, my tone can sometimes speak to that wound, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I've noticed, just even as I've been out there dating, like when you say certain words that are tied to rejection, it triggers and regresses. Like, don't, stop. What is that? You know, certain things like that. And I've been seeing it. And instead of trying to be argumentative, if I see someone's regressed, I'm just like, oh, I hit the rejection wound. And I'll pull back and I'll be like, what in my actions made you feel rejected?
Yeah.
And I had a guy said, oh, well, you told me don't send you these Instagram posts on your text messages. And I said, don't send them on my text message because it takes up space. Just do it on Instagram. So it wasn't just don't, but once he seen don't,
it's a bad thing. Yes.
Yep, he stopped. He couldn't even process what else was behind it.
And quick question, Dana. I don't know if you remember this, but do you remember me saying what the sexiest thing a woman can say to me is? I don't know if you know.
No.
The sexiest thing a woman can tell me is don't do that.
Oh, well, I was saying the sexiest thing was no, not that I didn't know.
Oh, no. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. See,
Yeah.
with me, the sexiest thing a woman can do is say, I don't like that. Why? That tells me that she's not people pleasing. See, women spend so much energy trying to people please everybody. So dudes get with women, like good looking dudes get with women, and they're like, you want to do this? Okay. You want to do that? Okay. Want to give me some head? Okay. Even though she don't want to give the dude no head. You want to have sex? Okay. And then that is not her being herself. I love it when a woman says, hey, like you said, don't send me no Instagram posts. I don't like that. Or don't do this. I don't like that. Because that tells me that she actually is being herself. And that means she's comfortable with me. Because women say yes when they're not comfortable. Because they don't know how to just be themselves and say, I don't like that. So when a woman finally says, I don't like that to me, that means she actually is comfortable. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. And that has been very helpful with me in my discernment, because it's like, if I trigger that much rejection in you, then I know you don't have a secure attachment style. And I'm not saying you're a bad person, but maybe there's still more work to be done. But I also have to take that in consideration and be like, if you regress every time I say don't, or if you don't like the things I'm saying because you feel rejected, then how do we move forward and communicate through that?
Because you're not even interpreting what I'm saying. You're just hearing the no and the don't.
Yes.
I used to sell cars. And what I learned as a car salesman is the same thing. Your job as a car salesman is to tell the customer no 3 times through the interaction. The reason why is when a person comes to the dealership and they says, hey, I like this car. Can I get this? Yeah, sure. Can I get that? Yeah, sure. Can I get this? Yeah. By the time they're asking for all this extra shit, by the time they sit down and see the price is going to scare the shit out of them. And they be like, whoa, I thought this car was $32,000. It's now $39,000. Yeah, because you wanted all this other stuff. They like, but I didn't know it was going to cost me all this money. I don't want to buy the car. And you scare the person away and they get up and leave. So what you have to do as a man dating a woman or as a car salesman, you got to be like, no, you can't get that. Why? The why opens their mind up. Why I can't get that? Well, that's going to cost like $3,000 more. I'm trying to save you some money. So if you want it, it's going to be like $3,000 more. Are you going to want to pay $3,000 more? Just get the car the way it is. Because my job as a salesman is to get you in and get you out. If you keep asking for all this dumb shit, neither one of us are going to be happy because the price is going to be like too high because you're asking for all this dumb shit. So no, you can't get it with that. You can't get it with that unless you want to pay all this money. Do you want to pay all this money? The typical customers go, no, I don't want. Cool. So the answer is no. And then the person gonna be like, thank you for trying to save me money. So when it comes to dating a woman, I'm dating a woman. She's like, hey, why don't you, as an example, hold the door for me? Because I don't want to. What? You don't want to hold the door for me? No. Why I got to hold the door for you? Like, whoever gets to the door, you know, and I'm making an example. Of course, I hold the door for a woman, but that's the first thing I'm thinking about, right? So the thing about it is,
I was about to come off of mute. Like, what are you talking about? You hold doors,
right? I was making an example. I just couldn't think of another example. But women will ask for dumb shit, and then will turn around and the dude will be like, okay, but the dude don't want to do the dumb shit that the woman wants because he is afraid to say no. And Grinch, where you at? I was just about to come to you. So I'm gonna drop the link again. Somebody named Grinch was on the channel. I don't know where they went. I was just about to say, what do you think, Grinch? So anybody else want to come up, or either the Grinch person? I would love to see what they was about to say because I was just about to come to you. But go ahead, Dana.
Yeah, no, it's just been interesting being out here now that you've given me the ability to be a thermostat. Realizing, because I understood what the wounds of the woman was, but now I'm realizing what the wounds of the man are.
Right. So go ahead, Grinch. What is your thoughts?
Hey, yo.
What's up with you?
Hey, so this is my issue with the like the disingenuous, like, like somebody in the chat asked, like, what I said was what AM is speaking to is basically the cultural issues, right? And the thing is, we all are part of the culture. We all see this, but we get this disingenuous attitude when somebody says it out loud and it's labeled as negativity. Somebody asked me in the chat, have I met the majority of black women? Of course I haven't, but it's look. You can look at the Census Bureau. You can look at a lot of shit. The CDC.
Sir, just a question.
What?
You said this. What is this? You said we're disingenuous about this. What is the this?
Okay. About anything and everything when it comes to black women or relationships in general. We act like we don't understand what's going on. Like,
what's
and
going
the thing
on?
is, it just ain't nobody even mad. It just is what it is.
What's going on? What is your experience?
It's not about my experience.
No. You said this, and then you said they don't want to see what's
Okay,
going on.
Okay, this is what I'm saying.
Okay.
AM is speak. You said that there's two groups of men up there. One is speaking from have something
AM,
negative to say. Bro.
Hold on. Sorry for interrupting you. I'm trying to help. AM is angry man. So AM is the guy that is at the top. I'm just helping it. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is you said there's two groups of guys up there. One has overwhelmingly positive things to say, right?
Yeah.
And the other, you said the other has overwhelmingly negative things to say. What I'm trying to say is when you say that people are basing this on their experience, you're not all the way incorrect, because some people, yes, they're going to speak from the place of pain that y'all talking about, the rejection or whatever.
Yeah.
But overall, when you look at the issue, we would not have the cultural issues that we have if it wasn't the majority of the negative things that people were talking about weren't true. Like, we wouldn't have these issues. And we wouldn't have people who could say anything about it. The truth is that we have a lot of cultural issues, which is what Angry Man is speaking to. Underlying cultural issues that have destroyed relationships to the point where you don't really see a whole bunch of no other group online talking about relationships or none of that. And the thing is, when people
wait. We gotta have a conversation. So my question is this. Why, if that's true, why is it two totally opposite groups of guys on this panel having totally different responses to their environments? Go ahead, if that's the case.
Okay, if Because the truth is, when people come together, they're usually speaking from their own personal experience. And what I'm trying to say is that everybody's going to have their own personal experience. I'm responsible for a black woman right now. I've had a great experience with her. I don't have nothing
Okay.
negative to say about that woman as an individual. But just because I have this great experience, it doesn't negate the data. And that's what I'm trying to say that Valdez, Angry Man, is speaking to. He's speaking
Okay,
to he's speaking from a place where he researched the data, just like many of us have.
Okay, hold on, right there. I'm glad you said that. So, can you mute just for a second, Grinch, because there's a lot of background noise. So watch this. I'm glad you said that. This is perfect. Watch this.
First of all,
watch this, y'all.
You're asking me for a fact about something that I can't quantify.
I bet you can quantify.
Because we're talking about data, right, Grinch? Watch this.
That has been more women who've accepted you and gave
more women that accepted you that have or rejected you. Data. Watch.
You actually no. Actually, no. I've gotten more attitude from black women than pleasant interactions.
And the dude at the bottom, he done cut his screen off because he's so excited about what Angry Man is saying. Watch this.
Actually, no. I've gotten more attitude from black women than pleasant interactions. Come on. Okay.
The dudes at the bottom said, come on.
Okay. So hold on. No, let's stop. Let's stop for a second.
So the dudes on the right are smiling like, what? So look, you got the three dudes on the left who are like, talk to them, AM, and the dudes on the right who are like, huh? Watch this.
Actually, no. Actually, no.
Look at everybody's facial expression. You can tell who is who.
I've gotten more attitude from black women.
Is this an appeal to emotion or something?
Hold on. Just hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Than pleasant interactions. Come on. Okay. So hold on. No.
So to your point, Grinch, when you look at data, you got to look at the data and your data. So it's different. And the problem with the word data is
it's just facts, bro.
Hold on, sir.
It's not truth and not true.
Can you wait for 1 second? Just 1 second. It is not just facts, okay? Because everybody
what else matters.
Okay, let's talk. This is the problem with the little red pill dudes.
What else matters? What's more important than the truth?
This is the problem with the red pill dudes. There is no truth, okay? It is your experiences and other people's experiences.
What? No. Okay. Like, let's take the experience part out of that, right? When I say there are underlying cultural issues, bruh, don't be scared, man.
Calm down. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. Can you wait for 1 second?
You the one yelling. What I'm trying to say is, how are we going to have a conversation?
Calm down. We're trying to have a conversation. We're getting somewhere. I just need you to calm down. So what the little red pill dudes do, which is problematic, they ignore other people's experiences and they only want to look at some data that was from 2017 and say the data says black women are this. Our experiences are what actually is the real data. So I experience women in a positive way everywhere I go, okay? And then other dudes experience women in a negative way where every way they go. Angry Man literally says
nobody's saying that.
Okay, can I finish? I'm almost finished. Angry Man says he's had more negative interactions with women than positive. The guys on the right are like, what? So that is data from two different groups of people. That is what matters. I don't give a shit about what's on a piece of paper. So real quick, before I go to you, Grinch, I want to ask Dana something, and I'm going to go to you, Grinch, okay? So don't leave. I'm going to go to you. But Dana, Do you see what is happening right here? Go ahead, Dana.
I do, but I did want to ask Grinch a question if I could.
Go ahead.
Grinch, even with the information and the data that you guys have about Black women, is the goal to get back in community with them?
Look, this is the point of me coming
No,
up
answer
here,
her question.
right?
Please answer her question. Please answer her
Bro,
question.
can you relax, bro? The point of
Answer her
me coming
question.
up here, dog.
Can you answer her question, please?
You all right, bro?
Can you gonna answer her question?
The point of me coming up here, right? Because everybody's pushing a narrative, and the thing is, what I'm trying to say is, if you're a reasonable, let me answer the question. The reasonable thinking person, doesn't matter if you're a male or a woman, right? If you're a man or a woman, it don't matter. If you're a reasonable person, when you look at some of the things that go on in our community, and not just from what somebody's mouth, when you look at the statistics about how we've created our families, when you keep in mind the historical significance of our persecution in this country, the things that have destroyed our family unit, it is not unreasonable for somebody to when you hear somebody like Valdez say, oh, well, the majority of my experiences have been negative or not as good as they could have been, when the majority of the situations for Black people across the board are not good. It's not like niggas is just talking shit to talk shit. Niggas is saying what their experience is, right? And the thing is, when you hear somebody, even if you have a good experience, just like how I have had good experiences, just because you have a good experience, when I see the data and when I look and see statistics, whether you're talking about the shit from the CDC that talks about the rate of STDs in our community, or whether you're looking at the out of wedlock child birth rate, it's not unreasonable to understand why somebody could say, hey, that I had a negative experience, or why a Black woman would have a negative attitude.
Stop, please.
That makes too much sense, huh?
Sir, can you please get away from this slavery?
Look, I didn't know you was pushing the narrative, honestly, but now I know.
You didn't even answer her question, though. You can't
What
even
about
answer
coming
her
back?
question.
Look, to ask the question is to answer it. If men are coming up online and they're speaking about their experiences with women,
She asked a question. Your question.
And this is what I'm saying. To ask the question is to answer it. Why would these men talk? Why would these men talk? Bro, relax, bro.
So Dana, this is what we're going to do. Dana,
relax.
Dana, can you ask your question again to Grinch? And Grinch, can you please answer her question? Go ahead. We're not going to give up on this.
Even I acknowledge that you guys have having negative experiences with Black women.
And I acknowledge it too, Grinch.
My question is, do you still want to be in community with Black women?
Go ahead, Grinch.
Look, that is to each person. Look, in my opinion, if you got a bunch of men I am answering the question. In my opinion, if you got a bunch of guys who's up here talking about I can't speak for every man. I'm not speaking for every man.
In community.
What do you mean me? I'm not even.
Grinch, it's a simple question. We're gonna do this one more time.
I told you I take care of one. Grinch. What are you talking about?
Okay, Grinch, just answer the question. Do you think Black men would like to be in community with Black women? Yes or no? And then we can move on.
They already are. They already are.
Do they want to though?
How do you think?
If I'm in jail, I'm in jail. I don't want to be in jail. So the question is, do you want to be in jail? The answer is no. So do you want to be in community with Black women? Yes or no?
The data, bruh.
Yes or no?
The data says the majority of them do. Bruh. Okay. It's not a yes or no question. 25% of Black men date out. So the majority of Black men do. That's not hard. That's not hard to understand.
Okay, look. So the reason why
the majority does.
Okay, you answer the question. The majority does. if the majority does, isn't it more conducive to find a solution to the shit to make everybody happier instead of whining about why it's a bad thing? Go.
What do you mean? See, and this is the issue. It's because no, you don't need to keep on interrupting. So speak to me like a man. What I'm telling you is that there is no mass solution for individual relationships. That's ignorant, bruh.
Okay, stop right there. Stop right there.
Look, I don't know what you and your girl do. I can't.
Chill, calm down. We gotta have a conversation. That means you say something, then I say something. Okay.
So, and you interrupt me every time I say something, and then you mute my mic.
Because you keep talking. A conversation is blah 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 blah, and then the other person says blah 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 blah. It's like a rap song. All right. A rap song has 16 bars, 4 bars, 8 bars, and then the other rapper, then the chorus.
You're not saying nothing, bro. You're not saying nothing.
Sir, do you understand? Rappers do not interrupt each other. They have 8 bars, chorus, and then the other person has 8 bars.
State your point.
So what I'm saying is, in a conversation, you have a certain amount of bars, then you got to stop. Then I have a certain amount of bars, then I stop. So go ahead.
Then state your point.
All right. So my question, then my bars go off, and then you. So my question is, if black men want to be in relationships and community with black women, wouldn't it be more conducive for black men to stop complaining about women and actually focus on the solution? Go.
No. And it's because in order to get to a solution, you must address the problem first. You talking about complaining, that's men stating that they have a problem with this, this, and this. How are you going to get to the solution without addressing the problem?
Okay. I like that. So now my turn. We state the problem, but y'all never state the solution. So in the video that we're talking about with Angry Man, he literally says, I've had more negative interactions with women than positive. The other guys were saying, well, my life is totally opposite. Okay. So there is a problem that is stated. So how could we fix that problem in that particular context? Go.
Well, first off, I must correct you. You said that there are no solutions. There have been actual publications. You said that we're coming with no solutions. You just said that. You just said that we don't have any solutions. That's what you just said.
I said he stated a problem, but they did not state a solution. I didn't say it's not solutions. I said they did not state solutions.
Those solutions have been stated. They've been stated. They've been stated, and it doesn't matter where you look. It's actual publications. You can look at Dr. Tiasan Johnson's. You can look at Dr. Tiasan Johnson's Black Masculinist Turn. You can look at Dr. Curry's The Man Not. You can. I'm literally. Dr. Tiasan Johnson's book is a political whole motherfucking step-by-step solution of things that black men need and want in order to live better lives. Yes, these are the solutions that the manosphere came up with, goofy. They're published. We're published. I'm published. Dummy.
Okay, now you're calling me names. We're trying to have a conversation.
Because, bro, you act like you ain't been here.
Okay, sir, can you calm down and I'll ignore you calling me names? Can we have a conversation or no? It's going to get stupid. I don't want to get stupid.
We're all the solutions are published. Can't anybody saying this shit about no solutions? I mean, you're just out of touch.
What is an example of a solution, sir? I'm trying. What is an example?
I'll give you another solution that brothers have came up with. Ibmore, you ever heard of those brothers? Introspective Black Men of Reform. That's a whole group that has its tenets laid out, and there's certain things that they want and there's certain things that they say that they're not going to do or participate in until these issues are addressed. These are the solutions black men have. You can't make nobody do what you want them to do or act how you want them to act. And so instead of wasting time trying to get women to move in a certain way or the culture to change or shift, the men are shifting. The solution was
Okay.
within. The solution was to change self. And whoever comes,
Okay.
comes. And whoever don't. It's
Okay.
simple.
Okay. Stop right there. Stop right there. So I'm gonna mute you because you got background noise. I'm not muting you because I'm mad. Okay. I'm muting you because you got background noise. Okay. All right. So Dana, let's do this. Do I offer you solutions as a woman? I'm a man to a woman. How do I offer you solutions as your coach? Go. Because I want to show what offering solutions actually look like. Dana, you there? I can't hear you. Something's going on. Oh, she gonna leave out and come back in. So Grinch, you know, it's cool.
Look,
but
look, man, this is what I'm trying to tell you.
I'm not done, sir. I have to talk and then you talk. Like, this is one of the problems with you red pill dudes. Y'all literally do not know how to have a conversation with another person because y'all don't never interact with other people. So here go.
I mean, bro, you're interjecting people into shit that, like, I'm trying to have a direct conversation. What I'm saying, it isn't hard to understand.
Dana, you there?
Anybody with sense can understand what I'm saying.
Anybody? Okay, let's do this. Let's do this, Grinch. Chat. Do you understand what Grinch is saying? Yes or no? In the chat right now. Yes or no in the chat. Do you understand what Grinch is saying, or is it some crazy shit? What do you think in the chat right now?
Relationships are individual.
We're listening to the chat.
How you gonna listen to the chat?
Let the chat talk. We're gonna be quiet up here for a second and just read the chat.
I'm gonna let
chill. Okay, so Antonio says yes. Raz says yes. So we got 2 yeses and we got 5 no's. All right. Yes, I understand. So look, Grinch, half understands, half doesn't. You know why? Because we have 2 totally different groups of people that have 2 totally different understandings of what's going on. We're getting somewhere. So Dana, is your mic working now?
Bro, can we leave the lifelines out of it and have just a direct convo?
Grinch, I'm talking to Dana for a second. Dana, what is your interpretation of me offering solutions to you or black women? Go. Dana.
Yeah.
Dana.
Can you hear me?
Lifeline?
Can you
Yeah,
hear
I can
me?
hear you. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, what I was trying to say before is you offer systems. That's how you offer solutions.
I offer systems. Give me a couple examples.
Structure, discipline.
Give us examples.
The principles.
Okay.
Systems for healthy detachment. And then we have systems for, like, reading books and then just getting more information and understanding.
Okay. 3 examples of the principles. Three principles, just real quick. Just trying to help.
I don't wear shades.
I don't wear
shades. Matter.
It doesn't matter.
And I will have boundaries with everybody, including my mate, my children, and myself.
Okay, right. So that is a set of, I actually have 24 principles. So I give women principles that they can live by. Some women have the principles on their mirror in their bedroom. All right. So the thing about it is, this is an example of solutions. I also have these card games. These card games are solutions. A woman or a man can play one of these card games, and now they have embedded solutions because now they can take this card game everywhere they go with them. So this it more mess, some about leaving women alone, that sounds like some gay shit. So I don't know what the hell it more is, but it sounds gay. And that is not a solution to leave women alone.
You're appealing to your female audience, and I get that. And you're trying to sell a product. But the truth is, before any type of getting together happens, right? Look, you have to understand. Like when you come out here and you say, "Oh, well, that sounds like some gay shit" or this and slander, that's no different than what feminists and all these other like motherfuckers out here be on. Like say what you want, but the thing is, if you're speaking on something that you don't understand because you haven't did the proper research, where it's been published, and this is for years now, there's been multiple books, there's been, like, when you say Ibmore, there's tenets, just like you have your 24 principles, there's way more than that when it comes to all these collective groups together. And the thing is, look, I get it, you're trying to sell a product and a service, but in order to do that, you know your product ain't shit if you got to blaspheme somebody else's to make yours look good. Our solutions are within. You ain't got to pay nobody for nothing, no fucking card game or no trauma coach. What the fuck is even that? Like, bruh, the truth is, when it comes to relationships, we're all in this with whoever we're in it with, and we all have those choices to make. Everybody, no matter what your gender is, everybody has the motherfucking choice to pick who they want to be with. And it's common sense to tell somebody that you should have boundaries, that you should have this and you should have that. And they say common sense ain't all that common. But the thing is, when you're talking about the manosphere and all the things that we've done so far, all the influence that we've had, everything that we've pushed, bruh.
What
like,
influence?
This is child. This what are you talking about?
You just literally
Really?
said there's a whole bunch of dudes that get together and get away from women. That's gay.
So see, but see, no, that's because you look at it through that lens, because anybody in their right mind would see men coming together as a collective as normal life. This is normal, just like how women do. When women get together in women's spaces, nobody calls women gay. But all of a sudden, because we have men who are black men who are actually for the first time holding a standard for themselves, respecting themselves, now it's gay. You know better than these bitches, bro.
Are you done? So we can move on?
I told you what I had to say.
So, okay, you can stay up here, but you know
your logic. Okay, just logic is sir, not it's not masculine.
Calm down, sir. I asked you. I literally said, "Are you done?" You said yes. So we can move on with the conversation, and you keep talking. This is the dysfunction of these little red pill dudes. This is the problem. They don't know how to fucking stop talking.
You're a bitch, bro. I didn't know you was a bitch till.
All right, get them out of here. Freaking cornballs. So Dana,
can I just say something, Aaron? Because
I tried, Dana. I tried.
You tried, but you gotta understand. You're trying. I'm getting frustrated because I'm trying to understand. Are you trying, or is this entertainment? These people don't want solutions, and you're trying to talk to solutions. Like, so then what are we doing? You have to, if you close your eyes, right? If you close your eyes and listen to him talk, we are all talking to each other like a black mother does.
Oh,
if you close your eyes.
Yes. Oh shit. They sound like black single mothers talking to their children.
Daughters. So then they wonder why we don't listen, because we hear our mother's voice chastising us for being these people that they raised us to be. And instead of having some grace or understanding or trying to get back into community, you want to tell us you ain't nothing. You just like your daddy. That's basically what they saying. You just like your mama. Okay, if I'm just like my mother and I'm just like your mother,
what's the point?
What's the point of saying it? Let's focus on solutions. But that's why I asked that question, because when I go out here and I engage with men, I ask them, do you want to still be in community with black women? And based on that, that's how I move forward. If you give me statistics, I'll move on. If you say yes, let's build community.
Keeps them angry. It's like they want to be angry.
Okay, but we've experienced that with women first. So if we already seen it, right? How come we can't see it? And now I question, and this is why I'm saying, are we being disingenuous? Me and
No,
you?
it's
But
them.
but we know who they are, so why won't we accept them for who they are?
So somebody in the chat says you literally called him gay. I did not. I said what the Itmore, I don't know what the hell an Itmore is, but he said the Itmore guys, they leave
Yeah, but
women
you
alone
can't use
and they
that word,
build
Aaron.
community with other men.
You
That
gotta
is
stop
literally
doing
called. Go
You
ahead.
gotta stop. Because
Stop
when
what?
you say gay, you trigger their childhood to all the men who didn't understand how they were socializing and called them gay. You're doing what their
I shouldn't
fathers
call him
did.
gay.
You didn't call him gay. You called the way he socialized gay. So you did what all the men in the 80s did. Even if you feel like that's gay, I know. But this is how these young men socialize. So y'all are pulling them away from you. That's why on the screen there's two different reactions.
Right.
The young guys don't want nothing to do with the older men because all y'all do is chastise and criticize the way they socialize. And they're trying to say, yo, this is how we socialize. We don't want to be around women because they're mean like our moms. Why can't you see that?
So stop right there, Dana. This is a learning lesson for me. I'm learning something. The student has become the coach. Dana is so freaking dope. And I always say you're so dope. And I always say I learned so much from you. Dana, you have like become the freaking coach. You are so correct. And it's something that I've not necessarily seen in me in the past.
And the only reason I can recognize it is because I have a son of this generation. And the way he socializes is like how these other red pillars are socializing. They're looking for like-minded men online to share community and then go out and find them. Because the way they socialize, they don't know how to socialize like how we socialize because of COVID and all those different things. So it's going to be different. And they hate to do it around certain men because they're being called gay.
And cornballs.
Everybody's calling them gay and cornballs when this is the new generation of how
calling them cornballs.
You're doing what they daddy did or what your daddy did. That's why he was so in defense mode. He couldn't even have a conversation because he regressed. He was triggered. He regressed. He was triggered.
I kept regressing him. So the black women are talking to him like his mother, and I'm talking to him like his
daddy.
Father. Oh shit.
So then he's gonna run back to his community of red pillars to be like, see, mom and dad is fucked up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
And nobody sees the world like we see it. It's almost like when your parents are fighting and you're in the room with your siblings. Like they don't get us. They don't understand us.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Hold on one second. Stay right there, Dana. Stay right there, Dana. Don't go nowhere, Dana. Red pill dudes. Itmore people, whoever the Itmore people are. What is it? Grinch. I would love for you to come back up here, Grinch. And for anybody else from the red pill community, I would love for you to come up here. I would like to apologize to Grinch. I would like to apologize to the red pill people. I would like to apologize to Cooley. Because now I'm starting to realize that I am part of the problem by dismissing their experiences. Because going back to this video right here, we getting somewhere. Going back to this video right here, and I'm gonna come back to you, Dana. Right here, what I am doing is I'm dismissing angry man's experiences and saying, yo, what is wrong with him or the other guys on the left? So watch.
Actually, no. I've gotten
women.
So this is angry man's experience.
Have gone the way you said. What percentage?
Okay. First of all, you're asking me for a fact about something that I can't quantify.
I bet you can quantify that. It's been more women who've accepted you and gave you
actually no. Actually, no. I've gotten more attitude from Black women than pleasant interactions.
And the guy at the bottom says, come on.
Okay. So hold on.
So, with all that being said, I am the one that is wrong. I see things my way, and I'm calling other people's experience as bad cornballism or gay.
You're a victim. You're a victim to what you're always a victim to. And what I always tell you is you had a secure attachment style, and you can't see when other people didn't. You had a mother who seen you. You had a mother who loved you. You had a mother who heard you, nurtured you, and gave you the freedom to explore your characteristics and personality. When people don't have that, you can't see the ripple that it causes. When the first person stifles you and cripples you and tells you you can't be, sometimes you have to get away from everything that sounds like that person or feels like that person, i.e. Black women, to develop your own character and your own boundaries. They need the red pill to figure out who they are as men. They don't have fathers too. So how do they figure out the characteristics of a man?
Grinch.
And we don't have mentorship anymore. Like, there's because of COVID, you don't have sports as much. There's not as many so now it's like, where do we figure out how men act? Okay, let's go online and find and that's how it happens.
So Grinch, you're still in the chat. If you would like to come back up, I'll drop the link, and I want to apologize to you and actually hear and acknowledge your experience instead of overshadowing your experience with my experience, because that's what I've been doing. Well, I don't experience that. You're a cornball. And that is wrong. Dana, am I right?
Yeah. And that's the reason why I asked about the community thing, because as a Black woman, I'm asking Black men, hands up, palms up, trying to take a butterfly home.
Yeah.
How do we get back in community with you? How do we speak to you in a way that doesn't regress you? How do we speak to you in a way that makes you want to be around us? How do we be in a way that makes you want to come back into community with us? Not the specific ones you check, not the specific ones you pick, but just on a grand scale.
Grand scale. So what do we say about when the guy was talking about how the statistics say this and slavery? What was all that, Dana? Because I don't really understand why he went on that diatribe, but I'm trying to understand.
Because he's learning from Red Pill that men are logical and fact-based, right? So in order to show up that way in other arenas, he's going to try to be fact-based and logical. That's why they lean on the statistics. It's more about learning the characteristics of a man. So it's like, okay, I need to be logical. How do you be logical? Statistics.
But there's a other side that is important to understand also, because if I'm just just immersing myself in all this male logic shit, and then I get around a woman, I'm going to get mad at the woman for not being male and logical because she's not.
Right, but that's where grace comes in. When you're learning manhood from a human, you can learn those nuances. When you're learning manhood from online, you don't. That's what's happening. You're missing the nuance.
Think about this, Dana, because men online don't get an opportunity to slap box, to hug, to punch each other in the arm, to rag on each other, to wrestle, to rag on each other, to like, you messed up, you ugly. They don't call each other ugly. They don't call each other dumb. Like my homeboys were like, nigga, you dumb, you stupid, right? You know what I'm saying? So on YouTube, if you say that type of stuff, they take it as you want to fight. Just like the little Cooley dude thought I wanted to fight him because I call him a cornball. That is how I was raised. We call people that are not like us cornballs, and it doesn't mean that I don't like you. It means what you're doing is different. And it's just how we interact with each other. But YouTubers, they think you want to fight them when you call them names. My homeboys, we all called each other names like you dumbass mother. You know what I'm saying? It's how we talk. We slap box instead of fight.
Right, but you were still calling each other names, and there was still some affection in there.
Yes.
And
Oh,
some
yes,
nurturing.
affection.
Right.
Yes.
Online, there's no affection, because think
There's
about
no
it. Even when
affection.
people call each other names, they be like, I hope you're, they go to hell.
They go to
online
hell with each other.
because there's no affection, there's no connection, there's no community.
Yes.
Like, community is caring about how I can affect the other person. Community is understanding the nuances of this shared language we have. Yeah, we can rag on each other. That's our community. Yeah, we can tell your mama jokes. That's our community. We're never going to go online and be like, I wish your mama would ... Because we're like, that ain't a joke. That's not a yo mama joke. That is serious.
But do you know the yo mama jokes in person are this in the slap boxing is affection?
Yes.
Like the way a father shows his son affection is by wrestling with him, is by competing with him basketball. Like, got him, get up the court, you bum. That is affection with men.
Remember the clip I just sent you? The clip with Duvall when he was talking about how he tried to push his son and his son pushed him back.
Yes.
And he was proud. He was like, wait a minute. And then they got the tussling, but he was proud. Because it's like, if he could stand up to me, then he's going to stand up to everybody else.
Yes. Like when I was a kid, I talked about how when I was like 6 years old and 5 years old, my dad used to make me and my cousin run to the Liberty Bell. And I was crying. That was affection. Oh, this is so beautiful. Hold on. I was just talking to my cousin. Hold on. I'm going to call my cousin right now. I'll see if he remembers. Hold on. What the hell? What the hell? Okay. So we have to Dana, the misnomer in this is male affection is either at a deficit or is misread. So male affection,
you got to remember,
it can't be on YouTube. You
got to
right?
understand, we haven't taught women how. The problem we're having is mothers don't know how to continue to be affectionate towards their boys as they get older. Right. Or if they have an issue with the dad, then their struggles with affection. A lot of this comes from the lack of affection in the house is confirmed with the first relationship.
Yes.
Yes.
The lack of affection or affection. Yes.
It's confirmed with the first relationship. So when their mother's not giving them affection and then the girlfriend acts the same way, it's just like, this is how people are going to love me. This is how I get loved as a boy.
Or this is how people are going to treat me bad or reject me.
Yeah. Yeah. So even when, like, I've been a school nurse before, and right now I do psychiatry work. When I deal with men, I go mommy mode. And they open right up.
But how do these men do okay, if all of these red pill dudes are in a community with each other and they're like, we're not going to take these women on, and I view it as gay, but it's not gay.
No. Think of it as, take away gay and say decentering women.
Decentering women. Okay, cool. So how you're saying how you interact with your patients, in your opinion, how do these men interact with each other in a way that would actually build them up instead of them just acting like women and women are trash? Because that's what they're doing.
But see, we don't see it as they're being built up because of how their rhetoric is.
I think it's dysfunctional.
But remember, oh, I can't think of the word for it. When mom cries and she says, I'm okay.
Yes.
What is that? What is that? Remind me of the
It's
word.
Neuroception is what is
yes.
it?
So
Damaged neuroception. Damaged
that's
neuroception.
what we're dealing with. We all have damaged neuroception.
Yeah,
So
damaged.
they're doing good, but they're saying the words seem like they're doing bad. So
Yes.
think about that. It's opposite. That's why a lot of red pill men are married with families. It's damaged neuroception.
The dude said, I got a woman, but I'm angry. And then angry man is like, I got a woman, but I'm angry.
I only learned that because if you sit and you talk with men and you say, but is this your experience? They'll say, no, it's not my personal experience. I got a girl. She's great. She don't be like this. None of that. And I'll say, okay.
So they're lying?
They're not lying. What's happening is when they talk, the amygdala is activated. They're not breathing to speak from their prefrontal cortex. That's all.
Whoa. So it's two parts of the brain, y'all. Is your prefrontal cortex, two particular parts, and your amygdala. Your amygdala is in the back, and it houses all of your negative experiences. Your prefrontal cortex is simply your logic circuit, right? And what was going on with the guy, what was his name? Grinch. He calls his name Grinch. I don't know. That's a negative connotation in itself. And in Angry Man, his name is Angry Man, which is a negative connotation also. So you actually are making a point. Their names are negative connotations. So it's like they seem to have positive lives because Angry Man makes good money. He has a great following. He has a lady, kids, and all this other stuff, right? But he calls himself Angry Man. And Grinch says the same thing. He says he has a woman, but they have a name like Grinch and Angry Man. And just as an example, right? What this may actually mean is I am angry like you, even though I'm not. So I empathize with the other angry people. Dana, am I wrong?
Yeah, it's almost like, hey, we're the same.
We're the same. So they have to give themselves angry bad names in order to show their hands and say, hey, I'm like you.
And if you really think deep about it, they have healthy detachment because they can be a part of the Angry Man Club and apart from and still have good families. So they're not as detached to their anger as we see it.
But isn't it hurtful to misrepresent yourself as angry when you're not?
No, but I don't think he's representing himself as emotionally angry. And remember, I'm not angry, I'm something else. And that is what he's doing.
But we gotta be real and tell people what we are if we're not angry. And I'm not angry, I'm something else is one of the principles. Go ahead,
what
Dana.
I'm saying to you is there is a level of frustration. Maybe that's what he's saying for anger with what he's hearing other men still continue to experience. What
But
I'm
why is he
confused
just
with,
enveloped in somebody else's frustration?
listen, and again, it goes back to this is how they build their community. What I'm confused with is if you're hearing these men are still having these frustrations, then go back to what your motto is and decenter women. If the frustration is you keep coming across these negative women, because I'm always like, okay, if there's all these negative women, then either go somewhere else or just don't talk to them. But
that's what the guy said the Itmore thing was. They stay away from women. And
okay, and I'm fine with that, but they don't stay away from women and keep their thoughts to themselves. They stay away from women but come into our community to spew negativity. Now, if they kept their words to themselves and they kept themselves to themselves, cool. They come into our community to be like, oh yeah, but y'all are trash.
Single mothers are it. Yes.
And it's like, okay. If you're going to be in the community, then bring solutions, not just the negativity. And then that's where my pushback is.
So it's like birds are in their own bird community, right? You ever seen a whole bunch of birds just in a tree, right? They're in their own community. But every time they come around us where we're in the park, right? And the birds are in the tree, right? And we're sitting on the park bench. And here come the birds shitting on the people.
Yep.
Instead of coming and hanging out with the people while they're in the bench. Because the people on the bench, they have something the birds want. So the birds are the men, the red pillars, and the people on the bench are the women, right? So the birds are in their own community, right? And the birds come out and they want bread. So they want poom poom from women, right? So the women have plenty bread to give, which is poom poom, to men. But the birds are shitting on the women that are sitting on the bench with the bread. But the birds want the bread, but they don't know how to be in community with the person on the park bench by just simply hanging out in front of the bench. And then when the birds show up in front of the bench, the women with the poom pooms or the person on the park bench, they gladly give out bread and everybody's happy. So instead of
Nope.
Go ahead.
Unless, and this is what the red pillars are trying to get you to see, when we do come down for bread, she tricks us and she kicks us in the stomach, or she yells at us, or she chases us off. So we don't know from up there if we're going to get the bread or if we're going to get a kick in the stomach. So we're going to fly around and just keep shitting.
So they don't know how to interpret the person on the bench with the bread and the person on the bench that wants to kick the birds.
Because we all look the same now.
Because we all look the same from the tree.
We're all having the same issue, just like the women on the bench can't tell if the birds are going to come down to eat the bread or come down to peck them in the eye.
Peck them in the eye or shit on them.
Yep, they don't know. And because we don't know, everybody's like back against the wall.
So now women are afraid of the birds, so they don't go to the park. And the birds are afraid of the human, so they stay in the tree. How do we fix this?
It's the same generational argument we keep having. It's just a new generation. I don't think there's even a fix to it. I just think it's the phase of generational change, right? We're in a change where like this happened when the internet came. Now we're in a change where we're going all internet, right? We're getting done with telephone books. Oh, they're trying to get rid of paper trails right now, right? It's a shift. It's going to be a shift into the way we do things, the way we think, to the way we move and operate. And what's happening is we just have a split dating pool. You have people who know how to online date and people who don't. You have people who have nuance and nurturing and charisma and grace, and you have people who don't. And that's just where we're at. And you got to figure out, what do you need in your relationship to be comfortable?
Hold on one second.
I can't have, for me, I don't want to debate all day. I can't have someone who's just all logic, no nuance, no charisma, no, because I don't want to do it. And then when you get to the bottom of argument, it's just like, is this how you feel? And they'll be like, no. So what were we? Okay, so what do you think about this? And
they don't have a feeling, Dana. I literally was like, how do you feel? It doesn't matter how I feel. Other men feel like this.
But I know why they don't have feelings, because they learned how to be a man online from the digital era. And there are no feelings online. So
and there's assimilation. They have they feel this need to assimilate with other people online instead of having their individual experiences. Earlier, the guy, I was like, these guys have their individual experiences And then these guys have their individual experiences. And the guy said they don't matter. What matters is the statistics. He said that. And I was like, huh? It's this unadulterated need to assimilate with the incels.
No, there's the need to assimilate with anybody because you need to be validated. It's not
But
just
why, wait. Why couldn't they assimilate it with the guys that was having good experiences with women?
Because they don't validate what they're feeling. They need to be validated. So the people who feel opposite of them won't validate how they're feeling.
Invalidate them.
Yes.
Grinch, hold on. Grinch, you in the chat. You in the chat, Grinch. Would you like to come back up? I think we getting somewhere. If you don't overtalk me, I think we can get somewhere, Grinch. I'm about solutions. Forget the card games. Fuck all that shit. I think we have a solution with the red pill stuff and the non-red pill stuff. Grinch, would you like to come back up? Go ahead, Dana.
You got, and another thing I was going to say, Aaron, I'm going to help you. And I don't want to say you got to get over it, but you're dealing with the generations of babies who weren't seen and heard. So we're going to overtalk. That's just,
so I got to get over them.
You're dealing with kids who was told children are to be seen and not heard. So we're adults now. We want our get back. We want the last word. We want the last word.
They can have the last word, but they just keep talking.
I know, because you keep talking. If you talk, we talk. It's just, it's a sickness from childhood. It's trauma.
We own to something though, Dana. And Dana, how many times have I said, Dana, you need to do live streams with me because you can articulate all the things that we talk about in a coaching group way better than me. You are amazing, Dana. So, let's get off of the other stuff and get to this particular part of the video of this young, amazing woman. Because yet again, it has to be a woman that is getting us men in line. Check this shit out, Dana.
Don't know how to pick father figures. Like,
listen to this shit. Well, hold on. Before we get to that, we got to do a commercial. Damn it. I got to make some money. So before we go, because this woman right here dropped so many bombs. So hold on. Real quick, be right back after this. We gotta talk about this woman here, y'all. Don't leave.
I would meet up at a coffee shop and play this fun dating card game. We'll have fun and see if we're compatible all at the same time.
Ooh, what's the name of the game?
It's called Deeper Discussions.
I'm down.
Okay, meet you at 6.
Fellas, buy this card game. Ladies, buy this card game. Buy about 2 or 3 card games. The main reason why people can't stay together isn't because they don't like each other no more. It's actually because their present family issues come up or their past family issues come up. But when you play Deeper Discussions, you'll be able to understand a person's family issues up front.
This game can be played with either 2 people or an entire group. So have fun.
Question number 1. Name a time when money was the main factor why a relationship went bad.
Deeper Discussions Dating Edition. Again, these cards are good for vetting a potential boyfriend, a potential girlfriend, a potential husband, a potential wife. The texture of these cards are so soft and silky, by the way. Like
they ain't gonna get
really
wore out.
Durable.
A dating card game for introverts who have a hard time asking the much needed compatibility questions. Deeper Discussions, the card game.
So the key to all of this is all encompassing. Deeper discussions. I made these card games in order for 2 people to have deeper discussions. And that's what we're literally having now. That's why I invited Grinch back on the live stream, because we can have deeper discussions that are farther than normal discussions. Okay. Dana, this woman right here is going to just blow your whole mind. Watch this.
don't know how to pick father figures. Like,
and she young too.
You men don't know how to pick father figures. Like, the same way that women often don't know how to pick men for themselves, men to date, y'all don't know how to pick father figures. And I get it. I understand. Like, I was born in the 90s. My dad wasn't, the best dad ever. So I have daddy issues too. A lot of us in this generation have daddy issues, which is why there's been such a boom in these podcasts, talking point bros, because a lot of young men are looking for guidance, right? They're looking for men to look up to give them the sauce, to give them tips on how to navigate through masculinity. So I understand on a human level why you have this in such an occurrence where.
So now Grinch, I guess Grinch wants to fight me like the Cooley dude. Now he's like, no, I'll keep that same energy. No, I'm trying to learn. Now he wants to fight me. This is what I'm saying, man. Like, okay, let's just keep going. I'm reading the chat. Dana, go ahead. You about to say something?
I'll explain it after. Go ahead, Aaron.
Why these dudes be wanting to fight me? Like, I'm trying to understand.
Because you like their daddy and you triggered them and they could never fight their daddy. So you got to stop triggering them and then wanting to make up. That's not how it goes when a parent wrongs you. And that's it. Now play the clip.
No, say that again.
You cannot be trying to come right back and be like, oh, I'm sorry. You acted like their father. Now they want to fight you like they want to fight their daddy. You just can't come back. It's like you showing up 18 years later talking about, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Come back up here. No.
Oh, fuck. I got so much to learn. It's just like to the women. When when your man P. Diddy's you and does what Diddy did to Cassie and then turns around and says, okay, I'm sorry. You're like, no. Now they want to fight because they're like, no, you did this to me. Oh my God.
And you want me to trust you to act differently this fast? No.
Right. So me saying I apologize to them, they're like, nigga, shut up. You don't apologize. You ain't apologizing. You just want to stun on me again. You're right. All right, let's watch this video. God damn. Golly.
To look up to give them the sauce, to give them tips on how to navigate through masculinity. So I understand on a human level why you have this in such an occurrence where everywhere you look, there's some guy with a microphone, a setup, and girls that he's talking down to. Eventually, they always evolve into having girls there that are somehow not the type of young ladies that you would think they would want to spend all their time talking to, but they have them there simply as, punching bags, verbal punching bags. They can get their insults out and they are there to represent the type of women that they know their audience most likely are being played by.
Now she's talking about Cooley, the dudes with the microphone.
Or can't get or being used for their whatever money they have. So they know their audience members want to see certain types of women being dunked on. Like I said, there has to be a generational thing going on. There has to be a need for this. There has to be a reason why these type of men become viral, why they go viral, why they're popular, why they have so many supporters, so many men sending them super chats and funding their projects.
Go ahead.
So when I see this video, she's out of order one. And this is why these videos go viral. Women keep speaking on what men need to become men. These videos are viral because of women, not because of men. Kevin Samuels was viral because of women. Because women want to be in men's business and speak on what men need to be men and who they should watch, who they should listen to, who they should talk to. I cannot say what a man needs to figure out what he needs for his swag, his style, all those things.
I disagree. And this is the reason why I disagree. To a certain degree, y'all like us. Y'all want us, right? So y'all actually dictate what we do because y'all are the ones that will give us sex, right? So to a certain degree, I know we already know all the normal things, but overall, it does take women to say yes or no, we like this and we like that, in order for us to want to better ourselves. So other than that, we want a man that's 6'4" and makes $1 million a year. Okay, what else do you want? Well, I want this and I want that. So y'all have to be, see, this is the reason why I always preach community. We are all in each other's business because we are all in the same community.
Right.
So
but saying what I like about you as a man is different than saying who you need to talk to or listen to develop yourself as a man.
stop
I
right there.
agree with what you're saying.
I get it. I get what you're saying. But she's going somewhere. She's a married woman. But I understand what you're saying. But you got to hear her out for it to make sense. Because I understand what you're saying. But you got to hear her out. I think she got this from her husband or something. But hear her out and see if you have the same response. Let's go. I understand what you're saying.
Because a lot of men want this. They want to have men outside of their families to lead them and guide them. And the truth is, their dads are clearly not there to do it. Their uncles are not there to do it. Their older brothers are not there to do it. So, like everything else, what do? You come onto the internet to supplement whatever you're not getting. And I think that's just really what it
And that's the confirmation bias.
Comes down to. But you guys don't know how to pick them. You don't know what type of men you should be looking to and listening to. Y'all think if you see a man with muscles, if he's surrounded by IG models and OnlyFans girlies.
Talking about Fresh and Fit and Cooley. So the thing about it is, Dana, she's just looking at this and just interpreting what she's seeing, what she's overall saying, and she hasn't gotten to the point yet. The point is really dope. Her point is, y'all don't know how to pick men, just like we don't know how to pick men.
My only thing I feel like she's not being genuine about is she's like, they're running to the internet. We transition. It's not even about men just running and looking at people with podcasts and the internet. That's where the generation transitioned. When I was in high school, we were transitioning to Facebook. We just transitioned online. So now when you're looking at people online, of course, you're going to be looking at all different types of people trying to figure it out because you're no longer looking at humans. That's where I think the shift happened.
I keep texting people that I be outside with, and everybody is busy. So hold on, one other person. Somebody's going to answer their goddamn phone because I need some. Because the people that I'm outside in real life with, I just need them to see. I just want. Hold on. Hold on. All right, let's just keep going. I'm gonna look for him.
If he yells and postures himself a certain type of way, if he presents himself a certain type of way, that's all that you need to follow him, or that's it, and once he gets the following, a lot of times what happens with social media is the more support someone has, the more followers, the more viewership, the more subscribers that they have, that tends to validate them. And people think, okay, well, this guy has a lot of people watching him, he must know something. No, that's not what it is. It's a lot of times people are watching out of the spectacle. People are watching because it's feeding, like I said, something emotionally in them, watching certain type of women be talked to a certain type of way and be put down. That's really what it is. It's not that they're popular because, they have something intelligent to say. They're popular just because they're popular. I discuss this with my husband all the time. The truth is, the true OGs that really do have something or would have something to share with social media via podcasts, they don't have them. Then you have to run into them in a barbershop, or you have.
So right here, she says you had to run into him in a barbershop. Hold on, let me see if I can. Hold on 1 second.
What up, Aaron?
What up? What's going on, bro?
Hey, man, ain't nothing wrong. Beautiful day. What's up with you?
Quick question. I'm on a YouTube live, right? So I'm on YouTube, right?
Okay.
And explain when we were at the event the other night. Just explain what you seen from me and how we hung out. Just explain it, because what you already know, bro. I'm always trying to get an understanding of these dudes that be on YouTube sitting around complaining about women all day, right? What goes on outside? I get it. Explain what's going on outside.
All right. What's going on outside is I'm hosting these events. right?
Yeah.
I'm asking the guys to come. I practically have to beg these men to get in this room that's usually filled with women.
Filled with women.
Filled with women.
Yes.
And the women are open to the guys that come. They come, they looking good, they come smelling good, and they ready to meet somebody. And but what I can say confidently is that look, you show up and come through and get right to work, making friends and making connections. And so
and we be having fun, right?
We have a great time.
And it's hella interactions with the women, right? Am I up under you through the whole night? Like, yo, man, so or what am I doing?
Nah, we clap it up and then you get to it.
Right.
I mean, it's a room full of women waiting to be talked to be interacted with, and the guys who do show up, they do clean up. Look, I had one guy. He's been on my list for about 2 years, promising me he gonna come. I'm gonna come. He came to that.
Hold on, Dana. Did I leave with a woman?
Look, I don't know. I was working. I couldn't keep an eye on
the one with the white on.
One with the white on. White top.
At the end.
Yeah, you did. The girl who didn't want to be interviewed.
Yeah. So we don't have to talk about that. But all I'm saying is we are outside interacting with the world, because I was interacting with dudes too, right? The dudes was like, yeah, what's going on, right?
Yes.
So I wasn't just, it wasn't just women. It was just being social, right?
Just being social. Some of the guys was coming and making friends and making connections
with other guys, right? So it wasn't just about women. It's just about being social, right?
It's about being social, getting outside, making friends and making connections, and you never know what might happen.
Right. So I just wanted to, and this was how many days ago?
That was on Thursday. So today's Sunday.
Yeah, that was Thursday. So this is a typical thing that we do, right?
Yes, it is.
That's it. Bro, thank you so much, man, because I'm just trying to get these dudes off of YouTube and going out in the world and interacting with other humans, not just women. Because, a lot of times the dude be like, yeah, how to get women. It ain't about how to get women. It's about how to be social.
That's correct. Listen, they just waiting to be interacted with. So even for the ladies, I tell them, look, this is a networking event. Just come out and make friends. Don't necessarily wait to be interacted with.
Yeah.
But just come on out and make connections, and the ladies do it.
Facts.
So we just need more guys to step up. That's all.
Facts. Bro, we need to do like an IRL stream next event so people can see it or something, because I'm just trying to help my community, bro. Just like you trying to help your community.
Yeah, man. That's what it's all about. But it's definitely like a perfect. It's really just a perfect environment to just make friends. People come out just to be social.
That's it.
So why not just interact? And you never know what might happen.
That's what's up. All right, bro, man. I appreciate you, man.
You got it, bro.
All right. All right. So Dana, what did I do wrong?
Okay, so this is why the community is never going to be better, because the same parenting styles just get regenerated. What you and him did is what Black dads do. Y'all shamed, y'all insulted, y'all didn't understand, and y'all don't want to come to the new generation. What y'all are not understanding is we weren't taught to socialize in person first. And instead of accepting that, y'all keep trying to force us to do it your way and say we're weird. I am in Discords where we will talk online in Discord first and then do a Discord meetup. Y'all refuse to try it our way.
Try what? I don't understand.
We were taught to socialize online, and y'all just want us to come into a room with strangers and be social. We weren't taught to engage that way, and it's overwhelming for us.
It's overwhelming. Okay.
And women can do it because you know why women can do it, because we can fawn. We can be twitchy strippers at a networking event. Mm-hmm. Men don't got fawning in them. They got fight or flight.
Men got fight or flight. Hold on.
So you're going to have a club full of women in the dark fawning.
But
Twitchy
okay, so
stripper.
hold on. So we got to break this down. So women, what Dana is saying, because y'all are probably not understanding these words, twitchy stripper and fawning. A woman can just simply be there and be nervous out of her mind and still be acceptable because she's pretty. Men cannot be in that same environment, like horrified and antisocial, because he would probably get berated, laughed at, beat up, pushed away, absconded, and he doesn't know what to do.
Mm-hmm. And y'all who are in this club or in the event who are natural, y'all don't make it no better. What y'all standing over there for? Come over here. What y'all doing? Y'all ain't gonna talk to these women?
We don't do that, Dana. We don't do that. We don't do that. We don't do that. He was just talking as a matter of factly. He's saying that there's people that he would call, DM, or be in some type of Discord, like you're saying, and say, hey, come out to my event. So the same way you're saying that you're a part of a Discord and y'all will have a meetup, that's literally what he does. But I'm not in his Discord. Me and him are just friends.
Right.
So it's the same
but
thing.
y'all don't see it as, oh, let me figure out, or y'all don't even take into consideration that there may be an uncomfortability. It's like, just come out and socialize. It's like, that is uncomfortable for a generation.
So what does he tell the guy in his Discord to get him out? Because he'd be like, he can't get him out.
You hit him up one-on-one and be like, hey, yo, I've been trying to get you out for 2 years. Like, how could I get you out? And have a one-on-one with him and figure it out. Because some people just are not good off the computer because they've been
on the computer for so long.
Or just engaging and socializing for so long. Like, social anxiety is a real thing. And I know the generation before, we were used to just being thrown outside. I don't care if you don't want to be around them people. You got to be around them people. That is a real thing. And for women, we can fawn, so we get away with more social things.
Because y'all are pretty. So what? Okay. As you can see, I have my ways of doing things, and I'm learning what's right and what's wrong, right? I have my card game. I have, like, my homeboy be doing events or whatever. And actually, a YouTuber, shout out to JR Wisdom. He's a YouTuber that interviewed me the other day, and I was like, shit, let's go out, right? So we went out, and it was a lot of dudes and it was some women, right? And he was like, damn, it ain't number dudes, right? I'm like, but it was some women in there, right? So with me, I see the women that are in here instead of it ain't no women in here. So it was some attractive women in here. All I need is one or two, right? So I'm like, yo, I see her, but he sees, damn, it ain't no women in here. It's number dudes, right? So it was like, because sometimes situations be like that. Sometimes be more the dudes, sometimes more women. You don't know until you go, right? So we go there, and it was like, I would say, it was like 40 men and like 15 women, right? But the women in there, it was some attractive women in there. So he was like, damn, man, ain't no dudes in here. But I was like, I see a girl over there. It was a girl over here in VIP, but I think she was with a dude. It was another girl. She was with a dude, but I seen it. And I approached a woman that was by herself. And we had a great conversation, right? And we ended up leaving because, and I told him, I was like, yo, as the night gets better, it might be more women that will come in. You know what I'm saying? But the thing about it is, he was like, yeah, ain't no dudes in here. He only seen the negative side of it, right? So the other night when I went to this event, I hit him up and I was like, yo, pull up. He was like, let me know how it goes. And I was like, all right, cool. By the time I was there, I'm not paying attention to my phone. I don't go to no events just sitting on my phone. So he ended up texting me like, yo, how is it looking in the show, in the event? He's not from here. And I think he was assuming it was going to be another situation where it's not a lot of women. I hit him up the next day and I was like, yo, it was lit. He was like, damn, man, I would have went. Nigga, why didn't you go? You know?
I have 2 quick questions. Is he older than you or younger than you?
Younger than me.
Okay. 2 things. Social anxiety. When he got up to even go out with you the first day, his social anxiety said, look for a reason to not go out no more. That's why he's seen all the niggas and you seen the women. The next day, he's like, hey, tell me what it looked like. He ain't even going. His social anxiety said, nah, figure out what it looked like first.
Yeah.
Then when he texted you and you didn't respond, it was like, cool. He didn't respond because he could have called you. That is how social anxiety works. And your generation can't even see it and understand it. You see it as flakiness. You see it as you only looking at the negative. That's how it gets in your head and in your thoughts.
Mm-hmm. So how does a man from that generation continue to go out? Because he's seen me, even though it was a whole bunch of dudes, I was on the women that were in the place. You know what I'm saying?
I promise
How
you,
does he learned to do that?
He wasn't even seeing you. He was blacked out. His anxiety was so bad. He wasn't watching you. And you know, ain't nobody thinking about you. You know that. So he couldn't even focus. His brain was so in his amygdala. You have to be in your prefrontal.
One thing I say this about men: if it's 2 of us, or 3 of us, or 4 of us, and if one of us ventures off, and then we get in a woman's face, we see that man in that woman's face because we always live vicariously through the other dude. So if she's fine, she's pretty. We like, yeah, my guy's gonna get her. We want him to sleep with her for us. So when we get at a woman in that environment, we do see him. And what we do is we make room for him and we just get out of the way. So that's what he actually did, because when I was talking to the woman, once me and the woman separated, he came right back to my side and we were talking about some other stuff. So he seen me with her, and then he seen me, because you don't want to be up under the same woman all night. You get a phone number, talk to her, and then you move on, right? And then, because it's a social event. You don't want to just be up under the same person all night. I don't know you. You don't know me. Just get out of here, and I'll talk to you later on. So, and then he came back in my area, and we started talking. So he seen me talk to her, and then he seen me not talk to her because he came back in my environment. So we do see each other when we're
I'm not saying he didn't see it. I'm just saying he may not perceive it because of his anxiety as, oh, look at him being social. Look, you get what I'm saying? Like that part. Like he sees you being out there. But yeah, sometimes your anxiety gets you even to like that much. And so the only way to get over it is just to keep going out. He just has to keep going. He has to want to go out. There has to be things he has to want to be involved in. And that's just what it really boils down to. Like, I feel like with men, there's no dragging them out. And I'm learning that from having a teenage son. They have to want to go. Or if you drag them out, they're not going to make it fun. Like, it's just not going to be a great time.
Not going to be
Women,
fun.
you can drag them out. They'll fawn their peas. You see it with little girls. You'll bring them somewhere they don't want to be. They may pout, but they'll do whatever they got to do.
So Grinch, you are still in the chat. You said, where did y'all go? Grinch, are you in Atlanta? Pull up. Hit the link. Pull up, bro. Like, why? I understand what Dana is saying. Like, I did something that made you feel a certain kind of way. Now you're like, nah, forget you. I apologize. You don't believe me. And you just said in the chat, where did y'all go? Where y'all went to? Are you in Atlanta, Grinch? I'll hang out with you. I don't hang out with just random people, but I'll hang out with you if you cool and whatever. You know what I'm saying? But the thing about it is, like, let's figure this shit out. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Because I don't have the most amazing life in the world, but I have a pretty good life. And women love me.
The other thing is too, is that guy who's texting or any other guy, they have to really sit and figure out what do they like. You know what you like. That's why when you go to events, you have a great,
As in what? Like
and
what?
type of outings they like to, like it, what type of environments you like to go into that make you feel relaxed and comfortable. You have mastered that. You know
Okay.
exactly what kind of events you can go into where you're comfortable networking, where you know, like that I've observed and learned from you. Like
You've been around me, right?
Yeah, you know what environments you're gonna thrive in, and people have to figure that out. Like, what environments do you feel seen and heard? Because that's where you're gonna thrive. And you have created those environments everywhere you go. Like, you only keep people around who are trying to see and hear their friends, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So let me play this quick video real quick. All right. If you've been around me before, right? If for whatever reason you're next to me or we're out and you start talking and I'm like, hey, sit down. Are you gonna sit down or you gonna be like, who are you talking to?
I'm gonna sit my ass down. I'm gonna sit down. But I think that's because like I've been around you before. I know how you are. I feel safe around you. Like, you know, we've had fun being out with people, and I know I'm okay. Like I know I'm good. You know, so that's why I'm gonna sit my ass down.
On a scale of 1 to 10, sitting your ass down is 10, and the woman right next to me has been out with me all the time. We do skits together on Country Wayne, so she has been out with me too. Talking shit, be like, you can't tell me nothing. It's 1.
9.5. I'm a 10, baby.
Okay, 9, 10.
I'm at a cool.
These women are at level 10 of sit your ass down. If a man tells her to sit her ass down, they gonna sit their asses down.
8.5.
So we got a group of women on here that is okay with sitting their asses down somewhere?
Baby, put me in the dungeon, baby. Put me in the dungeon. Lock me up.
I think that a lot of the times people forget that women out here are working hard and going after things based off of necessity and not desire, right? Our natural state, our innate desire is to want to be the helpmate, want to be the helpmate, want to be that person that is feminine.
Father our women. Going to a boogeyman, not my baby, and you're going to. This is another interaction with women that I don't know. I know 2 women on this screen, but only one woman. I didn't know any of these women. This was the first time of me being on this live stream with these particular women. But I know Lucky, but I didn't know the other ones. I know them now, but I didn't know them then. Strange ass women, don't know them. And I'm calling them children in their face. And watch what happens. You act like there's a boogeyman in the closet, fight the boogeyman, or kiss her and tuck her in the bed, and then everything's okay. And she's going to feel loved and acknowledged. You have there, and look, they're smiling. You have to somewhat do the same thing with your woman. If she says somebody at work is a bitch or whatever, you got to be like, what? She a bitch? You want me to go up there and slap her? You need to just jump in and be like, what you want me to do, baby? You got to jump in. They're smiling. Let's keep going. I'm just trying to show y'all just interactions. My girl Donnie.
You make sure I'm good. You're always asking if I need anything. If you see my hands full, you'll relieve that. If I'm about to leave an establishment, daytime, nighttime, doesn't matter. You are walking me to my car. I have told you plenty of times, like, oh no, I'm good. I can handle it. And you're like, whenever I'm present,
you sit down.
You sit down and I got you.
There's been times where I've yelled across a room. It'll be a room full of people, right? And I see you with your purse. Donnie, where you going? No. Wait until I come back.
Yes.
Stop.
Yes.
And you'll be like, okay.
Yes. And there's.
So in different environments, how do we get the men in that or something? I don't know.
So I literally said to someone who I'm talking to or dating or whatever, I said, I need a man who makes my nervous system feel at ease. Like, and that's basically what you do for women.
How do I do that in your, like, as a woman? Because I can't say I do this because I don't exactly know what I do. But how do you respond to whatever it is that I'm doing as a woman?
Because you understand the nature of a woman, right? Even when, like, even with the example Donnie gave, and this happened with me when you're walking us to the car and we're like, no, we can walk to our car by ourselves. You know we're nervous when we do that. You know we don't feel safe when we do that. You know we would prefer for you to walk us to the car.
So I say, like, no, I'm walking to your car
to the car. And it's not a grabbing our arm or no, this is like, no, we're going to the car. Like, and it's a disarming, you know what I mean? It's like she said, you see her hands are full. You know women get overwhelmed. You know this is making her anxious. Let me take it off. I guess understanding how women's nervous system is set up just like at a state of anxiety. And I think now we're understanding that sometimes men's nervous system is set up that way if they've been nurtured in certain environments or by certain women. Just knowing that someone's there to take the load off, to be protective, to just knowing someone's there. It's almost like the presence and consistency of your presence.
The consistency. Okay. What about the gas station situation that was on the guys was talking about? I go into the gas station and women are scowling at me. So how can he get something from a stranger that don't know you and there's no consistency because you're
disarm her. He has to disarm her. Consistently disarm women. When I see men,
it's a life of this. I get that because I tried to disarm the guy. I'm like, okay, I got it. I'm gonna keep trying. Okay,
that's why I stepped in, because men can't, unfortunately.
Okay.
Because of the nature of men, y'all will never disarm each other. Y'all are always gonna stay dukes up a little bit. That's just because of men, y'all nature. So that's why I tried to come in with that question to kind of disarm him, right?
Yes.
Because a woman
made it worse.
Well, no, because y'all was already fist to fist, and that's why I just stayed on mute, because I'm like, no, I could use this as a moment of correction with Aaron. It was too late for me to interfere right then and there. But the way I do it as a woman, because I've been getting I'm gonna say great experiences with men, is I try to go in and be disarming. I try to think about my tone, think about how I'm approaching it, think about, okay, what's my attitude for the day, right? Because a lot of times it doesn't even have to do with the person in front of you, and they're just getting it.
Mm-hmm.
And then being understanding of everything that's going on to disarm the other person's nervous system.
Okay. Raz says, are you in a committed relationship with any of these women? If not, why not? Why do I need to be in a relationship with these women? Because I guess in their minds, the only type of relationship is sexual, I guess. What do you think about this question, Dana?
What he's saying is, if you're so protective over them and you have this good rapport, why not just be with one of them? And I think this is where the breakdown of socialization is. It's not about just being with any of them. You've had communication with them, you've had experience with them to understand that this is a friendship. You can choose who you go into a relationship with and who you be friends with, and you just made the choice to be friends with them. And that could be okay.
It's not really about being friends with people. It's about inviting women in my space and them feeling comfortable. So it's not about we're BFFs. Me and you, Dana, are not BFFs. We're friends. No. We're not BFFs. We don't hang out, nothing, right? But the thing about it is, I would invite a woman in my space and be like, come hang out. And then she'll hang out. And the fact that I'm not in her face, breathing down her neck, trying to grab on her ass, makes her feel comfortable. And I'm protective also. And like you said, I'm disarming. I make women feel comfortable, right? So the thing about it is, I don't have this need to have sex with every woman I see. I like having women around me. Go ahead.
As a woman who has come into your space, coming into your spaces, there's an understanding of this ain't about sex.
No.
And I think sometimes that's the big thing. Like, if I'm coming into your community, when I come into your community, I come into your space as a man. It's like, you're a good person. You're a cool person. I'm just trying to figure you out. I'm not coming in like, oh, this is about sex. And I think that's where the breakdown is.
They only
like, if you're coming into my space, then it's a sexual relationship. And it's like, but what if sex doesn't work out? Can we not still be
friends,
safe around each other, comfortable around each other?
Dana, I think that the only way that they see an interaction with a woman that is attractive is sex. They don't see women as people. And I think this is probably the issue with the red pill dudes. They don't see women as people. They see women as sexual conquest. And if a woman doesn't want to have sex with you, or if I don't want to have sex with a woman, why are we around each other? I don't know. Someone said, oh, go ahead.
I don't even think it's about sex with them. I really just think it's about socializing with them. I'm having negative social experiences with these women. And it reminds me of experiences that I've had. Regardless of the work I do on myself, regardless of the changes that I make, regardless of the equity I put into myself, I'm still having negative experiences.
My guy Angry Man is in here. Shout out to Angry Man. What's going on? Thank you for the $10 super chat. Would you like to come up here, Angry Man? Because you're a cool dude, right? I fuck with Angry Man. But you seem to empathize with the antisocial people. And I want to understand more because you're one of the leaders of this YouTube. I think it's me, you, Anton, O'Shea Duke Jackson, and the lead attorney. And who else? And one or two other people. And I think it's important for us to figure this shit out. You know, so what we're doing is trying to figure out what other guys' experiences is. So I'm gonna drop the link. Hopefully you'll come up, Angry Man. You be coming up on other people's panels. Come up on mine, Angry Man. Shit. Because the thing about it is, I just want to learn to understand why red pill dudes do and think the way they do. I just don't understand.
It's just a different way of socializing. And you're not gonna understand because you socialized a different way in your generation.
So I can't be around these people.
If you're gonna be around them, you're gonna have to accept how they socialize. That was just like your father's generation trying to be around y'all when y'all was listening to rap, and they're like, "What is all this hippity hoppity, ribbity rappity? We don't want to hear that." That's what's happening right now. That's what's happening. So it's like you can be around them, but you're gonna have to accept them and see them and hear them for who they are. You don't have to do anything with the information, but it's like, how do you take a butterfly home? You just hold your hand out. All you're doing is listening and understanding. And if that's how they feel, okay. That's why I always ask, is the goal to just file your grievance, or are we working towards community? Because if we're working towards community, what we're both doing by only saying the negative things about each other, that's why we don't go home.
Right.
That's why nobody goes back to their mama's house.
Because
we keep saying the negative things about each other. Like every time you go home, all your mother says is the negative things. You could have graduated from college. You got fat.
You don't got fat. When are you going to give me a grandbaby? Yeah.
It's like,
when you going to get married?
Right. Now it's like, I don't even want to go home. You don't even see me.
Yeah.
You still don't see me. And I feel like we're still not seeing each other. It's just a different generation, is a different time. And y'all got to realize we're never going to socialize that way again.
So let's go back to this girl, because she's going to make her point right here. And I want to see if you agree with her right here.
I have something to share with social media via podcasts. They don't have them. That you have to run into them in a barbershop, or you have to find them in Home Depot. You have to have access to them most likely in real life, and just happen to have a conversation where they feel like dropping some jewels and sharing some wisdom. They're not going into a studio. You know, they don't have podcast mics. They're not recording conversations.
And she's saying real dudes, they don't be doing all this stuff on social media. They be out in barbershops in real life.
Right. So it's typically who you know basis. And you, like I said, you have to run into them in person. And a lot of guys don't have that. I mean, clearly they don't have that, which is why they're so thirsty, just searching for men to look up to and guide them and lead them. In the sense that mentorship can be useful, right? And you can have surrogate fathers and father figures that do come in and do things that your biological father and uncles and whoever didn't do for you. That's something that people used to do. Like, I live in Philadelphia. There were tons of boys and girls clubs where you did have men that were vetted and reputable who would join these organizations, and they would have little brothers and little sisters, and they would help nurture them and help grow them, help in general, presenting as a male figure in their life.
So does that make sense what she's saying?
No, it doesn't make sense, because the men she's talking about are not technologically savvy enough to have podcasts and to talk and to not get canceled. You are a man of that generation. You are a real man, and you're tech savvy and you're online. Those men do not know how to navigate being online and not get canceled.
So they can't do it. Therefore, they
can't do it. That's why they don't. They can't do it. That's why they don't do it. You do it. And you're of that generation, and you're a real man, and you talk about real things. But everybody can't do it because they were not socialized with the internet. They were not raised up on technology. They can't come on here and say some of the real things they want to say because it doesn't apply to this generation, and they would be canceled.
Like calling.
We're having a generational conversation. That's what's happening.
Like calling dudes gay and stuff like
that.
Yes. Oh, he's gay.
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah.
So it's about acceptance. Just like that's why I'm saying she's out of order, because she's not accepting.
Don't accept.
She's not accepting. And
no, I'm just saying, Dana, we, from where I'm from, we don't accept.
No.
You is a lame, and you stay your lame ass over there, because it's how we protect ourselves and how we protect our stuff, right? Like, for an example, right? Say I hang out with Cooley. We go out to a bar. It's going to go bad because Cooley is a lame, right? We are not the same. I've seen Cooley in an environment. We were all in the same house together for 4 days together. He is a real life lame. He has problems interacting with the women. Literally right here. Hold on, where's the video? Literally right here. Hold on. Literally, we're all in the same house. We're in the same house.
From my therapist. She's sitting right here.
Oh no. We're out in the back. This is the back of the house. We're hanging out, laughing, talking shit.
Oh, those threats. This girl is hot.
We're in the house now.
She has a fur coat on.
Somebody's in the back eating a sandwich.
On fanning herself.
You do not see Cooley anywhere.
All those people, I get what you're saying, Aaron.
And everybody is a stranger. This woman was a stranger.
It's not about stranger. We're talking about generation. You're talking about people who grew up socializing that way. He didn't.
So hold on.
About being comfortable just going outside and running around with strangers. That's how we were socialized. And a lot of these people you're showing in the room, they're older millennials. So
they're not. The guy that was jumping over the thing, he's the same age as Cooley. Him.
What I'm saying to you is I can tell by the way he's playing, he's experienced being outside during childhood and the internet. Some of the kids didn't get outside. They only had the internet. So they're not going to have those social interactive skills in person. I could just see it by looking at your video who had time playing outside.
Hold on a second.
All right, they down here hating on me. Because of how sexy I'm looking.
Hold on. I'm showing y'all, you do not see Cooley anywhere. That's K. So it was a part. See, oh, here it goes right here. You do not see Cooley. We all outside in the back. Everybody.
You're missing the other caveat.
Look, we all look, everybody. Different ages. Everybody's outside. Look, women. We outside just hanging out. Look, we downstairs lifting weights. We are not. And there ain't no women. Well, yeah, there's women watching us, but we lifting weights. Look, we in the living room. All of us hanging out. different parts of the environment.
We trying to see if,
know what I'm saying?
if the shirt.
See, he ragging on me, talking about my nipples showing.
If the shirts came with the nipples already printed in the shirt. Hey, where you get pre-nippled shirts from? Yo, where you buy those?
The nipples come with the shirt.
No, don't cover them up, man.
Yo, why you hating on my nipples? First of all, the ladies love my nipples. But you don't, so as like I said, Cooley was in all of those environments. The nigga was 1000% socially awkward. Not one woman in that room had a positive interaction with him.
Because not one woman was coming there to disarm him. You got to understand this too. Then you got to remember you and him.
Cooley was the only person, and his little boyfriend was the only two people in there that was antisocial. Everybody else,
let me paint the picture for you.
Nobody knew each other. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I'm just trying to offer another perspective and understanding. Imagine getting into a fight with your daddy, and you told your daddy you was gonna beat his butt. You're gonna beat his ass. Then you come to the family cookout, and your daddy's having fun with everybody. You're like, damn, do I beat my daddy's ass in front of everybody, or do I just stay away? That's why you even said he tried to confront you like, yo, what's up? Because he was like, damn, do I just beat how he didn't know how it's just a social.
Dana, I get it. I get that. Hold on. I'm gonna show you. I love the receipts. I got receipts on all this shit. So I understand what you're saying right there. He did the shit. He did it. Remember, he ran up on me. He explains it right here. Hold on, I got to get rid of one of these videos. Hold on. This is some good shit. All right. What up, bro?
What's up?
What's up with you? What's up with you? Hold on. Let me play this one thing and I want to get to you. I want to show her point. So he explains it eloquently right here. What happened?
What's the name?
So Dana, I'm playing this not to rag on him, but to let you know that no, we got this shit out of the way the second I walked into the room.
That you pressed, that you kind of punked. What's his name? Mr. Let Go? Okay. So yeah. So Cooley pressed Mr. Let Go because Mr. Let Go was, previously talking crap about Cooley or whatnot. And Cooley's like, yeah, if I see him, I'm gonna let him know what's up if you want to shoot.
So I simply called him a cornball. And according to you, Dana, that is bad to say, even though I grew up that's just how we talk, right? So next thing you know, he was telling his little homeboy, like, yo, when I see him, I'm gonna fight him. And I'm like, why you want to fight? Like, nigga, what are you talking about?
I'm like, he ain't gonna do nothing. But Cooley actually did. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm usually the one that's fighting. So Cooley's like, yo, if I'm see him and I'm gonna let him know, like, yo, what I think about him. And Cooley actually did do that. You know what I'm saying? So everybody's like, yo, what the hell happened or whatever. They even hated him even more when he did that because everybody's like, yo, what happened? Why did he say that? What's going on? And so,
you're not you're everything I'm saying to you now, I'll say it to you in your face. And I'm like, bro, I don't think you masculine enough to say this in my face. And he wasn't. So what happened was I didn't know that he was going to be there, but
he did know I was going to be there because everybody's on the call sheet. And he literally just told the dude, when I'm going to see him, I'm going to ask him for the fade. So he's lying right there because he literally said, when I see him, I'm going to ask him for the fade.
if I see anyone I was talking greasy online, I'm gonna actually approach them of what they said online. That's just, it is what it is. So I seen him once he walked through the door. I just happened to be like walking by the door too. Once he walked in, I walked right up to him. I was like, listen, man, you want to catch this fade or you want to piece it up? He was like, wait, what? Like, what do you mean? I'm like,
because I didn't even know who he was. It's a house full of people. I never seen him in person. Angry man, if I see you in person, I might not recognize you. Like, it's just people, right? You don't be like, oh, that's so-and-so from YouTube. You just see people. So he walks up like, yo, what's going on? And I was like, what's up, family? Dapped him up. He was like, yo, you want to fight? What? You want to fight? I'm like, for what? And he's like, yo, me and you got into it. And remember, me and him had some mess on YouTube a year ago, because I got the video and I looked for the video, and it was back in November of 2023. So literally 360 days ago, we was going back and forth. So I did not recognize him when he walked up to me. He was just some tall dude.
We could go outside right now and we can catch this fade. Or if you're not with the smoke, we could piece it up. He was like, bro, that internet stuff, that ain't nothing, man. It's all love, this and this. And then some people came over. And
So right there, Dana, and I'll get to you, Angry Man. No, initially when I walked in the door, we squashed it, or it wasn't nothing. So through the whole weekend, this nigga did not go bowling with us. This nigga did not go out with us. We went out to eat. He did not interact with any of the other women. The women did not interact with him. He was just a straight socially awkward person, him and the dude. So now, Dana, we got all that out the way. But go ahead, Dana.
You could say you got it out the way, but he could have still felt it in his body. Remember, the body keeps the score. Just because you have one conversation doesn't mean it's out the way. And that's where I feel like the generational, like, that's what I feel like is being miscommunicated. Like, yeah, you may felt like you addressed it, and for you, it's like, oh, it's done and over with. But it may not have been that for him.
Gotcha. So, Angry Man, welcome to the show, bro.
What's up?
All right. So one of the main reasons why I wanted to do this particular show was to try to figure out, one, I think this red pill thing that I don't necessarily agree with, don't like, or whatever, because of this cornball way it looks to the outside world, right? If it's helpful, we got to figure out what's helpful and what's not. And then at the same time, the gatekeepers need to start gatekeeping the weirdos from coming in and making the red pill shit, if it's going to be an actual thing, from looking stupid. You know what I'm saying? So you, O'Shea, whoever else you would say that is like over, because I'm not over this, I'm just on YouTube, but you are one of the originators of it, you and O'Shea and Obsidian. Like, how do we make this into something that actually is helpful, instead of letting weirdos like Cooley come in, take it and embarrass the rest of y'all with the shit, because they keep embarrassing y'all because they are taking some shit that y'all built and embarrassing y'all with the shit because they ain't living it. But in your opinion, what do you think about all that?
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Who's, just off the top of your head, who's your favorite actor?
I would say Denzel Washington, even though he's kissing a man, but
cool. Before that, let's say before we know
Denzel.
about that. Denzel, right?
Yeah.
Who's the actor you can't stand?
Actor I can't stand. One of the dudes, I can't remember his name. He's a white dude, and he be in these serious roles and always trying to make jokes as a serious person, but I don't remember his name.
Okay, that guy.
Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck. Okay.
Yeah.
So when Ben Affleck gets in a movie, does that thing that you don't like, which is cringe or whatever, do you hate the entire movie industry, or do you just dislike Ben Affleck?
I just don't like him in the movie. So I hate the entire movie.
Okay, so
because he's in the movie, but not the movie industry.
Okay, so red pill is an ideology. It's a concept. It's not a thing where it's like a club or an organization or something like that. It's simply the Matrix metaphor for somebody waking up and seeing the truth, right? And part of that is dudes realizing that a lot of women are full of shit. That's really what it boils down to. So when it comes to guys that either identify as red pill or they get labeled as red pill,
or hijack red pill.
I mean, it's not something that can be hijacked because it's an idea. You can't really hijack an idea. You feel you can participate in an idea or a movement. It's not really like you're hijacking it. You feel what I'm saying? You may be able to corrupt it to a degree, but that is dependent on your opinion of the person and what they're doing.
So hold on. Can I play one thing? And because I think this is the hijacking of what y'all build. And let me and is embarrassing. Let me know what you think. Is this hijacking of this thing?
Last chance. After this, there's no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I'll show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. You take the blue pill, the story ends.
Oh, the Matrix. With the tiny music, bro.
So in that situation, he adopts, hijacks your.
It's not mine.
The thing, y'all didn't build that.
No, it's not mine. That's something that was here. That concept comes from the Matrix. It comes from the lady that wrote the original story.
So what did you, O'Shea, and Obsidian start?
The Black Manosphere.
That's not red pill? Those are two totally different things?
No,
I'm still trying to understand it.
I'm gonna say it again. Red pill is an idea. It's not a club or a group.
Okay.
Black Manosphere, on the other hand, can be considered a group or an organization or you feel what I'm saying? It's kind of like God, this is a terrible, well, matter of fact, let me not use that analogy. It's kind of like, would you consider the Nation of Islam pro-black?
Yes.
Would you consider the Black Panthers pro-black?
Yes.
But the Black Panthers and the Nation of Islam are not the same thing.
But they have a set of rules that have gatekeepers.
They have commonalities.
But they have gatekeepers. You can't just say, I'm from the Nation of Islam. Somebody's going to pull up on you like, yo, brother, who are you? What chapter are you a part of?
Yeah, definitely. But that, same thing with the Black Panthers, but not everybody that's pro-black are under those stringent rules. Like you don't have to, there's no initiation to be pro-black. The same way there's no initiation to be red pill.
There's an initiation to be part of the Black Panthers, because I was part of the NFAC, and you have to either be a part of the NFAC or not. You can't.
Yeah, but there's
somebody's gonna pull up on you.
But there's no initiation to be pro-black. You don't have to be part of the Black Panthers. You don't have to be part of the Nation of Islam. You don't have to be God body. You don't have to be a 5%er to be pro-black. You can still be pro-black.
I can't say I'm one of these things on social media without somebody pulling up on me, is what I'm saying. There's
but you can say you're pro-black. The same way people can say they're red pill, because red pill is not an organization.
It's not an organization.
You see what I'm saying? It's not an organization. It's just a concept or an idea or an ideology that people follow. Now, within that, you might have other groups that get put into that category, like Passport Bros, MGTOW, Black Manosphere, the regular Manosphere. Like you might have people under that umbrella because that's the way people categorize it. But if you really want to get deeper into it, it's annoying to me when I see it, because
what is it?
When I see men trying to express how they feel or express their frustrations or attempt to navigate masculinity, manhood, and life, and they get pathologized for it. It's really not fair.
They get pathologized for it? What you mean?
Yes, they get
Dana.
pathologized for it.
Go ahead, Dana.
I was going to say I agree, and I think this is where the generational gap is coming in, because it's like you're trying to say, I need to understand, and what red pillars are just saying is we just want to be away from women while we figure out what a man is or
Well,
who we are as a man.
That's not
I'm not saying in its entirety. I'm just saying you guys are not centering women. Well, from what I see.
So Dana is
that's
somebody.
That's partially true. It depends on, and see, this is what I mean. This has been going on, and it's been around for so long that you can't really put everyone that considers themselves red pill in one box, because there are certain people that most certainly are never going to center women, and their focus is not going to be women, even though there are some that do. Now, me personally, I don't think men should be centering women. I think men should be centering masculinity. You feel what I'm saying? And being the best man they can be.
She's saying by proxy. Women end up getting centered by proxy because the men go over here and don't mess with them. So by proxy, they get centered. That's what she's saying.
Well, I mean, women end up getting centered anyway, because because of a couple of reasons. One, they're going to find a way to be the center of attention, and that's on their part. And then two, it's kind of hard for men to navigate the world without interacting with women. And because women find a way to be the center of attention, they inevitably end up getting centered anyway. That's part of I can't speak for everybody, but as far as my assessment, that's part of the frustration, is that men are dealing with a group of people that they, of course, have to interact with in some way, shape, or form. And that particular group of people are a very narcissistic group of people.
Okay, I agree.
And it's frustrating because when someone comes to the internet and makes a diagnosis and says, you know what, Western women, not any particular group, just Western women, seem to be very narcissistic. And then the women hear that word, and now that word becomes synonymous with all of their ex-boyfriends. Oh, he's a narcissist. And it's like here you are again commandeering something that was used to pretty much describe your behavior that needs to be fixed, but now you're taking it and then weaponizing it in a very
but that's the job of a narcissist, no?
Of course. That's what
so they're just doing. And this is the thing about me. My women or children, ideology. I accept women for doing dumb shit that women do. Right.
And see, now watch this. Now, what you just said, right? Here's the funny thing.
And that's not a bad thing to say. Go ahead.
It is to women.
Dana? Hold on, Dana. Is that a bad thing, crazy thing to say?
But I think I'm somebody who understands
exactly
what's being said.
Dana's not like, I've listened to her talk up here. She's not, I don't want to say the average woman. That's not what I'm trying to say. She's been coached by me. She's more open to what you're saying.
She's been coached by me. She's one of the generals of my coaching group. Yeah.
Well, the women that are not more open to what you're saying, the women that are going to give you pushback, would find what you just said extremely misogynistic.
Men do dumb shit too, but
yeah, but that doesn't negate the fact that you said that they are like children and they do stupid shit. Because again, women want to be centered, so it's not going to matter to them that you also said the same thing about men.
But I get you. But I am looking to center women because we center children. And a child in a room is always going to be the center of everybody's attention. So
I mean, I don't
what they want.
I don't disagree with you.
Hold on. So if I have a way of centering women, which will give women the attention and moderation and protection that they strive for, and as an example, red pill are running away from women or shitting on women or whatever that women think they are doing, wouldn't me saying what I'm saying give women what they want? Dana, you was about to say something?
This is where I kind of hear what the red pill saying, or the manosphere, or just men in general. If you centered women and gave them all the attention they wanted, you couldn't be productive.
Facts.
You can't.
They don't supposed to be productive. They're children. Let them be.
The man can't be productive.
She's talking about the man.
The amount of attention, and I just know me, even as a woman, and I rationalize and I talk myself and I say, if you want someone who works, you cannot think he can give you this much attention. But some women will not make that rationalization, and they would want all their time, all their focus.
I think y'all are misinterpreting attention. I mean centering. The child does not get all the attention in the room. We all just know what the child is doing. Like if all three of us were standing in a house and there's a 3-year-old, all of us would be looking at the 3-year-old out of the corner of our eyes to make sure the 3-year-old don't do nothing crazy. That is what I'm saying. We're not, hey, little child. We just know what the child is doing from a normal ability to protect a child, whether it's ours or not.
But that's part of the problem, because it's basically putting women in a position to not have any agency. And if you're a fully grown adult that don't have any agency, that means that life, you don't really make mistakes. Life is just happening to you. In other words, everything that ever happens to you is not your fault. It's everyone else's fault. It's the world's fault because you have no agency. That's part of the problem.
And even if it's not agency, I'm sorry, Aaron.
Let me just say this. Women are total victims of their environment. They don't have control over their environment. Men do. But go ahead.
That's not necessarily true.
Okay.
In this day and age.
Go ahead, Dana.
Even if they don't have control over their environment, and this is where I agree with Angry Man, they have to have some agency, Aaron. You have taught me that I'm responsible for my happiness. You have taught me to have some agency over my feelings and my emotion. You have explained, and even I've learned through therapy and other things, I'm not angry, I'm something else. Yeah. So there has to be a level of agent that has to be there.
Yeah, but even more than that, it doesn't really, even in a scenario where a woman doesn't have control over her environment, it doesn't matter. She needs to have control over herself. She needs to have
environment itself is different.
Yeah, it's different, but it still matters. Like how you operate within an environment and how you control your actions and the way you move affects the environment that you're in. So if you don't have any control over yourself, you know what I'm saying, the environment that you're in can become hostile and worse than it already is.
Let me give y'all an example. And I think because Dana, you've been in an environment with me also, and I did the same thing because you said it earlier. So let me give y'all an example of controlling a woman's agency. Oh, I got it.
And you're like, whenever I'm.
So this is me controlling a woman's agency.
Daytime, nighttime, doesn't matter. You are walking me to my car. They're probably for a strong 6 years now, about 6 years. And you have been so consistent. Anytime you see me in public.
Now, this is me just being in an environment with her.
You make sure I'm good. You're always asking if I need anything. If you see my hands full, you'll relieve that. If I'm about to leave an establishment, Daytime, nighttime, doesn't matter. You are walking me to my car. I have told you plenty of times, like, oh no, I'm good, I can handle it. And you're like, whenever I'm present,
you sit down.
You sit down, and
that is controlling her agency.
I got you.
There's been times where I've yelled across a room. It'll be a room.
Hold on. Just this one part. Hold on. I just want to play this one last part. Hold on.
Yelled across a room. It'll be a room full of people, right? And I see you with your purse. Donnie, where you going? No. Wait until I come back.
Yeah.
That's okay. I get.
And I do the same thing to Dana. Dana,
I get what you're trying to say.
Hold on, Anger Man. Dana,
that's not controlling her agency. Her agency aligns with your system of protection.
Okay.
It just your agency.
So what's the difference? What are we missing?
Agency. You could ask her if any other man can tell if that's just not the same thing. It's just not the same thing.
What just happened? See, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing.
Okay.
I'm
like this with everybody.
In that scenario, what she was just doing is she was giving you Scooby snacks for allowing her not to have any agency.
Meaning?
That's what she was doing. She was giving you, she was validating you. What she was doing, and look, I get it. Like there are women out here that validate men's masculinity so that they feel more masculine. You feel me? And I'm not saying you're not. I'm not trying to take that away from you. I'm saying that there are women out here. It's like the woman that acts like she can't lift something because she wants to either she wants to give you an ego boost or she wants to manipulate you. It's one of the two, and that's the messed up part. Is in some cases you don't know which one it is. Like right there, you don't know if she genuinely appreciates that or if she's manipulating you on some, oh, he thinks he does this or whatever. So cool. Whenever I'm able to use him for something, I know I can use him for something because all I have to do is give him some validation.
Okay, stop right there. Dana, we had a meetup and it was over 20 women. Did I may be using a wrong word, but did I, what is the word that y'all used? Not control, but what was the word? Y'all said I did that. Well, did I don't like the word control. Agency. Did I control all 20 of y'all's agencies when we was at the restaurant?
No. And I think that's where what you're not understanding. You was being protective. That's not taking away. That's not.
Okay, I'm using the wrong word. What did I do? And I was able to keep all 20 of y'all in some type of feeling of protection.
The word you're looking for is chivalry. You were being chivalrous.
Is that the feeling you got, Dana?
Chivalrous or disarming? Like that's what I said from the beginning.
I was being disarming. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were creating an environment where it was comfortable. You heard us. You were accommodating us.
One of y'all wasn't there. I was like, where's she at? I made sure she got there. Okay.
Here's the thing. Like, there's nothing wrong with the concept of a man doing that, being chivalrous, being protective, giving women instruction. The problem and the reason why so many dudes that classify themselves as red pill have an issue with that, it's not because they hate the concept of chivalry or they hate the concept of protection. It's because whenever they do that, it's not appreciated.
It gets taken advantage of. Okay.
It's not appreciated or it gets taken advantage of.
Okay.
So what happens is when men are told, because most men, even the dudes that consider themselves red pill, they grow up being taught certain things, which most men get taught, open the door for a woman, be polite, do this, do that. But then when they go out into the world and do that, and then modern women, because I'm not going to say the women of the past really did that. And there's some women today that don't do that. But most modern women, they either don't appreciate it or they take advantage of it. And what's happened is you've had this long period of time where men have dealt with that and they had no outlet to voice what was going on. In fact, some of them thought they were the only ones that were going through it. And so that kind of created this thing where they felt like, oh my God, am I going crazy? Like, this isn't cool. Is it? Why is she doing this? Should I complain about it? Should I say something about it? But see, out in the real world, away from the internet, men keep these things to themselves. They don't voice them. They don't express them. And so what ends up happening is men end up living these quiet lives of solitude, where they end up getting into depression, all of these sorts of things. But when they've come to the internet and they hear another guy tell a similar story to that, and the other guy says, you know what, that's not cool for them to do that, blah, blah, blah. See, the biggest problem is people think that the concept of red pill is woman hate. It's not woman hate. It's basically men finally being able to express themselves about the things that they see women doing that they find inappropriate or unappreciative or wrong.
But you just said something. You said another guy sees the same thing and you say, yeah, women, that's not cool that the women are doing that.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it make more sense, and let me know if I'm wrong, if instead of saying it's not cool that women are doing that, find out why women are responding to me and you the same way, and then do something different? Because at the end of the day, what do I always call myself, Dana?
A thermostat?
A thermostat. A thermostat regulates the energy in a room. A thermometer responds to the energy in the room. When I walked into tonight's conversation, according to Cooley, I ain't even got to say I do it. According to Cooley, he literally said the second I walked in the door, he ran up on me. The energy in the room literally changes when my non-tall, I'm not the biggest dude, I'm not the loudest dude, I'm not the most handsome dude in the world. When my non-tall ass walk in the room, the energy literally changes, whether it's on social media or in person. So the thing about it is, because this is a question, I change a room by becoming a thermometer by what Dana said, not tough guy stuff, but my disarming nature. So
but a thermometer,
how do we make other men like that instead of saying, oh, you are the problem, instead of it being intrinsic?
Okay, so number one, if a woman is doing something that is incorrect, the solution is not to tell the man he needs to do something different that will eventually make her decide to stop doing what she's doing.
Why not?
That's not because that's taking away agency from the woman. And it actually goes against the entire concept of women equality. Okay, the fact that we're going to treat them like they're children that don't know how to do this or do that, or to treat them like they're incompetent, like they can't understand the concept of right and wrong, or being courteous or being discourteous. Now, when you said a thermometer, yeah, a thermometer can regulate a room, but that's only if the room has regular temperatures. You can't, if you put a thermometer in a room that is on fire, that thermometer is not going to be able to regulate that room. If you put a thermometer in a room that's ice cold, it's not going to be able to regulate it. And the problem is
that's what a thermostat does. A thermostat, not a thermometer.
Not in extreme temperatures.
A thermostat would read the fact that there's a fire in the room and would ignite the sprinklers that would disarm the fire. A thermostat, if the room is cold, it would cut the heat on. That's what a thermostat does.
That's if they're sprinklers. The point that I'm trying to make is that you going into a room with men and women that have these conversations that are intellectual and willing to have the conversation, that's a room that already has moderate conditions, already has a moderate temperature. When these guys are out here in the real world dealing with random women that they dealt with, they're dealing with temperatures that are extremely hot or extremely cold, and no amount of them being a thermometer changes that. The concept.
That's why I disagree.
No, they're expected to be. Look, they're expected to be Superman. In other words, they're expected to be able to stand in the middle of a volcano or stand in the middle of the Arctic. That's the problem.
I was getting with you. Go ahead, Dana. Go ahead.
I don't understand your part of the argument, Aaron, because one of our principles is my intentions don't matter. If I offend someone, if I hurt them, they deserve to be heard. So if a man is coming to us and saying
Not hurt,
heard and not argued with, right? So if the man is coming to say, this is my grievance, you're saying, why don't the woman tell them what they did to cause? We should be hearing them.
Okay.
And that's where you get
them.
That's where you get the zealotry, because that's what you're really talking about. Whenever you have expressed to me what you feel about Red Pill, I get where it comes from, because there are certain aspects of Red Pill that is zealotry, but that zealotry is the result of what she just said. Men speaking and not feeling heard. And it's annoying to any intelligent man, because when women are talking about their issues, their problems, what they're going through, these are things that are taken seriously. And we take the time to say, okay, is this woman being heard? You feel what I'm saying? Because a man has to walk a very thin line. He has to walk a very thin line because he's not allowed to be a victim. So there's only so much complaining he can do before dudes and women start saying, man, stop complaining like a bitch. You feel what I'm saying?
So is it, I don't want to misinterpret what you just said. Isn't that meaning Red Pill is that? Because it's not, I understand it's a mindset or whatever, but this group of men on YouTube that seem to feel comfortable being heard over and 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 over again.
Are they being heard?
Thank you. That's the point. They don't feel like they're being heard. That's why they keep repeating themselves.
Attacked.
Okay, Dana, think about this. Okay, think about this to both of y'all, because I understand what y'all are saying. We're getting somewhere. Does this mean, just as a man, because men, unlike women, we see something and we're like, yo, this ain't working, I'm going to do this, right? If I buy some cologne and I think it smells good, and I go out and people say, yo, what is that smell? I'm going to immediately not wear the deodorant. I mean, the cologne, because now I just got an outside understanding that this cologne does not smell good to other people, right? So the thing about it is, if men are either being heard on social media or not being heard on social media, why do they, one, keep saying the same shit over and over again, or keep saying the same shit over and over again, knowing that nobody's listening properly?
There's no other way to be heard. There's no other way to be heard but to communicate.
Wouldn't we make adjustments in some type of way?
The reason that they continue to, because they're men, and when men have a problem, they're going to keep hammering away at it until there's a resolution or some sort of solution. So men are gonna, there are men that adjust. There are a lot of men that adjusted. You feel me? That look at the Passport Bros. They stopped complaining and decided to pick a different type of woman aside from the westernized woman. So there are certain things
that the Red Pill. I mean, not Red Pill. Passport bros.
Hold on one second, bro. I'll be right back.
I got you. Passport bros is not them adjusting and going somewhere else. That is not what passport bros is. Passport bros is the act of pitting other women against black women or Western women.
I have a question, Aaron.
Oh, go ahead. I just want to make sure I say that to Angry Man because that's a misnomer. Go ahead.
Are you open to other ways of socializing? Like, because I'm trying to understand if women are saying what they're saying, they're frustrated, everybody's frustrated, and people are saying, I'm choosing a different way to socialize.
Yeah.
What he's saying is, in every group, no matter how people choose to socialize, you're always going to have those bad apples like Cooley. There's nothing nobody can do to kind of stop those kind of people coming or sharing the same ideology as you.
And my ideology is fuck them. And that person is a cornball. And we go over here and do our thing.
And a lot of people don't, and a lot of people can't detach like that. You're healthy.
Lack of detachment.
You're a healthy lack of detachment.
So these guys,
people, when they detach, when people detach, women, mother wound is triggered, men, rejection is triggered. There's not a healthy detachment yet.
Okay.
And because you have that, you're just like, why don't people just say, I don't care? Why don't people just
Because Dana, think about what Angry Man just said. He said that's what the passport bros are doing. And I said hold on. What? Okay, Angry Man is back. Detachment is what I'm saying. Passport bros, now that you're back, Angry Man, and you see this also. They don't just go to another country, go get some ass and go be happy. They go somewhere, pull out their phone and say, look at me. Hey, look, Western women, these women are better than you. And then they come back. Wait, let me finish. Then they come back in people's comments. Get your passport, fellas, get your passport. The women over there, then they start making videos. They are better than these women over here. If they actually separated and went on about their business and went happy, they would just go be fucking happy. And they would get off of fucking YouTube saying, hey, Western women versus these women. It's the comparison which causes.
Because if you spend most of your life, eating at a trash ass restaurant, and then you finally find a restaurant that's good, you're gonna compare.
I'm not gonna go back to the trash restaurant and say, see, they better than you.
No, but you're gonna go online and you're gonna do a Yelp review, and you're gonna say this restaurant is so much better than the other restaurant.
No. The Yelp review is literally for that restaurant, and the other restaurant has their own Yelp review. There's no comparison.
You will make a comparison in your little description. A lot of people will compare. This is the same way we talk about the dating market. It's just like any other market. There's going to be competitors. There's going to be people who are going to compare. Because if you are in the consumer position and you find something raggedy about one competitor and then you find a competitor that's better, you're going to compare. That's what people do.
The only time we compare is when before we buy two products. I'm going to compare this product to this product to see which product is better. But after I buy this product, fuck this product. I'm gone. I got what I want.
Yeah,
so
but
we don't compare.
Yeah, but the
issue, before we buy.
But the issue is the problem is when you're talking about the one product that you've stepped away from. When the
comparison between the two.
Yeah, but when you're discussing the product that you stepped away from, right?
When
it comes to business, when it comes to markets. What is the best form of advertising?
Word of mouth. Word of mouth. Yeah.
Word of mouth, right? So if you are a guy,
but it's usually positive word of mouth, not negative.
If you are a guy that comes to the internet because all your the majority of your life, you've been going through these problems with these women, and you're feeling unheard about the problems you went through with these women. And then you finally get so fed up that you decide to go to a different culture, and you realize that the women in that other culture are much more traditional, probably more like the way the women used to be here.
I would just go there and be happy. I wouldn't go back and just be like, aha. I wouldn't do that.
I mean, why do black women brag about marrying white men?
Because they're women. Because they're women.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. See, here's the problem. Here's the problem with this, and this is why these men feel this way.
Okay.
You have to stop excusing everything that women do because they're women. That has to stop.
Solution.
But
fuck them.
Because at the end of the day, no, that's not how all of us as adults deal with issues, right? We have to acknowledge things for what they actually are. And there are certain things that we're not, there are a lot of things that separate men and women, but there are certain things that don't really separate men and women. You feel what I'm saying? Like, for instance, the fact that we are both creatures with feelings and emotions, we still both feel things. We still both have emotions, right?
Yeah.
So when you see a guy that is in that type of situation, right? And he knows that there are other guys that are experiencing the same thing he's experienced. Of course, he's going to say, hey, guys, get your passport so that you can get away from XYZ. Now, is every guy going to do that? No. But certain guys are going to do that.
Group of guys, I'm not going to be telling them guys. See, if I fix a problem, I go to you, Dana, in a second. If I go fix a problem, and I'm now with the passport bros, that's my new clique. I don't fuck these other dudes that was having the original problem. They should have went and got their passports. I'm over here with the guys who got the passports. So hold on real quick. Hold on. Charles says, where was Mr. Let Go when women were complaining about men? The No Scrubs type of songs. I was in that world, and the No Scrubs, as an example, they was like, don't talk to the dude on the passenger side of your homeboy's ride. I got my own fucking ride, and I stopped riding around on the passenger side of my homeboy's shit, and I got my own shit, put some rims on it, put some music in the background, and goddamn, I got all the bitches. I fixed it. I made adjustments. I was on the passenger side. My homeboy had a Impala with hydraulics. His car was better than mine, and I had a little bullshit car. I went and got my shit done the same way. Now I can do the same shit. And how did I do that? I did the same thing my homeboy did. Went out here and got me some money. I didn't stay on the side on my homeboy's passenger side. I made adjustments.
But the entire point that he's trying to make is that why the same way you're saying right now that the men, the same way you're saying that the men who become passport bros, why do they have to keep talking about the women they don't want?
Right.
Okay, so why do the women have to talk about the men they don't want?
Can I just jump in? Okay, all right, Aaron.
You can't say fuck the women because we live in the world with the women.
Hold on. Go let Danny go. Go ahead.
It's a generational thing, Aaron. You sound like somebody's granddad saying, just fix yourself up and stop complaining and stop saying. That's what you sound like. And when you got to understand that this is a generation of people that was raised by parents that said, use your words, express yourself, let me know how you feel. And now I feel like it don't matter what the men say. If a man comes online and he opens his mouth, he's sassy and he's complaining. So if there is no space for him to express how he feels, even if the passport bros didn't compare, even if they just said, we don't like black women, it would be a problem. So now we're telling men, stop expressing yourself. Stop saying how you feel about things. We're doing the same thing that we did throughout life with men.
Let me ask you a question, Dana. How many times do I say, you actually posted a video in the group about a man saying something or a woman doing something, and you dropped the video in the group and said, "Ooh, look at all the comments. The women are lighting them up. What did I say to you in that comment? I mean, out of that, what did I say?
You didn't care.
What did I say though?
You said you don't care.
I said nobody cares what women are doing. Who gives a fuck?
Right, but my point wasn't so much about, it was the point you brought up. But my point was just saying, look at the response.
I don't care about the response is what I'm saying.
I know you don't care about the response. But what I wanted to see is, does anybody care? So nobody cares in the comments, and the other men don't care about the response. So then my thing is, if you don't care, then why complain? Let them express themselves. Then let them express themselves.
Okay, no. I'm not saying no to you. I get what you're saying. So I am looking for solutions, right? That's why I'm glad Angry Man is here. I want to offer, since I'm a coach, since I'm an influencer, I look to find solutions to offer the people that watch my content, watch Angry Man's content. So it's like, how can we make their lives better? And one thing that I offer to my people is stop complaining and make adjustments. How to make adjustments? Let's all get together and figure out how, everybody's life is different. You can make adjustments.
Those things are not mutually exclusive. Like you don't have to, like, just because a person, we can chew gum and walk at the same time. So just
so
because
you make adjustments and complain is what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is there's room for a person to make their adjustments and make a change while they are expressing themselves, while they are being heard. Because the problem is a lot of people are not going to make adjustments until they're heard. And see, the thing about it, when you're talking about the guys that are raging, that we have a word for that. It's called red pill rage. And the reason why they're raging is because they're still in that space where they don't feel heard, right? And so what I've always done is when dudes come at me with red pill rage or whatever, I will be like, okay, you know what? I get where you coming from. I understand where you coming from, so that they know I'm listening to them. I'm listening to what they're complaining about, what they're upset about, right? And I get frustrated at times because I'm not in that space mentally. I'm not in the red pill rage space, right?
And that's why I say you ain't even in that space. Yeah.
But the thing about it is, it takes for a guy to have to do something that they can't do right away, which is they have to forgive women for being women. It's really messed up.
Is that a bad thing or a good thing? I think that's a good thing.
It's a good thing, but it has a double-edged sword. Okay. It's a good thing, but see, the only way it works is once you forgive them, you're still cognizant of how they move and how they operate, so that you can kind of protect yourself from the BS.
I.e., women are children, the acceptance that women are going to act like children. And
well, I'm not gonna, I get what you're saying.
No. As an example, is that an example of what you're just saying? My way of doing things.
Well, see, the thing about it, I get why you're saying that, and a lot of dudes say that, but I refuse to give women that much rope.
It's okay.
To allow them to believe.
Do you concur that is a way of accepting women for being women, or forgiving women for being women? Your words.
No, that's a slippery slope. Because okay, so think about it like this, right? There are women in my life that behave like adults, that do what they're supposed to do. You feel what I'm saying? That I actually respect. So I'm not going to put the label of, well, women act like children just because there are women out here that are acting like children. You get what I'm saying?
Well, it goes farther than women are children. I think, I don't know if you've heard me say it. You may or may not, so I don't want to sound like a broken record. But it's not that women running around, skipping around, acting like children. It's their regression. When women are triggered by hearing something, just like I triggered a dude earlier. And Dana was like, you triggered him. I said, you know, these dudes or the red pill dudes, and the dude got triggered. It was like, and then he started calling me names. I was like, it's cool that you call me a name. I'm trying to get through this. Can you chill out? And he started, so he was triggered, right? So we all get triggered. So when women get triggered, they have the freedom to act like a 3-year-old without nobody punching them in the face. Right?
No, they only have the freedom to do that if they are existing in a space where men are allowing them to not have agency. They are only allowed to do that if they exist in a space where men give them the leeway by believing that they're behaving like children. If they're in a space where men hold them accountable, they can't do that. If they're in a space where socially everyone in that space is on the same page and they're holding them accountable, they can't behave like that, because you said something that was a misnomer. It's not that they're regressing, that they're not regressing. So it's not like they grew up, got the mind frame of an adult, and now because they didn't get their way, they're regressing back to a child. That's not the issue. The issue is they're not maturing past 14. So what's happening with a lot of women,
the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
They're stuck at the age of 14. That's literally why they stay
it's not the same.
Not the same.
What
That's
he's
not
talking about is arrested
Right.
development, meaning they don't even understand what you need as an adult to navigate the world of maturity.
Yeah.
Regression means you've got so like I can say I regressed because I know how the world operates, but I know when I'm triggered is sometimes where I will do things in a childish way. But I can bring myself back and be an adult and be accountable and move forward and learn. What he's talking about is when you don't even have the mental capacity to understand what accountability is, and correcting your action and understanding as a adult, you're not going to be happy every minute of the day. You don't even have that concept with arrested development.
Hold on, stop right there. Let me just say this. So this is what I see when it comes to going back to what I was saying about me somewhat controlling the woman's environment. And it's not controlling, it's just disarming a woman. And Dana used it eloquently, disarming. So scenario, I'm talking to Dana, right? I say something crazy or whatever. She gets triggered. She regresses, because it is regression. Now she's like, who the fuck you talking da? Regression is literally you hearing something that is associated with something from your childhood that now has triggered you, and now mentally, because your amygdala has no age or time. Your amygdala does not know what time it is, does not know what age you are. Your amygdala just has a bunch of data. And when the data in front of me literally is associated with the data that is when I was a child, my amygdala says, this is the same thing that is happening again, and I'm going to act the same way as I did when I was younger. So what a man's job is, in my opinion, and the women are children, I'm talking to a woman, she gets off the rails, and I disarm her and be like, whoa, calm down. Hey, chill out. And then I bring her over here, whether it's a hug or something, I disarm her and let her know everything's going to be okay.
Okay.
And next thing you know, she's back in line. That is my whole concept.
The problem is you're right about your amygdala, but the problem is your frontal lobe.
We're talking about the prefront. That's what we're talking about.
Your frontal lobe is
cuts off.
Hold on. Let me say this.
Go ahead.
The problem is when you have not developed mentally, when you're suffering from arrestive development, you've never gotten to that space to regress from. You get what I'm saying? You're in a space where you haven't developed enough to understand that what you're doing is incorrect, what you're doing is out of order. That's what we're dealing with. But the only reason it exists,
I agree.
The only reason it exists is because little girls grow up in a world where they're not held accountable So they don't believe they have any agency. It's like when we're little kids and the boy, you know, starts crying or whatever, we'll check that. But when the girl starts crying, we don't check that. We console and we coddle and we do all of those things, right? And I'm not saying it's bad to console a little girl when she's crying, but we do it so much to the extent that by the time they become adults, they don't know how to adult. You feel what I'm saying? We expect men to adult, and if those men are found behaving like children, then we wag the big finger, and everybody in the room, the men and the women, have no problem G-checking them on their behavior. But when it's the women, we make constant excuses for them. And I get it. There's certain things we'll make concessions for when it comes to women, because there are certain double standards that do matter. But in that instance, when it comes to everybody functioning like adults, I don't think there's a double standard there. I think men and women should behave and function like adults.
And hold on, Dana. Hold on, Dana. Let me do this quick commercial. I gotta get these card game sold. So give me 1 second and we'll be right back. And we'll go to Dana.
The issues. What if your dad?
Wrong button. What is it? I just came up with a solution that will help every woman watching, regardless of age, regardless of background. See, in my 7 years of coaching women, the number one thing that I hear in my coaching sessions is her issue or tumultuous relationship with her mother. So what I've done is come out with a card game that will actually help mothers and daughters come back together. We have to get to the source of a woman's pain, her inadequacies, her insecurities, and heal that little girl inside of her before she goes out in the world as a woman. I call Like Mother, Like Daughter therapy in a box. Therapy in a box is 50 questions for the daughter to ask the mother, questions that you always wanted to ask. And it's also 50 questions for the mother to ask the daughter. But when you're able to ask the questions that you always wanted to ask to your mother without her getting upset, without her pulling rank on you, the lines of communication are now open. When women are finally able to forgive their mother, relationships outside of the household would then blossom. Because for most women, there's a hurt little girl inside of her that never had an opportunity to be seen or heard. But all that stops when you buy my new Like Mother, Like Daughter card game. Order it now. The link is under this video. Click the link and let's start healing. And just like we're having this conversation now, right? Everybody has a perspective and we're getting an understanding of what the biggest issue is with most people is lack of being heard and acknowledged along with being understood. And one of the things that my mother-daughter card game does, I separated this card game in 2 different decks. Why? Because there are 2 people in this relationship with the mother and daughter, and not just the mother and not just the daughter. The mother has a perspective and the daughter has a perspective. So both people must have their own cards. So this card game that is so like specific to this card game, there's no other card game on this market like it. You have 2 different decks, one for mom and one for daughter. So both people can finally be heard by the other person. And if you have a mother that's still alive, or if you have a daughter, and if you're a woman, make sure to get your card game. It's actually 2 decks. And if your mother does not live with you or your daughter doesn't live with you, you can literally buy the card game, open the box, send the other person their card game, and y'all can play this card game over the phone or on FaceTime. Because just like we're having a conversation in this video, it's all about listening to the other person's perspective and allowing the other person to be heard and understood. And that is the biggest problem in our community, whether it's on YouTube in this red pill space or within your own household. So get your card game. We got 8 card games that have been sold already. Let's get the 15 card games sold. Hit the link under this video, hit the link in the chat, get your mother-daughter card game, or For the fellas, get your deeper discussions card game that will also give you an understanding of the other person's perspective. It's all about being heard and having these deeper discussions. That's what I'm all about on my channel. All right, go ahead, Angry Man. Or was it Dana?
I think it was Dana was talking.
Okay, go ahead, Dana. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna touch on what Angry Man was saying. Like what we're talking about, we're not talking about the amygdala. You're talking about things stopping and not getting there. We're talking about even if it gets there, there's nothing there. Like they haven't even developed the skills that they need in adulthood.
Yeah, I'm
And
not
we
talking
see,
about those women. I get what you're saying, though.
but what we're explaining to you is that is a large chunk of women right now. And when you say women are children, you're creating princesses.
Okay.
Because you're saying that, no, they're supposed to act this way. They're going to act this way. There's nothing they can do. This is just how they're going to behave. When that's not true, women should not be engaging in this level of fighting in what we're seeing. That's not just how they behave.
Well, I believe in attrition, Dana.
You believe in what?
Attrition, which is get the fuck out. So attrition is at some point you're going to realize that your way of doing things isn't working because your resources are slowly diminishing. That's attrition. So I have a mindset of you get the fuck out. So if you aren't going to operate accordingly, you get the fuck out.
But
so
how do you know what accordingly is?
Attrition doesn't work when you have an army of simps out here.
Well, let them deal with them. And I go find a woman over here and I'm happy.
But see, that's the problem. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But the problem is the fact that you have that perfect storm going on. It's causing there to be less and less women available that are suitable. That's the problem. The problem is you said what?
All you need is one.
Of course. I mean, but that's all you need is one for you. But there's a bunch of men out here, and that's what they're complaining about. They're complaining about the dwindling dating pool that's getting smaller and smaller because they can't even cohabitate with a woman because she doesn't have the capacity to function like an adult in a relationship.
So think about this. Me and Dana was talking. I don't know if you was watching the stream then, but me and a guy went to an event right in Atlanta, and he's not from here. So he has this thought process of women all over all the place, women just laying on the ground everywhere, just women in Atlanta, right? Which somewhat is true. So we went to this. It was just like a after work type of thing, right? So we went in there. It was about 8 o'clock, and it was more men than women, right? But it was some fine ass women in there, right?
Yeah.
So, and I was telling Dana, I seen the good looking women that was in here, and the other dude was like, "Damn, ain't number dudes in here." I was like, "Shit, they go a chick right there. They go a chick right there. They go a chick right here." But yeah, look at all these dudes. I seen the women. He's seen the dudes, right? So I have a different way of seeing things. So I approached the women that I wanted to approach, and I had a good time. He didn't, because all he's seen was, damn, there's too many dudes in here. So that is the thing when it comes to you only need one. It's about where your focus is on. My focus is on the goal. Other people's focus is the problem.
Do you consider yourself average?
Yeah, I'm an average guy. Yeah.
Even in your thought process?
Thought process meaning what though? What you mean? What's the context of the average thought process?
So
do you think you have the same understanding as the average man about the nature of women?
No. I think I'm above average when it comes to understanding women. But
so guess what?
When it comes to a dude walking in a room,
no, we can't. It's
not about understanding women. It's about
we can't speed past that. We can't go past that.
Okay.
So number one, if you have an above average understanding And let's be real.
This is an environment thing and not a woman thing.
No, but come on.
It's and it's environment with women in it, so it does, and that's what I was trying to get you to understand about his perspective.
Right,
but he's thinking,
understanding women. I see a cute woman.
He's thinking, look at all these dudes in ratio to this number of women. He's calculating his art. He's looking at it different than you.
But he's actually doing it correctly. That's the problem. Like, yes, he's doing it correctly because what the average man does, the average man, okay?
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, we can't, a guy like me or a guy like you, we can't put the average guy in our position, right? Because we do this all the time. We talk about women's issues and men's issues and relationships. And I mean, you're on your podcast, you're on other podcasts, you got games you're selling for the purpose of helping relationships. So you can't put yourself in the shoes of the average guy. The average guy is going to go into a situation and he's going to immediately assess the problems because that's what he has to overcome. So if he goes into a room and there's women, but there's a larger ratio of men, he's going to be like, damn, look at all these guys in here. Because now he knows he has to compete with all of these guys, right? As opposed to a Mr. Let Go who can walk into a room and feel like you own the room because, let's face it, you have things that are going to make you feel a little more confident and make you feel like you have a little more status.
Okay.
You feel me? It's the same thing if that average guy was, if that average guy made above average money. When he walks into the room, he's not going to give a shit that there are other guys in there because he has a mitigating factor that's going to give him an advantage over the rest of the guys in there. But if he goes in there on the same level as all the other guys, of course he's going to notice the other guys. They're in his way.
Okay. I digress. That makes all the sense in the world. So how can the average guy, whether there's an answer or not, I just want to ask both of y'all, how can the average guy walk into a room and it's 40 men and it's like 17 women and all 17 women look good as hell and focus on the women that are in the room instead of worrying about the men that are in the room that are his competition? Like, how does a guy move in that room?
Why don't we just accept what his process is? Why does his process have to be everybody else's process?
Because he's not happy. We're just looking.
Did you ask him if he wasn't happy or he said he didn't have fun?
No. I'm not saying he wasn't happy. We're talking about how can the average guy find fulfillment in that room with 17 women and 40 men is the question.
I think
I think what Dana is trying to say is that we're assuming that, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Dana, we're assuming that he wants to be like, okay, this is a woman. This is 17. He wants a woman, but here's the thing, right? And this is something I had to come to grips with because my attitude, my mentality is to constantly strive for more and more and more. I want to be at a certain level, right? But there are certain guys they don't really operate like that. They just want to be average guys. And they want to be in an environment where there's an even playing field. You feel what I'm saying? So they don't think that they should have to be a six-figure earner to get a decent woman, or to drive a Lambo to get a decent woman, or any of the, or be a podcast content creator, or any of those things to be so it really depends on the guy. So if that guy expresses that he wants to be able to go into that room and stand out, well, there's a lot of things you can tell him. You can tell them the things that I tell men if they want to stand out, like become more interesting. And how do you do that? Learn a second language. Go and learn how to do MMA or boxing so that you can get your confidence up. Travel so that you can be worldly and know more than just your neighborhood. There's a lot of things you can do, but it's only if the guy really wants that. You feel what I'm saying? Because he might not want that. He might just want the woman.
But he can't get the woman if he don't want that.
But no, that's the problem. The problem that guys have with this is there was a point when you didn't have to get all of that just to get a decent woman.
Stop right there. Wait. Stop right there. Stop right there. One, just for speaking on me, because I'm just gonna say this. Because of this cornball red pill shit, whether it's cornball or not, the world thinks it's cornball red pill shit. Because of this microphone cornball, holding women accountable bullshit that happens online, I never tell anybody, oh, I'm on social media. Because the first thing a woman is going to say is, oh, you one of those dudes with a microphone. And you one of them red pill dudes. So from a status standpoint,
saying that women act like children is a very red pill thing to say.
I get it. But what I'm saying is, and I'm not saying some of the things I say isn't, somewhat incongruency with that. The red pill dudes are looked at as cornballs and weirdos to the outside world. So if I was to say, walk up to a woman, hey, what you do? Oh, I'm a YouTuber. Oh, I'm a content creator. She's gonna be like, get your ugly ass. Get your cornball ass out my face, because they're going to see Cooley in their mind. They're going to see.
Pause for a second. Let me ask you a question.
So I don't use my status on social media to get women. But go ahead.
But let me ask you a question. Mm-hmm. So if you were to tell that woman that you're a podcaster and she just automatically assumes that you're a red pill guy because of Cooley, right? And then she says you're a cornball. Does that make you a cornball?
No. Because I know how to separate the cornballs out. Instantly understand what she's saying. What?
Guess what? It's the same thing with the red pill guys. Just because people think they're cornballs doesn't necessarily mean they are.
That's not the point. What I'm saying is,
I get what you're saying. But the point I'm trying to make.
Hold on. I'm going back to the being in a party, being in a room full of women. There's 17 women. It's 40 men, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't use my status to get the women. I lie about what I do. I say I own a card game company. I don't say I'm on YouTube. I don't say I'm a podcaster. I don't say I'm on tonight's conversation. I say I own a card game company. That's what I say. I own a card game company, because I look to diminish my status so the woman can look at me as me and not what I do, or the fact that she may think I got some money. So I don't want a woman thinking I got some money, because now she's going to want to go to the best restaurant. I don't want to go to no best restaurant. I want to go to Waffle House.
But here's the thing. Why should you have to do that? Why can't you show? See, here's the thing. This is why. Wait, hold on. Wait, look, you gotta listen to this.
The acceptance of women.
You gotta listen to this. This is why the red pill guys feel the frustration that they feel, because when it comes to the women and it comes to this new age understanding of emotional intelligence and being heard and all of, and acceptance and tolerance and all of these things, why is it the women have this level of enlightenment when it comes to each other, but they don't have this level of enlightenment when it comes to the men? Why should you have to lie about who you are? Why can't you just show up as yourself and be honest and be accepted being honest? Why do you have to play these games, or because that's how it's going to be perceived? Why do you have to play these games or lie in order just to live your life?
Well, it's because it's not about the woman, Angry Man. It's about the men. If Coolies were not running around here, if Fresh and Fits weren't running around here embarrassing part of what I do for a living, I'll speak it from the rooftops. But too many of these niggas make what I do look goofy. So I don't want to talk about it.
So okay, so let me ask you this question, right?
It's not the women.
So let me ask you this question, right?
I can't be myself because of these cornballs.
So okay, so let me ask you this question then, right? So by that same logic, that means that a good woman can't be good because a lot of these women twerk, act ratchet, and act ghetto.
Oh, that was going to be my point.
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
No,
Like,
absolutely not. Absolutely. Where you go, Dana? Come back, Dana. What happened? No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not
what it sounds like.
No,
it sounds like.
When I meet a woman at a bar, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna, depending on how she's dressed, how she presents herself, I can easily look at her and say she's one of those women who like to twerk on the table or sexy red type of chicks by how she's dressed. And if she looks like a sexy red type of chick, I'm not going to approach her. I can't look like a red pillar. So it's a little bit of a difference.
What does a red pillar look like, though? I get what you're saying. You're saying there's no
look.
There's no archetype of
a
red
hoe or a sexy red, they look like somebody. So these are two opposite variables that you're trying to use in this argument that Dana tried to agree with. So
but that's slippery though. That's slippery because there are women out because we live in the age of blue hair, pink hair, and tattoos. Just because a chick looks like that does not necessarily mean she's ghetto and ratchet. I hate to have to say that, but it's the truth. It's not always the case.
I understand what you're saying, but the optics are going to be trusted. That's the reason why I am okay with distinguishing the cornballs from the real niggas, the hoes from the good girls, and I'm totally okay with that. I'm gonna look at you and be like, no, unless I just really want to smash and try to take you home that same night, or if I'm out of town with tonight's conversation, yeah, I'm gonna take you down. But somebody that I actually want to be in a relationship with, I'm not going to approach that woman.
But here's the thing,
I don't care if she is or isn't.
But here's the thing, we got to revisit this because we got to back up a little bit because I need to make it a point to address this, right? So the thing about it, like, I don't know Cooley like that. I probably went on his show one time and chopped it up with him for probably about 2 or 3 minutes, right? So I don't know him like that. I don't know how he get down. I know he been catching heat lately for some issue. I don't know the details. So I don't know him to say whether he
came on tonight's conversation and got murdered because he's used to fresh and fit type of women, and he gets around women that actually have common sense, and he got murdered. Go ahead.
So he lost the debate.
Yeah, he got totally embarrassed. Like, his whole life is over because of tonight's conversation. Yeah.
Okay. So, regardless, I don't know him like that to speak on him like that, whether he's lame or not. But I could literally sit here right now and I can list out guys that are classified as red pill. They'll always be classified as that, just like I'll always be classified as that, right? That are extremely intelligent, intellectual, that I wouldn't consider lames or cornballs or any of that. You feel what I'm saying? Not based on internet standards, just based on real life standards. You know what I'm saying? Guys that work, handle their business, they're able to attract women, they're not socially awkward, any of those things. So as a black man, I just take issue with that because it's kind of like the thing that society does with us, where because I'm sitting here in a hoodie and in a baseball cap, I'm gonna get, or I use slang, I'm gonna get labeled with Pookie or somebody that is a perceived a problem. So if somebody is part of my group that people don't like for whatever reason, and then they want to label everybody that same thing, that's the issue I have with it.
Question real quick. With that being said, if you went to a nice establishment, would you, because we somewhere dressed the same, would you wear something different or would you wear that? I would wear something different. Would you wear
Depends
same
on
thing?
depends on the establishment. Is it
Right.
establishment that is it an establishment where people normally wear a suit or jacket? If that's the case, then of course you'd have to change.
It's like an after work situation where it's like you don't have to wear a suit or a jacket, but you know most of the guys in there are going to be a little bit more casual than the hoodie and the ball cap. Nobody,
Well,
most
if
likely, nobody in the room is going to be wearing a ball cap, as an example.
I mean, if I don't have to wear that, then I'm going to wear this because, like we said earlier, I want to stand out.
That's a good thing. You'll actually stand out. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
So
makes-
like it depends. It depends. I
it
get
would
what
be
you're
a
saying.
mode of operation.
Yeah, it depends. If it's something where that's the way everybody is dressed, and that's the norm for that that establishment, then of course I'm gonna adhere to what you're supposed to wear.
Yeah.
But my thing is I feel like just the entire concept of guys that are I don't want to say I want to say guys that subscribe
Incels?
to the red pill ideology. I feel like they're constantly being demonized, unjustly. You feel what I'm saying? Like
I don't agree. Like, okay, so Charles said Cooley is not red pill. He is an opportunist. I agree with that. So real quick, let me play this. I'm not gonna play the whole video. I just want to play a little bit of it, just Cooley stuff.
in your life as a kid, but like
So this woman is talking about how her dad was in her house, which is like incongruency with red pill. You don't, a man's supposed to be in the house, right? Just watch.
when you brought up daddy issues, what if your dad was present?
This is the first time I didn't even in this video. I had no idea who Cooley was. I just seen some cornball doing a podcast with his little shades on, and I was like, "Here we go."
In your life as a kid, but like he didn't pay attention to you at all. He was always like working and busy. I'm a dancer, but I started doing this like later in my life.
Okay, so you were raised with your father, but he wasn't emotionally there, so you still ended up on a stripper pole. But let me ask you a question. Was your father paying for the bills and making sure the lights is on and providing food in the house and stuff like that?
My mom, she was a stay-at-home mom, so she did the grocery shopping.
Exactly. You lived in a traditional home, right?
Mhm.
And you still ended up on a stripper pole because the way you perceive things, you don't know how to accept a father's love.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
The fact that your mom even had the ability to be a stay-at-home mom is the fact that I know that your father was a good father. Because guess what? My mom didn't have that choice. Because guess what? My mom didn't have that choice. Because guess what? My mom didn't have that choice. One, you need to be grateful. You still was a step ahead of most Americans.
Okay, but you don't.
So I'll stop it right there.
Okay, so there's a lot. There's a lot.
That right
in
there is cornballism.
Well,
And it's not- Go ahead, go
well,
ahead.
here's the thing. I don't agree with everything that he said. There were parts of it that I agree with. Like for one, I would have to know, is she actually a stripper?
Yeah, she's a stripper.
Okay.
And he's like, you was in this household and you still was a stripper.
I mean, when it comes, well, does Cooley have children?
Yes, he has two
Are
white
they-
children and two black.
Are they
the
grown?
chick got children, and then so his girlfriend has two looks like 7 to 8 year old children, and then he has a baby and a probably
They're
7-year-old girl.
So they're small.
They're like 7, 10,
Okay,
12.
So then he hasn't got to that point where the children get to the age where they really start to show their independence and their mentality and things. Okay, so then he may not
Where they
understand.
can actually say, "You are not a good father, Dad," and you like, "What?"
Yeah. Okay, so he may not understand that aspect of it yet. You
Yes.
feel what I'm saying? He may not understand that you could have a father who is a patriarch provider, mother that's at home, and two parents that are pretty much good parents, and
still
the
be messed
child
up.
still does what they want to do. Still
Yes.
goes out and rebels, because sometimes children will rebel against structure.
Yes.
And against, and then on top of that, at the same time, it's nuance there, because just because the dad paid all of the bills and did everything doesn't mean he was also a good father. That does exist too, right? So that's the reason why I don't agree totally with what he's saying, but I get where he's coming from. He's basically saying that she should basically be ashamed if in fact she did have a good father and a mother and they were there. She was ahead of most people, and she still decided to do that. You feel what I'm saying? I mean, but at the end of the day, she grown, she can do what she want to do, but
I wanted to cut it because remember her initial question was it was an actual question. The question is
When you brought up daddy issues, what if your dad was present in your life as a kid, but like he didn't pay attention to you at all? He was always like working and busy. I'm a dancer.
Okay, so right there,
I was neglected by my father.
Yeah, she's basically saying that she was, he wasn't present, but again, there's nuance, right? Because it could be he wasn't present because he was just a neglectful father, or he wasn't present because he was just trying to work and hold the house down. And maybe because then on top of that, her father's probably a Gen X or maybe boomer or something like that. A lot of fathers in that era, they're not really into the whole touchy-feely, emotional, I got to be there for my kid. Most guys in that age bracket, they believe that what you need to do for a child is put a roof over their head, food in their belly, and keep the house warm and all of that stuff. You feel what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying. Now, I wouldn't go as far as to say that it was cornballism what he said. You feel what I'm saying? It was maybe misinformed.
This is the reason why I call it cornballism. It's not what he did and what he said. That's not cornballism. It's the fact that you have a podcast
that he went on the attack,
and you get on the attack in order to make a viral video. That's cornballism. He does and says shit in order to make the demonize the woman. The woman is literally coming in good faith and says, what if, Mr. Cooley, my dad was in the household? Because I'm quite sure in the beginning, single mothers is because women don't have men in the household. And she probably said, well, on the contrary, Mr. Cornball, I had a father in the household and he did this and did that. Therefore, I still felt a certain amount of issues, which put me in a position where I needed to seek something on the pole. And he's like, see, you need to be excited. I mean, happy that you have a father. Most of us didn't have a father, and your ass was still in the stripper pole, you dumb bitch. And then it's a damn.
You didn't call her a dumb bitch. Come on, bro.
No. I'm just saying it's I call it what I call it. Look at that bitch content.
You said you're basically saying he's being the
look at this bitch.
He's being the modern day shock jock, is what you're saying.
Right. Look at this bitch. See, these women are the problem. And she's just like, I'm trying to get some understanding from a man that has sunglasses on and has a podcast. So I'm assuming that you're not stupid. So
okay, but here's where
podcaster, I need help. No, you're a dumb bitch.
Okay,
it's like that.
Here's where the problem comes in.
Yeah.
And you might not accept this, but it's the truth, right?
Go ahead.
The problem is for every action, there's an opposite but equal reaction, right? So the issue is before the internet, for about 70 years, all of the content we consume, whether it's television, movies, music, is look at this sorry Look at this sorry man.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna have the guys that feel that they have the justification to make look at this bitch content. Because we've been dealing with look at this sorry ass man content for 70 plus years.
So it's revenge? We're getting revenge on black women type shit?
There are, I don't want to say revenge.
That's what it is. It's revenge corn without the corn.
Because revenge, like, words matter. And when you say revenge, it sounds like somebody's getting beat up or deleted or something. So no, I'm not gonna say revenge. I'd say
they're getting beat up verbally. They're getting beat up verbally.
Beat up verbally. Come on.
Yes, bro. I'm not being disingenuous. Talking shit.
Lord. Are you a millennial or a Gen Xer?
I identify as 28.
So basically you're no, look, I cannot agree with beat up verbally. I just can't. I'm sorry, but the Gen X in me will not allow me to agree with
calling a woman all kinds of names. Would that be getting beat up verbally or no?
Calling a woman all kinds of names, depending on the situation, is in poor taste.
But is that getting beat up verbally? I'm just trying to find out where your vernacular is on the verbally abusive type of shit.
No, I'm from the sticks and stones will break your bones, but words will never hurt you.
I'm from there too. So the thing about it is, I understand when a woman says he's being verbally abusive, I can't turn around and say no, he isn't, because she receives things in a different way. Because you got to understand. I had a dude on the show today earlier where he was responding to me like I was verbally abusing him, and he started calling me names. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? No, because you said this. I'm like, damn, sorry. I had to say sorry to the dude.
Yeah, well, that's
I was being verbally abusive to him.
Well, that's problematic too.
And then Dana said I was.
Well, that's problem. If he feels like you verbally abused him, that is also goofy. You feel me? It's also goofy. Look, here's the thing.
Hold on, Angry Man.
What up?
The Cooley dude thought I was verbally abusive to him, therefore he wanted to fight me, and I'm like, sir.
Okay, but there's one thing we're missing. Okay, there's one thing we're missing.
Okay,
why would the stripper with the pink hair that had a father in her life that she said is neglectful go to the No Fugazi podcast for healing?
Maybe. I'm a coach. Women come to me for healing.
Okay, but are you gonna do what he just did?
No, but
okay, so if
he doesn't know that he's not me.
If you're not like, I'm not gonna go to a skinhead meeting for black empowerment. You feel what I'm saying? Like, if she wanted healing,
are you saying he's a cornball?
You said what?
Are you saying he's a cornball, and why would she go to a cornball?
No, what I'm saying is there's a proper environment to expect certain things, and that's not the environment to expect that, right? You're not, any woman that is trying to heal or trying to understand the plight that she grew up with that may have pushed her to be a stripper or whatever, like, the proper arena for that type of self-reflective thought process, that's not gonna be whatever podcast, No Fugazi, Fresh and Fit. That's not the place to go for that.
Okay.
So we're back at agency again for the woman, because a lot of these women are gluttons for punishment.
Yes.
Okay. They're going to places where they know that the men are going to eviscerate them the moment they say things like that.
Is that red pill cornballism? The eviscerating of a woman on a podcast?
No, it's a generation.
It's the revenge. Hold on,
no,
Dana.
It's not.
Hold on, Dana. Isn't that the revenge shit that we was talking about?
No.
You dumb bitch type shit?
No.
Angry
No.
man? All right, go ahead, Dana. I'm listening.
What I'm saying to you is you're dealing with a generation who grew up online, socializing online. And there are two types of people online. There are people who are doing genuinely good on the internet and people who are trying to go viral. So you have to discern who you give your time to online because you have to figure out, are they trying to go viral or are they trying to have a genuine conversation? Some people want to go viral too. So they will bring their explicit story to someone who's going to have a crazy reaction. So then they both go viral. So who's corny? It's not about being a cornball. It's about this is how influencers socialize.
Yeah, that's like this conversation. There have been moments in this conversation where I could have created a viral moment. Okay, because it was certain things you said. I understood why you were saying it, but if I wanted to be a provocateur, I could have created one of those moments that's a viral moment. But I'm not trying to. I'm trying to have the genuine conversation. You see what I'm saying?
I literally want to seek understanding. I'm always looking to seek understanding. I literally was like, yo, I'm sorry for calling, saying cornball this and cornball that, because Dana, because the student has become the coach. Like, I had to literally be like, Dana, like, you're right. Like, you're right. She literally
said to him, angry man, let me explain to him, since you lied on me. What I said to him is the generation before us wants to insult us and then say, come to me and have a conversation. You can't do it like that. You can't be insultive and then say, hey, I got this knowledge for you. F your knowledge. I don't care. And then say sorry and then expect us to believe you're not going to act the same.
Yeah, because what you're dealing with is, you know, especially this new generation, these new generations, right? These new generations are dealing with I would say there are more of us Gen Xers that are considered older that are on the internet than the boomers.
Yeah.
And the boomers screwed us up.
Yeah. What year is boomers?
Huh?
What year is boomers? I don't know.
Boomers is from I can't remember off the top of my head.
I think it's up to like the 60s, the mid 60s.
Yeah, something like that. Because
our parents. Our parents. Okay.
Our parents, right?
Our parents.
So our parents, you know, they kind of messed us up because their mode of parenting was corporal punishment, tough parenting, not really, you know, do as I say, not as I do. Be seen and not heard, that sort of thing, which makes us very emotionally detached. So when we deal with, like, for instance, with me, I have to be mindful of that because I'll do the same thing that you're doing right now if I get mad. If I get mad, I'll start calling niggas cornballs and lames and everything you can think of. Like, shut your lame ass up. I don't want to hear that stupid ass shit. But then I have to remind myself that is what caused me to be so hostile, is that's what I dealt with from the people that were older than me. So I have to try to understand where this person is coming from, why they feel this way, why they're thinking this, because it's obviously a legitimate concern when you have a movement like this. You see what I'm saying? So it's better to understand where they're coming from and have the conversation with them than to push them deeper into red pill rage to where they're coming online just for the purpose of cursing women out. You see what I'm saying? Because that's not, in my opinion, that's not productive.
That's red pill cornball.
And see, there you go again. Just like a granddad would do. You're gonna keep calling your grandson gay because he got pink socks on. You're doing just what that's what you're doing.
So, okay, Angry Man, what is the going off on women on podcasts?
Provocateur. That's a provocateur.
It's a shock job. It's a shock job.
That's do you think that is a part of the disease in this quote unquote space that needs to go?
No, what it is, you'll never completely get rid of that until it's no longer profitable.
It's been 3 years since Kevin Samuels died. Like, when the fuck are we gonna? When is it not gonna be
There
popular?
was a Howard Stern before Kevin Samuels.
Exactly.
There's always been these shock jockers. That's what I'm saying to you. There's always been guys or people in entertainment who have said extreme things because they sell. To this day, Howard Stern has the biggest radio freaking contract because he was a shock jocker.
It has to. I hate to say this because it's gonna sound extreme, but there's certain things that have to run its course, because this is not this thing that's going on. It's not an artificial thing. It's organic. Whether we agree with it or not, it's organic, and it has to run its course. Like it has to happen in order to, because really, in my personal opinion, it's just nature. You remember the first Jurassic Park movie?
Yeah.
You remember when, Dr. Malcolm was trying to tell him, you can't control genetics, you can't control this. And he's like, are you trying to say that a park full of females are going to mate? And he said, well, what I'm saying is that nature finds a way. Yeah. And so when you have 70 plus years of men ain't shit, men ain't shit, men ain't shit, men ain't shit, you're going to eventually get women ain't shit. And you're only about 10 to 15 years into that.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So the only thing that you can do is provide balance. That's all you can do.
Provide balance. Okay. I'm with you.
That's all you can do is like, okay, so you got this person over here that's on this extreme, and they're doing this and they're doing that, and it may be a little toxic, it may not be productive. So okay, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do this. You feel what I'm saying? And let the people decide.
Right.
You feel me?
Okay. That actually makes. Oh, hold on. I found it. You said this was organic. I'm not disagreeing with you. I want you to hear this.
Wow. Believe us when we say, brace yourselves. When I got into the right wing in 2016, it was about three things: hating women, being racist, being anti-Semitic. Those were the three things that the 2016 revolution was all about. That's what the online right was about. That's what the right wing on Twitter was all about. It was about being sexist, being racist, being anti-Semitic. And I thought everybody was on the same page. As time has gone on, however, the only thing that they remain is racist, and that's it. They're not anti-Semitic. They're not sexist. They just beat up on blacks and Indians all the time. And it's almost making me sympathetic. It's like, guys, we gotta shit on women too.
That's a mischaracterization. Do you know what that sounds like to me?
It came in at 2016.
You know what that sounds like?
Something. Yeah.
You know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like when people in the LGBT community say that, oh, I'm being oppressed like black people. That's what that sounds like to me. That's a mischaracterization. That's him trying to take all of the stuff that he doesn't like and just package it together in an all-in-one package. There's too much context that needs to be provided to that statement.
But doesn't it look like that's a thing for real? Like, all right, so what am I going to do content on? I don't know. I like cars. I like guns. I like, I don't know, cats or whatever. Oh, I know. I'm going to get on here and shit on women. You don't think that's the actual thing that people are like, yeah, let's shit on women and it's going to make a lot of money?
I mean, they've been shitting on men and making a lot of money doing it for a very long time as well. I'm not saying it's okay.
I'm just saying people have been talking trash about people for. I'm just trying to figure out, is the issue because it's men? And I think really that's what it is. Is the issue because it's men? And if the issue is because it's men, then grandpa, close your eyes, because then you're always going to be uncomfortable. It's almost like you're saying You don't want to see provocative men online. They're just going to be there because there are going to be provocative women online. So we're going to see both sides of provocateurs online or in all spaces.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. Imagine Ego says, "Hey, bro, ain't nobody buying that simp Uno card game. Get okay, ain't nobody buying. We had what? We had 14 card games sold, and this is a normal day for me. That simp Uno card deck that Mr. Let Go feeling like Bruno. I don't know who Bruno is. They trying to blackball Cooley and say he one of us."
So there's a quote. There's a quote from Genghis Khan. It's a popular quote. It's, "I am the punishment of God. If you had not committed great sins, God would not have sent a punishment like me upon you." Right? Now, I'm not saying that God actually said that to Genghis Khan. I'm saying that in the context that for every action, there's an opposite but equal reaction.
But
if you have 70 plus years, men live in the world with everybody else. If you have 70 plus years of men being beat down and their image being destroyed, I mean, we just came out of an entire movement trying to take everything that is associated or attributed to men and say that it's toxic, right? Now, you may not be on the red pill side of things and you may not agree with a lot of the things they say, but that movement includes you. There are things you've said here that they would consider to be toxic. The comment you made about the women and children and thing, they would consider that toxic, even though you're just talking. You're just using words in order to get people to understand a situation. And that's all that these guys are doing. Now, some of them, like I said, they suffer from red pill rage, so they're going to be a little bit angrier. So they're going to vent and they're going to say certain things, but you got to think, is it really that problematic? Because I don't see a shortage of women. I don't see a shortage of women going on Fresh and Fit. I don't see a shortage of women going on whatever podcast or No Fugazi. Anytime there's a podcast with a guy, no matter how egregious his rhetoric, or no matter how moderate his rhetoric, the moment that they have a podcast, women are lining up to get on that podcast. So
I agree.
Again,
my whole point is, and you're gonna respond to this, but we're men. We don't suppose to do what women do.
So my question is, they shouldn't have a podcast at all then?
No, talk about some other shit, or at least talk about some shit and offer some type of goddamn solution. Or get women advice.
Wait a minute. Now you're not being fair.
Here's the thing. Read
a book.
Here's the thing, Mr. Let Go. See, there's one misnomer. Like you said, but we're men, right?
Yeah. We're supposed to be leading somebody somewhere.
Here's the problem with this, right? You can't use that as the argument, and I'm gonna tell you why. You can't use that as the argument, because if you look at the men today, even with the red pill talking points, even with the Cooleys and the Myron Gaines and all of these individuals, we are a hell of a lot more tolerant, understanding, and willing to deal with women than the men of the past.
Yes.
The men of the past were just, we're the men, you do what we say, and it is what it is, and we don't give a fuck about your feelings.
And that's me.
At least
exactly.
Men,
and that's the problem. That's Aaron. That's the problem, angry man.
And that's the thing. At least these men are willing to have the conversation with the women. It's not their fault that a lot of these women
conversation that they're having with women is an
it is
argument.
it is a conversation. The same way me and you right now are having a conversation. We may not agree on the points, but we are capable of defending our positions. See, the problem is, as long as you continue to view women as if they are children, or as if they have no agency, there's never a need for them to get to the position to where they can defend their position. You see what I'm saying?
They don't need to defend their position.
They
defend
do.
their position.
They do.
What is that? Can you explain defending their position?
Need to defend they need to explain why they feel the need to operate the way they operate, which is problematic to the society. There needs to be an explanation for that. So why do you feel the need? Why do you feel the need to go on a date with a guy that you have absolutely no intentions of really taking seriously just to get him to spend money on you?
Why do we go on a date knowing that we don't want to be with the one, we just want some ass? Come on, man.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You don't have to ask, but here's the thing. You don't have to ask for an explanation for that because the men have already said it. The men have already admitted it. So guess what? When a woman gets ready to date a guy, guess what? She's equipped to know that, okay, this guy might just be going out on a date with me to have sex with me. So I know how to move accordingly. On the flip side, the women are not owning up and admitting, okay, this is why I'm doing this.
Men are not doing it either, bro.
Yes, they
Dana, are men saying, hey, Dana, you got a fat ass. I would like to take you out specifically so I can smash.
What I will say is men are letting you know uphand that they don't want nothing serious before a woman's letting you know that she's not interested going on a date.
Yes.
But it's a date versus a relationship. Both people are going out on a date to go out on a date, hoping they can get something out of it. But at the end of the day, when it comes to a relationship, I don't know if I want to get in a relationship with you. I don't know you. So I want to have sex with you because I don't know you. But I don't know if I want to go out on a date with you. I don't go out on a date with a woman with the intention I want to be in a relationship with you because I don't know her.
But that's where the problem is.
Okay.
The problem is there are too many people that are not dating with intention. They're just dating to be doing something or to have a transactional or to have, but that's the point of the courting process. That's the point of dating. The point of dating is the two of you have a genuine intention. You both are attracted to each other and you're going on the date to get to know each other. She's not going on a date to get a free meal and you're not going on a date just to get some ass. You see what I'm saying? That's where the problem is, the immaturity of it.
Okay.
That's where the problem is. And that's why you see so many men and women nowadays that do not have the ability to function in that sort of courting process that leads to a meaningful relationship. And where the problem comes in, it would be fine if everybody just wanted to just engage in hookup culture. But after a while, after the fun is over, now you have people complaining, you have men complaining that they can't find a woman that is wife material, and you have women complaining that they can't find good men.
But
and it starts from there.
But here's the actual solution to all of this. There's one particular solution that'll fix all of this shit, though.
Shut up and stop being cornballs?
No. My Diva Discussion card game. It's 81 cards in this card game, and instead of going out on a meaningless date, whether you're a man or a woman, you can just say, hey, how about we sit on the phone and I can play this card game and we can get to know each other in that way. Or there's a better way to do that. Y'all can go to a
meet up at a coffee shop and play this fun dating card game. We'll have fun and see if we're compatible all at the same time.
And she'll say,
ooh, what's the name of the game?
And he'll say,
it's called Deeper Discussions.
I'm down.
Hey,
okay, meet you at 6.
Fellas. Go ahead. Oh.
Hey, Dana, do you like the way I gave him that alley-oop?
That was, I'm over here laughing so hard.
Because Dana knew what I was about to do. Appreciate that, anger man.
Your timing, I give it to you. Your timing is impeccable. That's what's up. I ain't mad at you.
Man. But yo, Angry Man, like you always good people, man. I appreciate you like helping, because I literally am an old school dude. I literally have not been on YouTube as long as a lot of other people. I was late on YouTube. I wasn't on YouTube. I've been on YouTube maybe 3, maybe 4 years, maybe 4. But and I used to be on
Instagram, right?
I was on Instagram and I was on Clubhouse when the Clubhouse was lit. And women in Clubhouse like, oh, you one of those red pill dudes.
And you didn't know what it was.
I didn't know what the fuck it was. And I was like,
oh, it makes sense now. So you was catching shrapnel. You was catching shrapnel from something you didn't even know. Okay.
And I had no idea what it was. And they were like, you one of them YouTube dudes. And I'd be like, the fuck? Because we actually had, because Dana would be in the rooms. It would be thousands of people in the rooms. And me and my guys, we had a show on Clubhouse called Ask a Black Man Anything. And Dana, was it like every night? Or I think it was 2 times a week or something. But we'll have it would be like 8 of us guys, and we would just have women come up and then answer their questions, and it was dope. But with me, I would be a little bit more harsh than the other dudes, and they'd be like, oh, you one of them red pill dudes. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And it took me to get on YouTube, and I got on YouTube knowing a female, which was Tanya TKO, and then because I know what all this shit was going on, and then I did a video about Kevin Samuels with her, and all of a sudden it went viral on her page, and all the female haters, the Cynthia G's, they started doing response videos about me. Who is this quarter slug forter? You know, she'll say all this weird ass shit. He probably didn't have a daddy. I'm just getting on YouTube. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? And then she hits me up like, hey, we can't be friends no more. Huh? Because she was on the men hating side, and I need to be on the man hating side. And she literally is like, look, you need to pick your side. I can't do content with you no more. And I was like, I don't understand what's happening. And then I come to find out the red pill stuff is dudes just going off on women. And then on the other side, the women going off on men. And I was just like, I don't want to do this.
Well, again, it like I said, that is what it became.
Right. Those are the monetizers off of the sensationalization of the red pill in the gender wars.
That once because you know, and I was unintentionally to blame for that, because when you have what we call, so basically the way it started is you had the white manosphere, which is Rollo Tomasi, Sandman,
the old white dude,
all of the, you know, Dr. Elam, all of those different guys. And the problem was I used to congregate in those spaces, but every time I would talk about things that were more specific to Black men, they didn't really want to hear that. You feel what I'm saying? So my solution was, okay, we need our own space. Now, before I came along, there were other guys like Black Ram, K Soul and Black, Sarge Willie Pete, that were speaking on these topics. But we're what people consider Black Manosphere 2.0. And we're kind of the ones that made it more popular. You feel what I'm saying? Made it to the point where it's monetizable. Especially when you had Kevin go viral the way he did and go mainstream the way he did. But I will say this, the vast majority of the guys who started out in my, I guess you would say, class, you know how XXL has class of whatever, the guys that started out in my class, it wasn't about just, I can't stand women. It was more about the improvement of men. You know, and those conversations about women would come up often with certain ones, but you have guys that are more dedicated to helping men improve, like your Dr. Tiasan Johnsons, your BGSM Moores, like different guys like this. So yeah, it became what it's just like hip hop. First hip hop,
yeah.
you look at KRS-One and all of that. They're trying to do something positive, but then once it becomes bigger and monetizable and profitable, then you start to have the guys that come in. You have the Vanilla Ices and the guys that come in is just there for the money. So it's just the natural.
So now the comparison to rap, these dudes now are the dress wearing half gay dudes.
No, we haven't got to that phase yet. What you're talking about is the mumble rap.
Yeah, they're just mumble rappers. They're drill. They're emo.
Like the YouTubers are, they're not wearing dresses, but they're just acting like sassy.
You have not seen the sassy men yet.
That
hasn't happened yet.
The sassy shit?
No, you ain't seen the sassy men yet. That hasn't happened yet.
And this is what happens when the generation
arguing with the women was the gay sassy stuff. And I'm being real. I think men, like you said, when I grew up, the only men that argued with women were the gay men.
No,
you didn't see no dude argue with a woman unless it was his random women. A dude will argue with his girl, but arguing with random ass women,
but
unless they're gay.
This goes back to what Dana just got through saying a little while ago. You have to understand that these new generations, this is how they socialize. They socialize on.
There was no men and women. We were all together talking online, and we talked to each other the same way.
Yeah.
Why we got to argue then?
But that's how we talk to each other.
Because it's men and women. There's a
argue with a woman.
Well, that's because you're old school. That's where the disconnect is coming in. You're old school. You come from the age, and I come from that age too.
I have a question, Aaron. Did you ever use the party line? Do you know what the party line is? Growing up, we would call random numbers and just argue with random people from different states. I
was a party line legend.
Yes. You pick up the phone.
I'm not even gonna say what my name wasn't Angry Man. It was a different name, but I was a party line legend. Like
you can pick up the phone. You could call. You pick up the phone. There's a number. You can call a number. There's different rooms for each state, and you could be in there yelling, arguing, talking to people, trying to date. We had stuff like that.
I wasn't on social. I wasn't on Instagram until 2016 or something.
Well, see, the party line,
nothing.
The party line, like just like she said, you go on there and there's different rooms, and you even had the ability to create private rooms. So if you had a group of people that got along and wasn't arguing, they just wanted to have conversations, you could make a private room and you could have a coherent conversation in that room, because the only people that would have the code to get in it was the people you invited. You feel what I'm saying? So that's why I said this is a natural progression. This was going to happen because, to be truthfully honest, these conversations, a lot of these conversations never came up in the real world, because everybody is basically showing each other their representative. And they don't want to have certain conversations because they don't want to get ostracized or pushed out of polite society. You feel me? So now the internet gives people a level of autonomy. So they're being their honest selves. Like I tell people all the time, social media didn't mess everybody up. It just showed everybody who we really are. You feel what I'm saying?
Damn, that's sad.
It's the truth. Like it is.
I just been outside, and I was married through my 20s or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So you ain't thinking about getting on no damn party line when you married with kids and shit. So that's part of it. So it's not that I'm so old school. Part of that. But the other part is I was married, and I'm not thinking about no party line when you married, unless you're trying to cheat.
Of course,
you know what I'm saying?
Of course.
So I guess that's what it was also.
Of course not. But this is how people, this, because like the party line, that was back in like 98, 99, something like that. This is the natural progression of how people are having the conversation. Like even even when y'all do last night's conversation, right? The reason why that's so popular is because there has been a need for these conversations for a long time. And it's cool when people do it in a healthy way, but let's be real. Anytime you have something like that, you're always going to have the opposite of it, which is the conversations that are just toxic. And I'm gonna be honest, with Fugazi podcast and Fresh and Fit, those are some of the more productive conversations, because there are some spaces here in YouTube where there's no productivity at all. It's just pure hate. It's just women screaming at men and men screaming at women and cursing each other out. So that's the only reason why I don't trip on it, because I know it could be
on the panels or something.
Yes.
Oh, on the podcast. You said a podcast or panel?
On podcasts and panels.
Is a podcast where everybody just yelling at each other?
Well, no, not like official, like what you're talking about, like whatever.
Oh, okay. Just on social media. Okay.
Yeah, just social media.
Yeah.
But they do be in Clubhouse going ham at each other.
I want to get back. I want to get on Twitter Spaces. Twitter. I never got on. I never been a Twitter person, and I'm so late. Like I told you, I'm late on every fucking thing. It's crazy. I ain't even got no fuck. I think I got 200 followers on Twitter because I thought it was stupid. I don't want to type shit. I want to say something. But now you can say something. Now I ain't got no followers.
Yeah. So now you got to build it. I did
now
the same
build shit after like the 15 years of Twitter being there. I'm not typing, hey, I feel like this. This shit is stupid. Like, but now they can talk because Twitter Spaces just started like 2 years ago. I ain't got no followers, so I don't nobody be on my shit. I was on Clubhouse, but Clubhouse is trash. So yeah, man. I like having these conversations, man. Like, but it's like everybody on YouTube just wants to argue or be right or you're proving my point. Even on this may be risky, not really them, but mainly on the Peep Network. We would be on there having a good time, and every now and then, like after the show is over, like around 10 or 11 o'clock, JR let people up. Here comes Mr. Let Go. You tell everybody you're divorced. I'm like,
well, you're a target. You're a target.
I'm like, who are you? Like, what do you like? Why you want to argue with me?
You're a target. You're a target.
Why?
Because you're getting a lot of exposure, and you're putting your opinions out there, and there are going to be people that vehemently disagree with your opinion, and they can't wait. They don't have access to you. So when they do get the opportunity to have access to you, they're going to immediately attack. Like I go through it too when I go on panels and somebody comes up and they're just going at me. And
they come up on your panel. I mean, on your show, and they come up on
I don't do panels because they don't want to come to where you control the scenario.
Oh,
yeah.
Because you can mute them.
Yeah.
Now that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I remember it was one dude like, JR can't save you now.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Just like the Cooley dude. Yo, you want to fight? Nigga, I don't even know you. Like, what the fuck is you talking about?
Well, now you see why. Now you see why he felt that way, because look at what they're doing to him right now. They're trying their best to blackball him.
Okay, but what did I do before them? Because I'm the reason why all of this is happening.
Well, that's why he's mad at you.
No, but it started because he did all that shit. He would not have. Okay. Okay, pull like this. Ace be asking me about people. Okay. Just put it like that. Ace be asking me about. Ace know everybody out here. And Ace hit me up and be like, what you think about this person? Next thing you know, something may happen. Next day, he on tonight's conversation, going viral, look like Cornball. So, but if he would have, because the thing about it is everything is strategic. Out in the world, it's strategic. I don't know about YouTube. Everything is strategic. So the thing about it is, if you just operate in a proper manner, instead of, I want to fight you, your life wouldn't be trash because you are where you are everywhere you are. So if you move around in these different environments as a man, as a person, as a normal human being, and you carry yourself in a way, you won't get ragdolled, you know, because I'm not fighting nobody, but I'll ruin your life because I don't want to fight you. Like I'm a grown ass man, and I got too much to be, you know, caught on somebody's Instagram fighting some random ass dude on YouTube. What is that gonna help me do? But I ruin your life, you know.
What I'm saying,
you ever seen the movie The Net back in the day with Sandra Bullock?
Yeah.
I'll ruin your whole life.
Well, it shouldn't go that far. I think when it comes to Black folk, especially, we got to get to with our culture. There's a lot of things before pre-internet, before we're on the internet. There's a lot of things that go unsaid in our environments.
Everything is unsaid. I ain't angry man in our environment.
And that's the reason why you see this sort of unloading of all of this, because these are conversations that should have been had a very long time ago. And so because it's happening so late, we're getting the condensed version of it.
I like that.
We just gotta get through it. We gotta get through it. I honestly believe that at some point we'll get to a point where everybody has gotten everything off their chest, and then cooler heads will prevail, and we can have a real conversation. Because I still don't feel like we've had the real conversation yet.
Do you know what the real conversation is, or it hasn't happened yet?
The real conversation is when the women and the men finally decide, you know what? I really want to work this out. I want for you what I want for myself. That's when the real conversation is going to be had. When we get out of the tit for tat, I'm going to get you back for what you did type of mentality, the transactional. Because right now what you have going on with everybody as far as the dating world is you just have two groups of people that are trying their best to figure out how to get the most out of the other group without giving anything.
I think that's how dating has always been. And then we make a mistake and get into a relationship. You know, the girl meets boy, we start liking each other. That happens. But when it came to I actually think it changed once social media happened and people started having more options, because before social media, it's the girl in your neighborhood or it's the girl in your city, and that's all you have. But when you got social media, you got Philly and you got Toronto and you got Uganda, you got all these different places, and now you're looking at all these different women and looking at all these different men, and then women have all these different dudes wanting to fly them out or whatever. I think just the options just exploded, and I think the men are now angry because they're no longer a part of the options for women.
Well, the thing is, well, when you go back before the internet, you're right. You were limited to the women in your locale and everybody around you, but there was also humility in that, right? So you had people that were more family oriented. The things they were focusing on were, you know, getting a good job, building a family, things like that. The part of the internet that has messed everybody up is the ego part of it.
Yes.
It's the part where now you have all of these options, so you start to begin to smell yourself and feel like you're more than what you actually are.
Yeah.
And so there's an ego problem with everybody. Really, the internet has created an environment to where everybody is becoming more narcissistic.
I agree.
So that's not good for any relationship. You feel me?
I agree, man. I appreciate this, bro. And you know, I know you don't do panels or whatever, but you know, if you ever want to, because like I said, man, I want to find a way to. Do you think something needs to be streamlined or something needs to be fixed on Black YouTube, or do you think this is just the wild, wild west, and it should stay that way. Because then now I'm like, okay, am I dumb for wanting to fix something? Because I'm trying to fix something, but does something not want to be fixed?
I mean, if you're talking about Black YouTube, you're talking about a group of people that reject things being fixed.
Why?
So I don't know, that to me is an insurmountable task.
But why are they against things being fixed? Because as long as things are in chaos, everybody can get views and shit.
Because they're inherently dysfunctional. We have a culture that promotes dysfunction.
So sitting around talking about the culture being dysfunctional is literally just circle jerking.
Yeah. Pretty much, because anybody that offers any real solutions is usually laughed off of the panel. Or
oh, you're simping, you're pandering.
Yeah.
So anybody trying to help is simping and pandering.
Yeah. Especially if you're coming at it from the position you're coming at it from, which is the old school, because you gotta think old school dudes are considered simps.
Okay.
You feel me? So if you're an old school guy, like for instance, right now, the guys in the red pill, they're not gonna put me at the top of they're not gonna crown me the king.
Because you old school.
Because I'm old school, I'm married, you know what I'm saying? I have a wife, you know, and a lot of my talking points are old school talking points. So they were like, oh, angry man's a simp. But I don't trip about it because that's one of them terms that has just become a catch-all for every dude that you don't agree with. You know what I'm saying? So I don't trip about it. But
yeah,
you can try. I'll give you props for trying to fix it, but I can tell you right now, you dealing with niggas, and so
because if this card game actually starts working and women actually stop acting the way that men are saying that they're acting, because it's coming from their mama trauma. It's not about no dude. It's about their moms. And if women actually started, because this right here is different in therapy. Black women don't go to no motherfucking therapy, but Black women love card games. So actually, if I'm actually able to trick Black women into getting their shit together and actually realizing that, damn, I'm not angry because of my ex or this dude or my baby daddy. It was because of my mama. And now her mama have a good relationship, and she no longer has that thorn in her paw and is, you know, like you said, looking at men like, scowling at them and just being angry for no reason and shit. And then dudes are able to get more pussy and spend more time just, you know, flirting with women or whatever, instead of all the scowls and all the bye, you know, and all this other shit, and women leaving relationships because now that mama trauma has been somewhat, I'm not gonna say fixed, but lessened, and then women are actually moving in a, you know, better direction. Men on YouTube will no longer be able to make money.
I mean, well, I'm not worried about that. Like,
yeah,
I'm
but the
looking at
chaotic nature of YouTube would no longer be. And like you said, so to a certain degree, you said this is some type of a trend and it has to somewhat blow over. I think my way of fixing things is using this as a fan to blow the smoke away from the people, where at some point, people will slowly stop being so stupid and toxic, and then YouTube would just not be as toxic, possibly.
I mean, you got to think about it like this. Your point of perspective, right? It's like being a fish in water. Does a fish know he's in water?
No, you're right.
You're in the middle of it. You and I are in the middle of this process. So we don't know what effect what we're doing is going to have in the next 20 years. We just have to stay the course.
5 years?
Nah, not 5 years.
5? 20?
No, 20. 20. 20. Because you got to have enough time for things to take their natural course. You feel me? So because it took a long time for men to speak up in a real way. And once they did speak up in a real way, the women are not used to it. So the women have to get used to it. They have to get acclimated to men voicing their opinions this way. And once they get used to that, then you can get to the point where you're having the conversation. Because even if let's say for argument's sake that your card game does contribute to women dealing with their mommy issues, right? Well, guess what? After that's fixed, now we gotta fix the men.
I got a card game that's coming out for the men.
Okay, so cool. So because you got to think about the effects on the men dealing with this process. You see what I'm saying? So you got men nowadays that have acclimated themselves to operating a certain way, which is not old school. So if you get the women back to functioning the way they were old school, now you got to get the men back to functioning the way they were old school. You feel me? If you want to get that traditional thing back. So like I said, it's a process and we're in the middle of it. So we don't know what it's going to be. We just got to stay the course. You feel me?
Yeah, but I am looking to help men also. And I know people get mad at me like, oh, you're simping for women. Why you always want to coach women or whatever? Because that's where my heart is. You know what I'm saying? My heart is not with no fucking dudes. And it's just, I don't know. I was married. I got girls. You know, I got 2 daughters. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't see women as adversaries. I never did, you know? So, and I know, like, just like you saying, and Dana is saying, these men did not grow up the way we grew up. You know,
no, they didn't.
I always got women. I get women now. Like I'm outside, I do stuff, I hang out, I'm around women all the time, you know, and I can invite women to a party. You know, I'm around women, so I don't really have the probably the vitriol, I would guess. That
because the way we were raised to ignore women's goofy shit.
Yeah, and just streamline what we want
and just do what we do. But see, women created this problem, right? Because
single motherhood.
No, not even single motherhood. What created this problem is women wanting men to get in touch with their feminine side, women wanting men to converse with them about their problems and all of those different things. And so now you have a group of men that it's like an old head told me one day. I was shooting pool one day and I think I was going through something with a girlfriend, and the old head told me, he said, you know what your problem is, young blood? He said, you take women too seriously.
Yes, women are children, bro. I don't take women seriously. They're fucking children.
But here's where the problem comes in. The problem comes in, you have an entire generation of men in the Western world that were taught you're bad if you don't take women seriously. So you're toxic if you don't take women seriously. If you don't take women seriously, you're objectifying women, you're toxic, and you're not operating in equality. So now
isn't women or children the actual answer to that then? Don't take women seriously? Women or children?
No, because
everybody adopt that and start ignoring these goofy ass women. And
because they're adults. No, you don't have to put it with the child thing because they're adults you don't take seriously.
Okay, don't take women seriously. Now, I think to me that's a little bit more misogynistic than women or children.
It's very misogynistic based on today's.
Because now the Me Too movement comes into that. Oh, don't take women.
Yeah, based on today's standards, it is misogynistic to not take women seriously. But for the men back in the day, that was a necessary part of manhood to avoid the shit we're seeing right now.
Yes.
But you can't say that today because you're going to be vilified and demonized. You see?
Have you ever seen me say women or children in front of women and they smile?
Of course.
So it works. Why don't people want to just adopt the shit and just go on by their business? All this shit will be over if they just adopt the women or children mentality.
But you can't convince the men that have been raised in a post-feminist, post-third wave feminist society where they're being told incorrectly, I might add.
By who?
That they need society. Society,
Women?
everything that we
I don't listen to what women say because if women say some shit,
no,
but
it's not just women. Everything about our society trains the men of today to operate in that energy. The TV shows, the movies, the music, everything tells them that they need to treat women like they're men, to treat women equally.
why?
That's
I'm
what
never going to
women
treat a
claim they
woman
wanted.
equally.
That's what feminist women claim they wanted. And they have the loudest voice.
Women wants. They're women. Who cares?
But
Go ahead,
you have
Dana.
to get that teaching from a man to understand that. And if you're growing up in a household where it's like happy wife, happy life, everybody makes sure mom's happy. Oh, mom's not having a good day. Let's do this to make sure she's good. Like everything is catering to around mom and how she feels about things. You grow up believing that you have to put women first or make them equal. It's not this just old school thinking about, oh, don't believe what women are not. Okay, let me not say that. But just to not
Yeah. See,
engage
that's why I say
them
women
when
are
they're
children
doing
because
goofiness.
not
But if
believing
you grow up-
women
but if you
hits you
grow
with
up-
the Me Too stuff. And
But
that's
if you grow up in a household where mom is playing the role of dad and you're having those conversations back and forth and mom is treating you like her friend and you're conversing with her. See, you didn't get to experience your dad being there with your mom and your mom doing something goofy and your dad ignoring it. You feel me? Because it's just like James Baldwin said, children rarely ever listen to their parents, but they never fail to mimic them. So if you have boys that are growing up in single mother raised household, they're gonna operate and function like women because that is the model that they're looking at.
Yeah.
You feel me? So the only time you see guys like us that will operate more in the old school tradition is us guys that have seen men and saw how men functioned with women and how they operated with women, right?
Yeah,
But the most of the young dudes today, they don't operate like that. It's not in them. It's not in them. And that's where the problems come. That's where the problems come from.
I guess it's nothing we can do. So the only thing, and Dana, you already know what I'm about to say. I'm just going to operate and not worry about what happens around me because that's kind of like what I've always done. And I think if men can take that part, at least that part, and learn from it, I think they'll be better. Because I think it's like if I take a woman out to eat, I don't deserve no ass. Because she probably wanted to give me some ass before I took out to eat. So she'll give me some ass whether I give her food or not. So it's about the woman wanting to do what she wants to do, but it's not up to me to do something and then feel entitled of something back, right? So I'm just going to do what I do. And if people heal from it, cool. But if not, it is what it is. But yeah. I get it. We got to let these people just be stupid. So to the Cooley guy, hey man, no more videos about you. You're not a cornball. You're misunderstood. And you're part of the puzzle of making, what do you call it? Dysfunctional content and argue with women. That is your part of the pecking order of this ecosystem. So accept those guys and not call them cornballs. So I'm going to change the name of this video because a lot of people probably got mad at it and probably didn't even tune in because I use cornballism and
that's the biggest trigger for the young generation.
Cornball,
gay, and sassy.
Yeah.
Because you guys have to understand that the men of previous generations in the single mothers have been calling them that as they've been developing into their individual character. So let's say you're a young boy in your mom's house and you walk a certain way. What's that sassy ass walk you doing?
Yeah.
Right? Or let's say you wear something pink. Now your uncle's just calling you gay. So they've been hearing these words for a long, long time. So when people be like, oh, they're just words, why are you getting mad? It's like, no, you're choosing not to understand. And you're choosing not to consider that there is more tied to these words than we're giving acknowledgement to. And then that's what they feel. And they can tell you're being dismissive and you're not hearing them.
And Dana, you said something about Cooley. You said, I may have hurt him. And when I said I didn't want to fight him, he probably would still walk around the house being hurt and feeling something. I don't know what you said, but maybe that was a real thing because he didn't hang out with us.
Feeling uneasy, just not being able to be comfortable.
Yeah, because I'm like, why you ain't hanging out with us? You know, I didn't ask him to hang out with us, but you know, it's a house full of fucking women. Why you want to hang? Why you want to go back to a hotel room with a dude instead of hanging out with a house full of goddamn women?
Because who want to hang around their uncles if they're going to call them gay all day and corny?
I'm not going to call him. Okay, I did call him gay.
Okay. Thank you.
I didn't. Right. Yeah. Okay. But he didn't know I was going to call him gay.
If
he wanted to fight you and you didn't fight him, he probably didn't want to hang around because he still wanted to fight you. And that wouldn't have been socially acceptable if he would have tried to fight you with everybody there, because they would have looked at him like, why you doing that? You know what I'm saying? So there's that.
Okay. Put yourself in his shoes if you could. Why did he want to fight me?
You call him a cornball.
You disrespected him.
Yeah. You called him
now
you disrespected him.
Like, you disrespected him.
So he saw you in person. He wanted to know, he wanted to smoke. That's some man shit. Like, you can't front it, act like that ain't no man shit.
I think you're a cornball. That don't mean I want to fight you.
But that mean you want to fight. You can always determine your action, but you cannot predict or determine the person's reaction.
I agree.
So he probably wanted to fight you. Like, yo, when I see Mr. Let Go,
he literally said that.
I know he did. I'm pretty sure he did, because that is some guy shit.
But why you want to fight a nigga that just think you lame? I don't understand that. You know how many people called me a cornball? Said, well, Mr. Let Go, you a cornball. You know, like through all this whole Cooley stuff. They was like, nigga, you a cornball. I don't want to fight these niggas.
Guess what? That's why.
Hold on.
Yo, y'all be or whatever, calls no fugazi pocket. They're like, and so nobody did that because everybody's like, yo, what happened? And Cooley actually did do that. You know what I'm saying? So everybody's like, yo, what the hell happened or whatever. They even hated him even more when he did that because everybody's like, yo, what happened? You know, why did he say that? What's going on? And so when I'm letting him know what's up if you want to shoot the fade. I'm like,
here you go, right here.
Cooley, because Mr. Let Go was, you know, previously talking crap about Cooley or whatnot. And Cooley's like, yeah, if I see him, like, I'm letting him know what's up if you want to shoot the fade. I'm like,
so he had the little author fist, like, oh, when I see him, like, come on, man.
But you said if somebody called you a cornball, you don't necessarily want to fight him. But that's why you're Mr. Let Go and he's Cooley.
You got a point.
You feel me? So like, how you're gonna process something, how you're gonna operate. Look, they have manosphere meetups. They didn't even want to. At first, they didn't even want to invite me to manosphere meetups because they thought they were gonna need security. Because there were certain people that I had an issue with, and I had already expressed that if I saw that person in person, I was gonna punch them in their face. Now I might not have done that. You feel me? I might have just been in the heat of the moment when I said that. Yeah. But the people putting on the event, they don't want that to happen. So, you know, it is what it is. But
okay, there's certain words that will make me want to fight another dude on YouTube. The only thing I said was I could play it. I literally said, bro, I just think you're a cornball.
What if that was a trigger word for him?
What
if someone's been calling him that all his life?
Yeah, most likely.
And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. When you say those words, your generation don't understand that this generation has been hearing it since 7 and up. Since 7 years old.
Anger man, look at his pants. He's probably been called a cornball all his life.
No, because the younger dudes wear pants like that. See, you're doing the same. You're doing the
He
same
can't help
thing. Like
himself.
you're doing the same thing, bro. Look. The younger dudes have a different swag about them. So when you start attacking that, first thing he gonna think, man, this old head think he the, then he gonna get into his young person energy, where it's like, it's all right, I show the old head. You feel what I'm saying? So yeah.
All right, Cooley, you're right. I'm an old head. I don't understand. And you're right. Yeah. This was helpful. This was really helpful.
Start spamming your comments and calling you grandpa. That's fine.
They was calling me Pawpaw on tonight's conversation. I didn't get mad. They was like, all right, Pawpaw, and I ain't say nothing.
The problem is too, y'all forget granddads used to be 55 to 65, and y'all are granddad's age, but y'all want to say, no, we ain't our parents. Y'all are granddad's age.
I'm just saying, man. Like, I ain't get mad when they call me Pawpaw.
The older you get, the less and less is gonna make sense to you.
You know how much hell I got on tonight's conversation by Keita? I ain't say shit because I don't argue with no fucking woman. I don't care. We talked about abortion, and guess what? They was like, we should have our abortions. I'm like, you bitches run around killing, saying, doing we already know. And it was like, fuck you. I'm like,
the question
I ain't
is,
say nothing
question
because they
is,
have the right to feel how they feel.
Do other men come on tonight's conversation and get into a back and forth with Keita?
No, because I think I think I got all of that because Keita don't even act like that no more. Keita got so much hell from tonight's conversation.
Well, before that, I know what you're saying. Before she adjusted,
go off on me. And I think she learned not to be acting like that because they started calling her a man and masculine and all this other shit. Because it seemed like, because I don't know Keita before tonight's conversation, I brought the masculina out of her, and it wasn't, brand worthy. So I guess because me and Keita don't even do that no more. So I think she just stopped doing it. But yeah, after me, she's, I don't know. But Dana, I don't think so.
Before that, you would see other people have interactions with her and kind of get caught up in the back and forth. And you would see it on Clubhouse, how some people will respond and go back and forth compared to what you will respond to. How
so
some
you
men will
saying what?
respond
Though?
to
I don't
certain.
understand.
What I'm saying is, you're saying about the way he's responding to certain things, and what Angry Man tried to point out is you're Mr. Let Go, right?
Mm-hmm.
You are way more secure, articulate, and charismatic than the average man.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, you're going to perceive a lot of things that's corny that are not necessarily corny.
Corny, right? Because even this, oh shit, it's too many things. I get it. Hold on, let me show y'all something real quick. Because this is just my mannerisms. I don't be worrying about all this shit, but people be. Because I think if this was anybody else, they probably would have ripped this woman a new asshole, and it would have been
because he seems to have a lot to say.
Okay.
So what time it is?
We all know what wholeness is.
No, I want to hear
what you
think it is.
15 seconds.
I ask.
Giving out your poom poom to every goddamn body, and then you turn around and say, okay, I don't want to do this no more. That's not how it works.
So how does it work?
You see, I'm just sitting there. I don't care. I'm just, I'm not jumping up. Bitch, you do. I'm just chilling. Like, I don't care.
But you're also new to the internet. So if you was trying to go viral and make a moment happen and you had Brittany Renner in front of you, you would be a provocateur.
See, I'm not trying to go viral. Okay, that makes sense. I'm not trying to go viral. Angry Man, would you want to come on tonight's conversation?
I doubt it.
You doubt it? Okay. Because I put in a word. I brought you up a long time ago, but
because there's a couple of people that have certain viewpoints. I already know how that conversation is going to go. It's going to get really contentious.
And then what? What's wrong with that?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it except for my peace of mind. You feel what I'm saying? Like, it's nothing like I don't like. I try not to.
Cooley said some goofball shit, and now he's looking stupid because literally it came from tonight's conversation that spurred this whole thing, and then everybody started looking into his past, and it was like, "Oh, this dude is a real cornball." But they didn't know he was a cornball until he acted like a cornball in front of non-cornballs.
Yeah,
he's not a cornball. I did it again. I'm sorry. He's not a cornball. He's not a cornball. Sorry.
I'll get back to you on that, whether I want to do that or not. But you know, it would be cool. But like I said, I'm in this place. I'm in this space now where I try not to get into those arguments anymore.
Yeah.
Because
it's not an argument though.
Sometimes it can be. I've watched y'all's show. I've watched it. Sometimes it can be. You feel me? And you know, I just have this thing now where it's like I don't even argue with my wife, so I'm not going to be arguing with random women. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
But then I know there's going to be things that's going to be said that's going to trigger me.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? And then I'm going to argue.
Yeah.
And I don't really want to do that. You feel what I'm saying?
That makes sense.
And
man,
I
and then y'all being up here. This was dope. Go ahead.
No doubt. But then at the same time, like I don't want to be the guy that goes to a platform that has been running smoothly and then I just go nuclear and then everybody's like, see, I told you shouldn't have brought Angry Man up there. Like, you know, so you know, I know what my lane is. You feel what I'm saying?
Because it's called tonight's conversation for a reason. It's not tonight's argument. You know what I'm saying? You know, so yeah, I agree. It's literally an anti-argument. We used to argue, but Ace was like, we're not doing that argument shit no more. Me and Keita took out all of the tonight's arguments out of it. But yeah, so I agree. I see what you're saying. But yeah, all right, man. It's 5 o'clock. I only eat one time a day, so I usually eat around 5 o'clock. Time to eat, look at some football. And I appreciate both of y'all coming up because both of y'all are special in y'all own way. I appreciate Anger Man because, like I said, Anger Man, one, you come from my type of background or whatever, and you don't understand these motherfuckers like I don't, but at the same time, you do. You know what I'm saying? And Dana is just Dana. Dana is so freaking dope. Like we'll be on a Zoom call with a coaching group, and Dana say some shit, and I'll just be like, and I'm literally taking notes on what Dana said instead of me taking notes on what I said. So yeah, shout out to Dana. Dana is always amazing.
That's what happens when women don't suffer from arrested development and they're open-minded and intellectual. They can provide a lot of value and be very, very valuable. You feel what I'm saying? That's why I'm against women. I'm against any excuses for women not operating to their fullest potential. You feel me?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I be trying to get Dana to come up here and do shows with me or whatever. This is really the first time she did a full show with me. So shout out to Dana. But yeah. But yeah, man, I appreciate both of y'all, and I'm gonna end the live. Of course, I gotta sell some more card games or whatever, but I appreciate y'all coming up, man.
Hey, appreciate you having me, bro.
And Angry Man, if you ever need anything, you already know, just hit me up.
No doubt.
All right.
Thank you for having me, Aaron. Angry Man, nice to meet you and talk with you. Everybody have a great evening.
Nice meeting you too. Peace.
All right, y'all. This was put a 1 in the chat if y'all enjoyed this conversation. I know it wasn't the crazy and we ain't talking about Diddy and all this other stuff or whatever, but did y'all enjoy this like nice, helpful conversation? Because this is how content is supposed to be on YouTube. Nobody arguing with each other. Nobody cussing at each other. Nobody belittling each other. Just a great conversation where people are looking to gain an understanding. Put a one in the chat if y'all enjoyed this. You know, it was dope. It was dope. It was dope. He's a core. Stop with the. See, this is what I'm saying. One-minded with Tamara. This is your problem. You can't be calling people cornballs. It's not nice. Okay, stop it. We gotta learn from our mistakes. I'm no longer gonna call people cornballs. I'm gonna change the thumbnail, and I'm gonna put Cooley in a suit, and I'm gonna put him at a ball in a ball or a table or whatever where he's looking cool. You know, I'm gonna stop with the cornball stuff. So nobody's a cornball. All right, these are people. All right, so I got it. And my old school way of seeing stuff as gay and cornballism, I'm gonna let these young people just do what they do. But my only issue is they need to leave these goddamn women alone, because one thing, if I'm not nothing else, I'm protective of our women. Our women and our children, to me, are the same, because women are children. So I'm protective of children, and I'm also protective of women. So I'm always going to do that, but I'll let off on the name calling. So stop. See what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about. Y'all keep saying this stuff. See, y'all won't let me be better. And by the way, if you don't want to be a cornball anymore, buy my card games. We have done a great time with 19 card games sold. So thank y'all so much for shopping with me, and I really appreciate y'all. And if for the people who have not bought, make sure to buy my Deep Discussions card game, which is $35, and my mother-daughter card game, like mother, like daughter. It's on sale for $62. It's going to go back up to $199 in a few days. I may keep it until actual Black Friday. I'm not sure, but make sure to get your card game while it's on sale. It's a early Black Friday sale. You can buy my card game for $62, but it's regular price $199. So hit the link under this video. Hit the link that is pinned in the chat if you want to get your card game. And don't go whining when it goes $200. So y'all have a good rest of y'all day. This was fun. And I'm going to play the rest of this because some of y'all probably didn't see it before I go.
Actually, I want to ask him because he seems to have a lot to say. Okay. So what time it is?
We all know what wholeness is.
No, I want to hear
what you
think it is.
15 seconds.
I ask.
Giving out your poom poom to every goddamn body, and then you turn around and say, okay, I don't want to do this no more. That's not how it works.
So how does it work?
You don't give it to no goddamn body, or keep giving it to people for the rest of your life. And
but does it have an expiration? Are we ever going to answer the question?
No, it doesn't have an expiration date.
Okay.
Do you stuck out in the streets? Yes.
So how many women have you slept with?
I'm a man. I said poom poom. I don't have a poom poom. Okay, Brittany, hold on. I don't have a poom poom.
This is a really, really outdated narrative. You know, right?
No, it's not
because you know what's funny?
Brittany,
is like,
nothing changes.
The keys that can open many locks is a broken lock, right?
Yes.
But a key that can open many locks is a what? It's a master key, right?
Right.
Are you serious?
Master key.
And you think you're better?
Better than? Oh, don't ask me that, please.
So if I've got 300 guys and you 300 women, you're better than me.
It's not about being better.
Answer my question. You just said that. You just said there's a
marriageable.
difference.
I'm not gonna say better because in
Why
this
are you
context.
marriageable? Is that even
because I'm a man.
Why is that?
Why am I a man? Because
No, I said why are
because
you?
a woman will still marry
You said
him.
your reasoning was because you're a man. So
Because okay, I asked a woman to marry me. You can't ask a man to marry unless he's some simp or something. You can. He'll be an idiot if he says yes. But the whole point about
that's
it
your
is
opinion.
traditional, like common sense wise. Also, you aren't supposed to ask a man to marry him and he say yes like a bitch. So at the end of the day,
I agree.
The bottom line.
We don't agree on much, but I agree
That's
with
what I'm
that.
saying. He's a bitch if he says that. But the bottom line is, you have to wait for a man to actually marry him. I don't have to wait for nobody to do. I can go get married tomorrow if I want to.
Okay.
You can't.
Okay, hold on.
Not you though.
Hold on. So, hold on.
300 dicks. You guys act like you're elephant trunks. Stop giving yourself that much credit. Y'all act like it.
But y'all are the one taking the trunks though. So the more trunks, the more open it is. Unless we want to be with
let me
you
tell you something. You can pull
because
your
of the
dick out
trunks.
right now. If you think that your dick is gonna just stretch my pussy out, it's the delusion for me.
But the problem is the 3 million times, and that's
You
the problem.
understand that you're, if I let you fuck right now, 3 minutes, nigga. 3 minutes.
Why?
I got 4
so whatever. She embraces her sexuality.
Embraces her sexuality. Okay. If she a hoe. That's what we doing. If she a hoe. Okay. If she
But why is it okay though? But why is it not
because
okay
you
for
have
women?
things entering your body thousands of fucking times. That's not necessarily what
Lego.
Potential husband would want.
Y'all are sitting here saying that the number of penises that enter me make me impure. But
Multiple
if
penis.
I take away penis, what does that make me?
Good point.
It makes me pure. So guess what? What's the problem? Penis then. Okay, so all I have to do is not open my legs to any of these men and I'm pure.
Yes.
You don't even realize how closed-minded you sound.
I got one thing to say.
You are really a really profound individual. Let's hear it.
You only deserve what you preserve. You only deserve what you preserve. You only deserve what you preserve. There's a bigger thing to this too. We men value something way more than anything that women value. Our last names. So when it comes to us giving a woman our last name, we don't want to give a woman that unless she's deserved it.
I appreciate that.
When a woman does and she's a hoe, even though a man can and he's a hoe, it's different for you than it is for me. Because emotionally, those women, we want a woman that can emotionally bond with us. Women are naturally oxytocin driven. Men are naturally dopamine driven. When women who become hoes, they are now, to a certain degree, dopamine driven and not oxytocin driven. So for that woman to actually pair bond with another person is almost impossible. That is biological.
But you're the same dude that called, I'm go say it.
Say it.
You call Sierra a hoe because she's been with 7 rappers, right?
8.
The nerve of you. The nerve of you.
Sierra's a hoe because she's been with 8 rappers. Anyway.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That shit was so damn funny. Oh. Came up with a solution that will help every woman watching, regardless of age, regardless of background. Card game is on sale. Card game is on sale. In my 7 years of coaching women, the number one thing that I hear in my coaching sessions is her issue or tumultuous relationship with her mother. So what I've done is come out with a card game that will actually help mothers and daughters come back together. We have to get to the source of a woman's pain, her inadequacies, her insecurities, and heal that little girl inside of her before she goes out in the world as a woman. I call Like Mother, Like Daughter therapy in a box. Therapy in a box is 50 questions for the daughter to ask the mother, questions that you always wanted to ask. And it's also 50 questions for the mother to ask the daughter. But when you're able to ask the questions that you always wanted to ask to your mother without her getting upset, without her pulling rank on you, the lines of communication are now open. When women are finally able to forgive their mother, relationships outside of the household would then blossom. Because for most women, there's a hurt little girl inside of her that never had an opportunity to be seen or heard. But all that stops when you buy my new Like Mother, Like Daughter card game. Order it now. The link is under this video. Click the link and let's start healing. Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate that. This card game.
Hey, how about we meet up at a coffee shop and play this fun dating card game? We'll have fun and see if we're compatible all at the same time.
Ooh, what's the name of the game?
It's called Deeper Discussions.
I'm down.
Okay, meet you at 6.
Fellas, buy this card game. Ladies, buy this card game. Buy about 2 or 3 card games. The main reason why people can't stay together isn't because they don't like each other no more. It's actually because their present family issues come up or their past family issues come up. But when you play deeper discussions, you'll be able to understand a person's family issues up front.
This game can be played with either 2 people or an entire group. So have fun.
Question number 1. Name a time when money was the main factor why a relationship went bad.
Deeper discussions, dating edition. Again, these cards are good for vetting a potential boyfriend, a potential girlfriend, a potential husband, a potential wife. The texture of these cards are so soft and silky, by the way. Like
they ain't gonna get
really
wore out.
Durable.
A dating card game for introverts who have a hard time asking the much needed compatibility questions. Deeper Discussions, the card game.